ladies and gentlemen, LCK Summer 2023. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf here for today's matches. And we could have some doozies on our hands, Wolf. I don't want to beat around the bush here or anything like that. I have a feeling that this first one may be a little bit one-sided.
It could be. It definitely could be. And I expect that it will be. But
we are hoping that Gen G will stand a chance against the might of Breon is obviously what we were going to follow up with.
I thought you were going to I thought you were going to do it, and then you didn't do it right away.
Yeah,
and then
right.
I didn't know if it was coming.
Had to keep you guessing.
I was wondering. I was on the edge of my seat. I think that there are ways for Bro to actually tackle Gen G here in the early game. That's been their strong point with Umpty. Is we'll take a look at where they are in the standings right now.
The standings.
It is Gen G, right, who are still undefeated versus a OK Savings Bank Breon, who are 1-5 here as we move into this week of play. But, I mean, these two teams, we've seen Bro punch up a lot. We've seen them be called Kingslayers for a reason, right? I don't think it's crazy if they take a game here off of Gen G, who have at times looked a little bit weak in some of their mid-game decision-making, but I think it really has to start with the early game tonight, and I mean, this is a David and Goliath story, as it often is.
Certainly is. Let's have a look at points of the match here. Champion candidate Gen G, as of course they are indeed the champions as of right now. Up against Bro, who are struggling a little bit. They have made some adaptations, made some changes moving into this one, and can they pull an upset, because it is an 11-match losing streak against Gen G. In fact, the last time they even took a game, or a map, if you will, was in 2021.
Yeah, it's been a few years.
It certainly has been some time. 2018, January 27th, was the last time Bro managed to win a series against Gen G. And Chovy going to hit a milestone here tonight, currently at 498 games played here in the LCK.
Yeah, when he entered the LCK, he rose to be a superstar so early with his amazing KDA, his ability to actually outlane opponents, his CS numbers. He's become quite a legend in a pretty short period of time. If you consider how long he's been a pro, you know, he has been around for a long time, but he got famous so long ago.
Yeah.
It feels almost surprising that he hasn't hit this milestone just yet because of what he's accomplished thus far in his career. Multiple Worlds appearances, obviously the ability to say that he's won back-to-back LCK titles now as well, looking for his third in a row.
It's absolutely insane, and the fact that he's the third one to do it, as far as mid laners are concerned, kind of blows my mind, because he's still such a young player. Karis, speaking of young players, is going to make his way back to the LCK. Was down in Challenger for a little while. We watched their last game as well. It wasn't great. They lost Kwangdong Freaks, who are not very good at the moment. However, they did benefit from the patch, and there are some caveats that you can throw around if you want some hopium. But Karis wasn't necessarily performing super well down there as well.
Yeah.
We'll see whether he can actually find some proactivity, because passivity was his biggest criticism here in the LCK. Just not able to really do anything. It felt like it was Umpty running around the Rift trying to get everything done, and then some, and it didn't quite work out. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Rift, we're going to welcome Gen G first, and this is a team that are getting things done absolutely everywhere these days.
The one place they're not always getting things done in the early game, though, is the top side of the
but
map.
they are getting things done. It's just not often good things.
So the angle of attack here, I think, for Breon against this team is going to be around Doran on the top side and try to get Morgan ahead. You have a strong player in Morgan. Doran's performances in the early laning phase have been middling at best, let's say. And so maybe that's the angle here, especially when you consider how strong the performances of Umpty have been this season. He has been such a critical member for this team, as he has been basically throughout his entire time on this roster. It's hard to imagine that they even almost didn't sign him for this season. Like he was, or for this year rather, before spring. He was picked up as we walk these players out. Karis coming back here makes sense to me, because while Ivory seemed to give the team a little bit more confidence in the early game, their decision-making around objectives with those leads that Umpty gave them often started to fall flat. And even though Karis is a player we often say has potential, maybe one day he'll reach it, he's a former Gen G player himself, he has the experience that Ivory does not, and maybe that is going to help them figure out these objectives a little bit better. But we're still waiting for the flower that is Karis to bloom, right? and he's still budding, and he has survived many winters, but we're still waiting for those petals to show.
Yeah, I'm starting to feel like it's a bit of that, what's the flower from Beauty and the Beast, the one that just like sits in that top room, the West Wing, and just like stays there forever. That's what it's kind of feeling like. There's a lack of blooming going on here. As in the jungle, it's going to be Peanut taking on Umpty. Of course, a lot of stories between these two teams, right? Like, you've got Delight moving on over to Gen G from Breon. You've got Edgar over there at Breon from Gen G in the past. Karis moving over to Bro, was formerly on Gen G. There is a lot of relationships here, and Peanut and Umpty are actually pretty close. We actually saw them having a bit of a chat earlier on, and so a lot of these players know a lot about each other. Peanut also talking to Edgar because, of course, was on Gen G when Edgar was coaching over there. The amount of crossover between these two squads is actually just massive.
It really is. Delight, of course, a former Breon player. You have the fact that, Karis obviously spent a lot of time on the Gen G roster and was even fielded as a substitute a few times. It's a massive crossover that these teams share, and if you are on the OK Savings Bank Breon side of it, you do have to wonder if you're some of these players, like, look at what happened to Delight after he joins this roster, becomes a champion, and you're still stuck here. You're still trying to figure it out. Morgan, of course, has gone to Worlds, right? He's the Lord. He's a really critical piece of this roster, but he hasn't been able to achieve the things that the opponents on the other side of the stage here have done. And it does feel like a huge dichotomy of, like, what ifs for some of these players.
Exactly, and of course, when Morgan was at Worlds, it was with Chovy in the mid lane, who's over the other side. So it just never ends, the amount of crossover between these two squads. So obviously, they will know a lot about one another moving into this one, and we'll see what this is going to mean as far as the draft and things like that, right? Because you can read a little bit further in. As we do have a little bit of an issue getting into the game, I believe, as Doran's got a bit of a warmer issue. It might be like it's broken. I think it's broken. There we go. So we are gonna, yeah, there we go.
All right,
so the whole, like
we
my
need
hand warmer popped situation.
We need to get some. I think this is a great marketing idea. It's going to get cold, right? LCK Spring, very cold. We need to get official LCK hand warmers for the players, with LCK branding on it, and we can sell them to the fans too because it's very cold, and then we get to put that branding, and then they'll be high quality and they won't break, because this does happen a significant amount of time. We have hand warmers break on stage, but it looks like he's got it replaced, so all is well. Yeah,
we need like LCK branded hand warmers and sippy cups.
Yes.
And then we just make sure that everything's going to be fine and no one's going to drop anything anywhere. And we're going to immediately get into games. And then Peanut won't have to laugh at you as well. That's the main reason. Being ridiculed by Peanut. Okay. That's where a lot of people draw the line at.
Now, Doran, he is often, the victim of himself in attempting solo kills and failing in the lane. Maybe the broken hand warmer means we're moving to the mid game now. Like, he actually gets to start on proper footing here. He already broke the hand warmer, so now he's warmed up. He's ready to go.
He's got like the one whoopsie out of the way before he got onto the rim.
Yeah.
This is absurd. This actually, no, they're already undefeated, Wolf. You can't give them more power like this. Oh my goodness. Okay, well, the Sejuani going to be banned away as we hop into the draft here for game number 1. Gen G on our blue side to start us off, and Bro on red. Gen G have won every single game they've been on the blue side so far here in the LCK.
And look at this draft here from Gen G, already leaning into everything I was saying about what Bro's angle of attack could be. Morgan's Renekton, gone. Umpty's Sejuani, which pairs well with the Renekton in that early game, gone. So already targeting 2 of these players' best champions for snowballing in the early game, which we've seen both players excel on. There was that famous game where Umpty never hit an ultimate, but actually popped off on the Sejuani earlier on in the season. Now, of course, both trees are up here in this scenario, but Tristana is a pick that I thought Gen G absolutely prioritized in this series, because you have the flexibility of playing it mid. Paze has played it in the AD carry position, and it's just so strong right now. Allows that AP Ivern to come through, or Maokai with both available here. Peanut has an AP jungler no matter what, so if you do want to play that mid, really no downside here for this pick here for Gen G.
Yeah, we've got the Poppy being locked in. If it's Poppy Azir, I will be a little bit sad. I have a feeling that it could happen, but it does feel like that passive playstyle could be creeping back in here for Bro. We've seen Umpty do a lot of great things on the Poppy, But it's kind of as we feared here. Doesn't make it's not a surprise or anything like that, as there's the Ivern that we were talking about.
And the Kaisa too.
Yeah, it's just a little bit obvious. Ivern is so incredibly strong on this patch, like you already mentioned, pairs with Tristana very well. We saw DK piloting the combo very effectively. Umpty was outspoken, saying that I want to have new picks prepared. But so far, hasn't showed that just yet. Could be playing the Poppy. That could be going to Morgan.
Yeah.
See whether they hold the flex.
It's definitely going to be flexible here, but it seems likely to be played on the top side of the map, or sorry, in the jungle, as Aphelios will be picked up here for Henna, one of his best picks historically, right? He's actually had some shaky moments on it, but I think it's a pick that he feels very comfortable on it, regardless of win rate. And now we're going to see where these supports go, because for Gen G, you have your AD carry locked up, your jungle is locked in, you've got mid. You can, of course, now wait and see what bro ban to get a better idea of what you want to play for top side. And then for supports, there's a lot of options here. Rel, one of the strongest tier supports right now, works extremely well with Kaisa, works even better with Tristana, so you just do not want to allow that one to come through.
Yep, and Kaisa could also be going mid, like you're talking about.
Yeah.
So you can still freely flex these things around. The Rel Rakan is the most obvious thing in the universe that has to be banned away against Delight in particular. His Rakan, absolutely amazing. Rel pairs too well with both of the options that they have. But it means Nautilus and Leona both left up and available. So there will be supports that will pair effectively if you need that engage, if you need that tanky body. In that bottom side of the map. So it shouldn't be a problem. That is why the Jax is going to be banned away.
Yeah, it looks like
freely handshake.
Gen G here feeling pretty comfortable.
Ooh,
with Alistar, interesting, with no Rel on the other side. This is pretty rare. I was just going to say, I think they're pretty confident this Poppy is going to jungle, and I would tend to agree in this pick for Doran is blind, but it's extremely safe. In the Gragas, Cassante, same situation, works extremely well to serve as a frontline and an engage tool for the follow-up burst damage, the Kaisa and the Tristana, who also are going to be impacted by Ivern's root. So Ivern can root, he can also protect those champions when they dive in. This composition here for Gen G is so strong. It looks like it's going to be
a bit of that Gragas support.
So yeah, Gragas support.
It hasn't been a while since we've seen the Gragas supporters. Man, Morgan, the Lord bringing out his scissors. See whether this is going to work, as of course the Gwen can be pretty feast or famine there towards the top side. When she's feasting, she's looking pretty strong and has been a decent pick into the Cassante in the past.
Well, we have seen a lot of Gragas Kaisa actually over the years too. We've seen it with Life in particular, former Gen G player, playing it a lot, this duo. So it is something that
on this team, right?
Yeah, exactly.
With Rula, yeah.
It's just so we keep circling back, right? I think that this is a really strong composition here on the side of Gen G because they have so many ways to set up picks for the Tristana, for the Kaisa. It's dive, it's explosive, it's going to be extremely punishing for this squishy backline here of Brionne with the Aphelios and the Azir. And Azir's peel isn't going to work into this comp because you're not really peeling hard engage, you're peeling damage. You can knock the Tristana back, but the damage will have already been done by the time you do that, and then the Kai'Sa's going to follow up. As long as they stagger that engage, it's so difficult. And Grog is just going to be an engage bot here. He's not going to be doing a lot of damage, but he will be doing a lot of setup.
And Delight has been really good at these engage supports as well. It's been a long time since we've seen Gragas there towards the bottom side, but you can understand how it's going to work out. Fair bit of setup available for the Kaisa as well, and can really cause a ruckus there towards the bottom side of the map. And when you have a pretty non-interactive support coming through for Brionne, you do have the space to be picking things like this Gragas to make sure that they can create as much chaos as possible. Really interesting choices here by Gen G. Let's jump into the Rift here for game one. All right, okay, Brionne, lacking a little bit of the coordination in the fan chant this time around, but we will see whether they can improve for game number 2. Gen G, of course, at full voice here in Lowell Park as well, their side of the stadium. Pretty full these days.
It should be said that as Delight's going to come over here and look for a little bit of aggression. Won't end up mattering at all that he went for body slam first. Totally fine. But I was going to mention that we talked about this and joked about this right when Karis was playing in the first week of LCK Azir, and went 0-2 on it. We were like, well, Azir is not strong right now. And then he left back to Challengers, and then Azir got buffed, and then he was gone. He's back. He's on Azir. He's got another opportunity here now on this patch where Azir is relevant once again to play one of his best champions, more famed for his Lissandra, but his Azir is definitely one that he's played a ton of games on. Let's see if this does go unnoticed here.
Yeah, Umpty starting off on his blue buff. We can see that isn't going to be too much of an issue. Just going to grab himself a leash. As we'll see how Peanut goes. Root Caller in his way around his jungle. Going to give us a little emote there as well. Just knows that that's where everyone's going to be.
Yep, really easy to start this blue side here as Ivern, and against a Poppy starting on the opposite side, which you've already also pathed out. You're not going to be under any pressure or in any danger because, you know, you have to use your health to capture these camps. Now, he will be seen here by Umpty, but Umpty's tracked here, so he can actually aggressively start setting up this vertical jungle here very safely. And he could use his smite, of course, to instantly clear. Grabs level 2. And Ivern is such a unique champion in that he can just instantly take camps as long as he has smite available. I mean, not instantly, but you can make sure you win that fight no matter what. Because you could smite them away without while they're at full health, whereas your opponent can't interact that same way. Umpty's spotted here, and now he knows he can just go over and capture these camps using his root. Attacks in, tethers through. And Ivern is such a fun champion to watch in pro play because you can see just how intelligent these players are at starting these early pathings. And just now, we're looking at a start here for Peanut that Umpty cannot match.
Yeah, this is getting a little bit dicey, especially with Morgan now in a bit of trouble. Doran actually avoiding the snip. This is kind of huge. Does get himself the shield, and there is the block and the destruction. First blood goes to Peanut. They're off to the races pretty early at Gen G.
I mean, Peanut is like, this whole game is about him right now. He's like, I've taken all of Umpty's top side of the map completely for free, uncontested. We had a deep ward, so Gen G set him up to know that this was going to be safe to do. He was not going to be under any threat. And then with no information at all really here from Morgan, he just moves forward and dies. And now Umpty's here trying to turn this one around.
Yeah, and he's on vision as well.
Yeah,
so
will be spotted.
That this Rift Scuttler is going to go over to the Poppy.
By the time he could do anything about this, it's way too late.
Yeah. Here on the bottom side, Henna actually doing a fair bit of work to Pays, who is taking a little bit of damage as the lower range Kaiser, especially with Calibrum equipped. And Peanut is just going to come on over and see whether he can support his bottom lane. Actually not spotted on vision, as we can see. Will be able to just take this one away. Now moving towards the bottom lane potentially. We'll see whether he gets those long legs and moves on down there as the wave state in a decent position for a gank.
Delight has enough mana too. Looks like they're going to respect it though. And, you know, you got to be careful of that Gragas body slam and the damage he's going to provide. So we're going to see an entire brush set up here as well for Peanut. Warping the vision here quite significantly. This is going to mean that Umpty needs to scry.
Yeah.
A bit of ward in there too.
Effort putting the ward down is actually kind of huge. Don't have a whole lot of those early on, as Peanut just roams back through his jungle. This pathing actually really creative. Able to grab that first blood towards that top side, then just goes and befriends all of his camps, moves down towards the bottom lane, tries to put on a bit of pressure, and then comes back and takes them all down whilst going 1-for-1 on Scuttles and getting a 3 buff over Umpty.
Yeah, just can smite these Krugs too.
Has a bit of a dance first, you know. You got to make sure that you dance
for
the Krugs. That's how it goes. Krugs really love dancing.
The Krug smite is straight up Atlas, like, and they do love dancing. You're absolutely right about that. Oh, hold on.
Well, Kara's going to take a little bit of damage here from the explosive charge. Chovy just putting out fires here in this mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, this is looking like it's starting to go his way. Obviously going to have level 6 here very soon, and it's really difficult for Azir to catch Tristana unawares as long as Chovy uses his jump cooldown properly. But yeah, that's how you prevent the Krugs. You just dance in front of them and they're like, well, I mean, how could I not join this guy?
Yeah, no, exactly. That's I think it subtracts a certain amount of numbers from the smite cooldown. You'll have to correct me if I'm wrong there.
It's also just straight up like the most satisfying thing ever to just get Krug money and not actually have to kill the Krugs. They made it better this year, but it's like still the most annoying camp to do, let's be real.
Imagine if Ivan, like, even when he befriends it, you still have to kill the little ones. And it's still
it's
really
no,
annoying.
Stop! Don't make me do it!
Oh man, that'd be so frustrating. As Chovy has a few friends here in this mid lane. But they're not going to bother him too much, and he deals with these minions, much like the fight.
Uh-oh, that's a Gwen. Might get rooted, doesn't actually connect.
Yeah, Peanut just continuing to spam emotes as much as he possibly can. Umpty on a control ward. He's going to be spotted out here by Peanut as he roams his way down. Otherwise, not too much action here outside of that first blood that went over towards the Ivern.
Yeah, it's been a pretty slow game state here. As Chovy is going to grab a plate here, he is crushing this lane so hard. Kara's doing a good job of CSing, but at the end of the day, any plate gold that gets picked up means faster shift here for Chovy, which means faster ability to actually impact outside of his lane the rest of these early objective fights. The first Drake has spawned here. We're going to see a group up with Gen G here in mid. Chovy doesn't have teleport. He's actually backing here. And this means they're just going to secure Scuttle Vision. Could be punished.
Yeah. Umpty going to interrupt. Not going to befriend this certain bit of Shellfish as Umpty, yeah, he will be able to get some control. And I like this, you know, some aggression. And being able to get rid of this long-legged tree from your river is certainly a good sign. They're going to need more good signs than that. However, this is certainly a good start.
Just not enough bottom side control here to actually start that Drake up, even though Chovy had that additional prio. He's just going to back, grab some additional long swords here. And this is actually going to be Umpty starting up the first Drake in traditional Brionne fashion, get every Drake without a fight. And this just means Peanut's going to try to look for some of these camps over here. Level 6 is reached. So he's going to now be a much bigger threat in those fights if we ever have them.
Yeah.
And eventually we will. Bro's going to try to avoid it for a long time, but it will occur.
I was going to say, like, Karis is back. Like, we should probably be ready to settle in for the next 15 to 20 minutes before anything actually happens. And to be honest, kind of works for Bro with the composition that they have.
Yeah.
They're 4-1, kind of fantastic. Their theoretical 5v5, amazing. If they can be in range, and if they're not just trolled to high heaven by the fact that Peanut will put down a whole bunch of plants, and Chovy and Pays will just be really frustrating. And so, they have a Gragas who can warp things as well.
I really think that while the Gwen is, in theory, in the lane quite strong, we might actually have to hold this discussion about the Gwen until after this Herald fight, so I'm just going to drop it for now as Karis is moving over.
Yeah, there's the heroic charge. Already a lot of damage. Emperor's Divide comes down. Chovy's going to have to flash. There's a rocket jump to get even more space. Umpty moving on over as Daisy is going to fall. Explosive charge comes in. Morgan's going to have to flash to get himself out of that one as dash over from Doran doesn't find the last Q there and will get harassed out by these Sand Soldiers. And in the end, Wolf, a whole lot of not very much.
A lot of kills here, but I think this is definitely feeling pretty good here on the side of Gen G. You're so ultimate reliant here as Bro to win these early fights. You don't have the Emperor's Divide anymore. You don't have the health advantage you like, and Chovy can do a lot even with a little bit of health.
We've got pings out onto Pays. They know that he is in the vicinity. Level 6 acquired, so can Killer Instinct when he would like to. There's the engage from Effort as Chovy. He's able to get himself out, but Doran as well survives. What is... Someone kill someone, for goodness sake!
Effort is so low after this engage, but does it even without 6 here. And Umpty just trying to hold this front line, but man, Gen G trying to go for a reset here. Doran has teleport. Is going to teleport to mid. It's not unleashed for 30 seconds.
Effort can charge that... The Hex Flash as well to possibly get in there as Delight. Going to get a body slam onto Morgan. He takes a lot of damage, but he is going to survive. And Karis is going to pick up the kill on the Ivan in the end. And it's a double for Hannah as finally Bro come alive in this one. And welcome back to the mid lane, Karis. Going to be able to grab their first kill.
Gen G really were stretching the rubber band very far there. And it just got tighter and tighter until eventually it snapped as they were trying to use the Herald itself for some additional power in the fight so they could hopefully then eventually re-engage. But Effort had so many fantastic moments in these skirmishes. Morgan here is extremely low, right? Pays can't actually get that final hit onto him. And then Delight just going to get shut down here. He's a support Gragas, has no money, has no stats here. And I mean, it was just really eventually Gen G forcing way too hard. Kaisa does pick up the Shiv here, right? Pays has that now in his inventory. That's a big spike for him in this early game. But Bro getting control of both early objectives here and doing it without their ultimates, really. I mean, after using them on that first fight, they just played it so calmly.
They did.
Effort, man, his engages were clean.
Looking really good on this Alistar, of course. It's an old favorite of Effort's from many moons ago. You guys may remember. He did learn under the king of Alistar himself, good old Marta. who did perfect his Alistair play when he moved over to China, playing for RNG. Before that, was known for things like Janna.
Yeah.
Thresh, of course, having a world skin on Thresh, but his Alistair really did come to the fore when he was over there and was amazing on it in 2019 on SKT. And Effort was right there behind him.
He is coming over
for an
here.
Opportunity.
Doran has to hold this wave, which looks really sus, so I just don't see any way in which Morgan falls for this. Jovi also, I was going to say, I don't know if we really want to commit this much, as Karis is pushing this wave in mid, so not going to amount to anything there. But talking about the Gwen again real quick, because the Gwen here, I think, is great into a composition that wants to just hard engage. Okay, Peanuts still staying.
Yep, Q going to come forward. There's an all-out from Doran. Let's see whether they can make this one work. As the needlework comes down, he is so dangerous, but they do get the knock-up, and Daisy is going to town. Peanut's going to be able to pick up the kill once again on the Gwen, but I mean, look at this bottom lane. It is in absolute shambles. Effort still lying in wait over this wall. They get the headbutt pole onto Delight, but Effort's still taking a lot of damage. He avoids the cask, though, as now Henna is offering the damage back onto Delight. Umpty moving himself over, and pays Killer Instincts in. He manages to take down the Aphelios, and Umpty is just that little bit too late. Great body slam comes forward, and Umpty's like, I'm getting out of here, but he's not able to get Chovy, who didn't quite have an explosive charge at the ready. So he teleports in, not able to actually get the kill. But
that was super
going
bizarre.
Down is a problem.
That was super bizarre on the side of Breon. They just never pulled the trigger. It was a very bro moment there where, I mean, it was like Umpty was just sitting here going like, I'm just here to watch. I'm just going to let it all happen. And then eventually Paze is like, all right, well, I'm going to hit that Shiv proc multiple times in this fight, and I've got ult. We're going in. Delight has level 6, pushes the Aphelios into a dangerous spot here, as this is going to be what happens here on the top side of the map. Doran pulling him forward here. Daisy is getting involved. Obviously, the knockup's going to be huge here. It's just really hard for Morgan to do anything against this Ivern. And the lack of interactivity is part of the problem here for this Gwen. As down here, this is when Effort goes in. Umpty is just so far away. The wave isn't here, so there's nothing he can do. And then Henna gets cast in to body slam range here, and Delight just walks it back. And then even with red-white here, just not enough damage, and then Paze goes over him. And then by the time Umpty shows up, it's over. It's too late. They will get a teleport out of Chovy. So that's, I guess, a small win here, as Umpty has to smite in order to prevent him from getting the kill. But man, that was a big backfire, to say the least.
Yeah, and I honestly feel like it's on Effort a little bit to have not reacted quite quickly enough. There might have been an option there, but I am hindsighting a fair bit, because you saw that he was able to get the Pulverize in the end, but it just wasn't quite fast enough, as Paze just swoops in and takes down Henna before he could react.
A really risky call from Paze, but it does pay off. You know, if he gets pulverized there, it's just probably just gets blown up instantly, as Delight's super low, already used his entire kit with the cask and body slam. So I think there probably was an angle there, but didn't happen. Nope. As it's just really hard to react to Kai'Sa's ultimate. Killer Instinct goes in, and that's exactly what Paze did, man. He lived up to the ultimate name. And this is going to be now a 1-to-1 Drakes, where we'll see what it is going to be for Soul.
Ooh, do we have Mega Blast Cones? Yes, we do. There they are.
It's a bro game.
It is.
Got to get that Chemtech Soul.
So maybe we're going to gentleman's agreement, just one after the other until we have 3 Drakes each, and then we'll go for a fight, perhaps over a dragon, but I don't think it's going to be the super highest priority. Is now Peanut going to get engaged on, going to have to flash away from Effort there. He does say, all right, I'll allow you to escape. He's still a very happy Penguin, as we can see.
Yeah.
But I feel like that is his response for actually everything that's happened so far.
It really is. And Peanut is just, he slips away from danger. Ivern is still a very squishy champion, can, you know, kind of feel safe in the jungle because of how quickly he can clear camp, so you're always out-pathing the enemy jungler. But when they know where you are, sometimes you've got to be respectful. You've got to hope a teammate is nearby, as you will have to flash there. Not going to be the end of the world or anything like that. Ivern's engage is not really reliant on flash. You've got Daisy, you've got your root to set things up.
You just press your root caller button and tell your teammates to do the stuff.
Yeah.
And generally works out. We saw Delight utilizing that. It's kind of awkward for Gragas, because you have to then body slam afterwards anyway. We saw how that one worked, like if you do want to actually get in there. But it works very well for Doran if he wants to close distance. For some of these later game team fights.
It's beautiful if he can, he gets in there and gets that knock up. It's basically Dunzo's. This root is not going to connect.
No, Bro charge does come down. Teleport in immediately from Bro. There's the Pulverize. Massive value as Daisy comes out, but she is immediately going to go down. Doran dives forward, looks for Henna here, going all out, and he is all out of there. He's just doesn't want anything to do with this, and you can understand exactly why. Kind of regretting the teleport, regretting the flash, regretting the ultimate, and regretting giving up this Herald for free.
Yeah, I mean, remember too that even though we did see that mess up in the bottom side of the map and Henna was shut down there, I mean, Bro have a lead in the bottom side of the map elsewise here, and they are still a strong team, and if you don't have a proper setup for this Ivern, he, especially without flash, is just a liability in these fights. And once again, Bro, they were just better set up on the objective. Genji tried to hard force there. The root doesn't connect, and they're like, well, he's got no peel now. He's got no escape. He has no flash. They take Peanut out of the fight. Doran is going to be able to demolish proc on this turret, but I think that Morgan should be able to deny him from taking out the entire thing. But that's basically right now double Herald here for Brion. Gives them so much extra agency on the map.
Yeah, and they haven't been quite farming as well across the board here. Although, you know, Morgan does have a slight lead. It's very even in the mid lane, but bottom side of the map, Paze has been farming effectively. But like you say, the 2 kills, the extra assist, Henna is doing absolutely fine on this Aphelios, and they've had control of the map, which is crazy. It's not really a thing that Bro can normally boast, right? Sometimes there are moments where they can hold on for a long time, but they don't hold on with map control. They hold on whilst conceding everything forever. This is a very different look from the squad, and it looks way better, especially when you look down the line and it's like Gwen, Azir, and the Aphelios, plus effort on Alistar. We've seen his value already. Late game value of Poppy also very, very high. And so stocks are going to rise as we're getting later into this game, just to use the OK Savings Bank reference.
Yeah, it's okay. This is looking pretty doomed for Morgan. Chovy's even TPing down.
Yeah, maybe don't have a look at the graphs right now, but Gwen was immune for a little bit. They take down the turret, though. Needlework doing a little bit of work, but it's not going to be enough. Another kill going to be taken away here by the tree.
And this is a full health turret. They should be able to force it down, but it's going to take some additional resources here as efforts also getting involved. And we may see an additional charge, but definitely a win here for the side of Genji, pulling the Gwen off of the map. Morgan is 0-3 in this game, so we talk about Gwen's side lane power and what she can do oftentimes in these compositions, but she's also playing into tons of burst damage that gets on top of you, so you can't be immune to a lot of it. You're dealing with a Cassante who could knock you up, you're dealing with the root from Ivern and Daisy's knockup, so it's really hard to even late game teamfight as the Gwen in this situation. Because you're so far behind, you're not going to have that side lane presence. As we're just going to watch this one more time here. I mean, it is a commitment of 4 people and a TP to get this Gwen and the turret. This means the instant call is made. You can see on the minimap in the mid lane to drop Herald there mid. But, I mean, there's no control for Karis whatsoever here, so the trade is not equivalent. I think Genji's still winning out despite the double charge on that inner.
Yeah, and you can see that's reflected in the gold as well. Baron going to be up in a minute's time. I don't think either team is prepared to head over there. Of course, a lot of Baron damage available for Bro with Gwen, Azir, Aphelios, right? Like it's a lot of high DPS. Maybe not necessarily without Leandries and things like that, but you are going to see it still do a fair bit of work as Henna going to be sought by the Void.
Very annoying.
Yeah, but not too much going to occur afterwards. But like you say, Genji retain an advantage, at least for now, but I'm not counting chickens yet.
No,
I'm often counting chickens at this stage in a Bro game.
I think that the 2 defining factors here are going to be like Genji's macro sense, which is definitely stronger right now than I'd say we have on the side of OK Savings Bank Brion. And the fact that they have so many ways to shut this Gwen down, and they're already doing a great job of it. Chovy is starting to really come online in this game. The Void Seekers mean in the neutral fights too, you can chip away. That's why Kai'Sa is so beautiful with this AP build, because you both do a lot of burst when you ult in and you follow up on dives, but you also can chip away and force the enemy team to react and either move away or just sit there and take damage, so your dive is then empowered when those health bars get low, and you just keep resetting with the Void Seeker. It is such a fun playstyle as well. And I think Genji, as long as they continue to show that they know what this comp is capable of and what their win conditions are here, I favor them. But it's a fragile Ivern, right? You know, Peanut overextends again, loses his flash, for example, before a team fight. If he doesn't hit the root onto the Gwen, she starts to actually pop off in a team fight. You get stacked on top of her. Or great play from Karis, right? It's a really nice Emperor's Divide. They pick the Tristana. There are ways for this to go wrong. And Henna is going to be a powerhouse later on in terms of his damage output. So it's a close game right now, but my money's on Genji just because of their experience.
Yeah, and
the
also,
nameplates.
Also, the fact that Bro often make these mid to late game mistakes, right? It's oftentimes errors that they make. It's a bit heartbreaking to watch some of the time, but they haven't made them yet. As Effort's going to go forward. Now slightly out of position, the All Out comes forward, and he is going to have to flash to get out of the way. There is the cask. It's going to miss the cow, so he's going to survive for the moment. As Daisy, you're in trouble. Get out of there. She is going to slinks back into the brush, the reeds, as it were, as the Void Seeker going to barely not find the cow. And Effort's going to cancel the back, realizes that things could get dangerous a little bit earlier than he wants them to.
And they just don't want to lose this turret against this dive comp. They really need it to buy more time for this Aphelios, to buy more time for this Azir to hopefully become more relevant in this game. And the Azir with the Nashor's Tooth and the Gwen gives them a 1-3-1 that is really strong. But I mean, you're still dealing with Shiv here on this Tristana. I mean, Bro just need to somehow buy time in this game and then win a decisive team fight. Then they can swing the tides. Keeping this turret alive is definitely one of those critical parts of that.
It feels like only moments ago that Doran lost his flash and teleport, but they're back up again.
Yeah.
It's sort of warping my sense
magical
of time, these two teams playing this out.
Look, he's playing a tough matchup into Gwen, right? It's not like, you know, like Cassante absolutely gets crushed in this one, but he didn't die early. He hasn't died at all this game. The broken hand warmer, man. It's a real thing.
Dude, actually true. It's working out beautifully. As we can see, Chovy going to bounce away. And man, Tristana is such an interesting champion because she is long range, sustained DPS.
Yeah.
But she is also a mage burst damage assassin.
Yeah.
How does it work?
She also is pretty safe. Like, she can escape, she can peel.
Yeah.
And when she gets Shiv, her already pretty good wave clear just becomes insane as, oh god.
Oh dear, that's Killer Instinct for Pays. Named pretty well in his case, as you mentioned earlier on. And that is just a dead Gwen.
Yep. Seen on a ward, that's the end of your life as the Gwen. Not very immune in this case, unfortunately.
No.
Now I think they could pretty successfully siege this turret up. There's just not much that Bro can offer back as Void Seekers are going to continue to poke here. Exactly what I'm talking about with the Kaisa. Nothing Effort can do.
Another one.
Yeah, he's going to do one more.
Wow,
okay, this one misses.
It's got a really long cooldown of 2.5 seconds by the looks of things. Able to just throw them out pretty rapid fire.
I mean, when AP Kaisa was meta, when you're, remember last year, it was like on like a less than 0 second cooldown if you hit somebody.
Yep. What's worse, do you reckon? That or the Extendo Beam?
I'm going to go with Extendo Beam.
Yeah, actually, Extendo Beam was way worse. I don't even know what I'm talking about.
Henna is at half health.
For a couple of seconds, and I'm already like, oh, that's Zeri character. She was fine.
You have to tank these for your AD carry, or he dies, but then you die. And he just keeps getting resets every time somebody gets hit. There's the turret down. And, I mean, Pays, man, what can this guy not do? He's just shown such a wide range of champions he's got mastery on.
I wonder whether the space has been counting the amount of happy penguins that have come through. Headbutt Pulve here from Effort. Does take an explosive charge. Has to use the Unbreakable Will very early, and there is the gentleman with the Killer Instinct once again. Pays going to come through, grab himself a bit of bacon here towards the top side. That's a cow. You don't get bacon from a cow, you get that from pigs. Never mind. It's a steak.
Genji, they shut Morgan down so hard, Atlas.
They did.
And this is the part of the Gwen that every time I talk about, we have a fight, so I guess we're doing it again.
Is it a fight when it's Daisy? Is Peanut, you can see arms in the air, he's like, I can't believe I let Daisy die like that.
He's very sad about it, but, you know, Daisy also comes back, so it's okay.
We'll send a memo. Like a paper airplane or something.
Morgan's seen on a ward here, unfortunately, and then with how the map works with no vision in their own jungle, Morgan doesn't have any advance warning that he's just about to get obliterated. And this Gwen is really tough to pilot into the comp of Genji, but when you're isolated like that, I mean, it's just not even about the champion. This is root and burst damage. There's so much dive here, so much follow-up on a single root. That's why the Ivern is so perfect in this composition. Plus, he can also then shield people who are going in. Then that shield explodes, so the dive is even stronger.
And also, the shield has like 400 billion% uptime as well, as we went over on the space yesterday. It's just, he's not a very fair champion at this point in time. But it's just great to see something new in the meta, to be perfectly honest. I'm really glad that we're not seeing it permanently banned. So far, Canyon was a joy to watch yesterday, and Peanut, our other very creative and also pretty, like, he gets the hot off the press picks going on pretty quickly. Yeah, jumped on the Lulu jungle hype train very quickly after Spirit brought that one out as well. So pretty cool to see this one out once again. But it's a bit too strong, not gonna lie.
This is the last fight of the game here too, Atlas, I think. Red-white for Henna, you got one chance here. Gale force forward.
Oh, there's the real killer instinct, and it comes from Henna!
Okay, he had to flash Ghost for this, but now it's a 5v4 here on the Baron. Great killer instinct, as you say, and now Breon have a real fighting chance in this game here. Henna has no health and doesn't have summoners, so he's gonna actually use this empowered honey fruit. And the fact that he's got a red gun here to actually try to heal up is here we go.
All right, they're going for it. 4 versus 5, though. It's a little bit dangerous. Henna's going to turn back up, still has the red-white guns. And that is going to be the ulti, but it's used just on Daisy, and she's going to pop back pretty quick. The Baron now going to get started here from Bro. They have to realize that they can turn super effectively, but they've used a fair few of their buttons. Henna, no Moonlight Vigil is actually huge. And Pay's going to be respawning in 2 seconds. Bro, don't think they can do it.
I think they had to try, though. Atlas, I'm with you on this. I mean, they have Emperor's Divide, and they have the Alistar ultimate here, so... Oh, Umpty. I mean, you're hanging around here. You just gave this Baron up, and now trying to make sure you can get some sort of vision here, but might end up losing your life for it, as it's just a tug of war here on this one. But I think Bro had the opportunity to fight that one. It wasn't necessarily going to be guaranteed, but I think it was your best chance of the shot at this game. Let Henna's immense sacrifice of his summoners to kill the enemy carry mean something, as he wasn't in the fight initially, but they had such a good setup. They have Alistar with ult, they have Azir. Take that Baron chance, bro. You just let it walk away. Or, I mean, Baron doesn't walk it anywhere, but you walked away from it.
Yeah, and like Pays was so much of Genji's damage. He's like a full mythic up on Chovy, right? Like the 3 kills that were in that fight were on Peanut. And he's support, and yes, you know, he's great support, but I mean, bro,
come on,
bro. Well, they are not.
They're saving it. They're saving it.
Yeah. Okay. Saving it for whenever they decide it is time to fight. Maybe they're actually just gentlemen. Maybe it's gallantry. They're like, no, we will kill you in a 5v5.
It's a high interest rate for game 2, man. It's, after one game, man, the team fights
muskets at dawn, Wolf. Muskets at dawn.
I'm scared of going into this replay right now as we are posturing around Baron, but this is the play from Henna. Completes the kill with the flash and ult. And he had red-white, and unfortunately Kaisa just doesn't have the ability to fight back in that scenario. Now they're going to start this one up. Teleport from Chovy.
All right, they're going to see what they can do. Effort with a bunch of buttons available. Unbreakable will going to be there. We're charging the ultimate as in they go. The Cassante is just dead before anything else has really happened. Delight's nowhere to be seen, and now Peanut is going to dive forward, fails to get the Baron. That's going to go to Bro as Pace is going to be able to cleanse the exhaust. And they're going to be able to grab one of the kills. Oh, that interruption from Delight, absolutely amazing. But he can't interrupt the heroic charge now, and he tries to get out. But no, says Umpty. And Bro's going to win another one. They'll grab themselves a Baron.
And this is really massive for them. They're going to actually take a gold lead again here in this game, too. And Gen.G, they just walked straight into this one with Doran, and there's a huge disconnect. As you mentioned, Delight is nowhere to be seen in the engage here. And, I mean, he drops the Cascade, he's knocked away by Keeper's
knocked away by the ult.
Yeah, I thought, okay.
Yeah, that's
when we watched it, I thought he just wasn't there, but no, he's knocked away. But either way, I mean, there's no follow-up for Doran's sacrifice. He goes in, gets those big knockups, but there's no damage. And then, bro, we're like, okay, cool. Cool story, bro, for Gen.G, actually, as your engage tool now is gone. Peanut tries to go into steal, he fails, and there's just no way out here for Delight. So a Baron plus 3 kills here. This Aphelios is huge right now. And I mean, Void Staff's done for Karas. He's going to start to become a big threat here too. And Gwen, believe it or not, starting to become relevant. I mean, 0, 4, and 2. He's got a bounty though, and his side lane pressure is starting now. It's starting at 30 minutes, but it's starting.
And he's level 16. Like, he's just massive. It doesn't even really matter what the scoreline says. This is a Gwen at 30+ minutes in the game. As this is also a Kaisa that has a Void Seeker and effort. Yeah, he's going to ult.
Look at that shield.
Away, but it's just not going to do anything.
That shield is just...
Yeah, Trigger Seed.
It's hard to look at that.
Yeah. The beginning of the name does make some sense.
Yeah,
you can understand that.
So, bro, I mean, they're going to maybe get 2 turrets for this, and actually potentially 3. Inner goes down, was hit by that charge earlier. Morgan got top outer. He's going to get Inner for Chemtech Soul. Maybe even 4 turrets. I think you'll take that as bro. Thank you very much. Got the Azir turret for the out.
Yeah.
And Gen.G kind of dropping the ball on this one. Yeah, you got the kill on the Alistar, but you lost everything else.
Delight. Owen Wilson impression. Behind enemy lines here is the Gragas. as the Mega Cone going to get Bro over there. They know exactly what's going on. Delight, absolutely terrified right now, will be able to, yeah, just get into the Baron pit and get out. It's easy. I don't know why I was ever worried. Wasn't worried.
He's okay. Everything's fine.
Yeah.
So, effort here in this pit. Hex Flash is over. And then, yeah, he takes a ton of damage from Void Seeker here, and then Chovy engages. But all the while, Morgan's pushing topside here. And then when you commit the ult here to go through and kill this cow, it's just like, you got him, but now where's your follow-up? What do you do from here? You've now given a huge leash to the Gwen, and then you're going to commit Drake. So while it was cool to see the kill onto the cow there and the ult coming through from Pays, ultimately I think a win for Bro. At the end of the day, now 2,000 gold ahead with all of that turret gold coming in.
Yeah, and if it was a relevant soul, completely different story,
yeah, exactly,
right? Like,
exactly.
Like being able to lock down Dragon Soul is generally an absolutely massive win, but Chemtech Soul does kind of warp that a little bit with the fact that it doesn't offer quite as much power as the other ones. It's fine, you know, they're super tenacious and stuff. And Chovy going to demonstrate some of that as Henna going to take a lot of damage here. Still some chakrams available. Oh my goodness, Chovy, I don't know about that one. That might be a little bit much as Pays going to have to ult his way over the wall, but Morgan is immediately after him. Snip, snip he goes, but Pays is still fighting back. And that is going to be the Acathian rain coming down. Doran still trying to tank this one out. He's got a Gargoyle Stone Plate though, and he's Cassante as the flash comes through. And Pays is going to avoid effort. And Gen.G just thinking they're lucky stars that they have a second AD carry.
Yeah, they need to get out of here because the follow-up from this Azir is going to be too much for them with these low health bars. But luckily, there isn't a whole lot of range here on the side of Brion, and they don't have great chase either, so they can actually get out. But Chovy, he just went face first into that one, trying to assassinate Henna, and then Effort's re-engage is so clean. Then Effort has had a great game of Alistair. You talked about his experience on this champion. As Chovy, he really wants this. Steadfast presence here on Umpty is used. There's not a whole lot of chase here. Chovy just, he shoots his shot, man.
When does that ever work?
I don't think so. I don't think so. And now Morgan, like, watch how long Morgan survives here in this fight, too. Imagine if this was a fight where Henna was in range while Morgan is buying all this time to cast, also there to lock him down. But man, this fight here could have gone even worse for Gen.G.
It really could have. Like, if that headbutt pole works, if they manage to kill Doran, then it's huge. And look, like, Gen.G is still just having a really good time. This is why this team is so terrifying. I kid you not. This is why. Because you can have moments like this, but no matter what happens, they still know that they can win. And it's not that they think that they can win. And they might not win.
Yeah,
but they still know that they can every single time. And that is such a huge power for a team.
I mean, Peanut is like the epitome of positive mental attitude. I mean, straight up. I mean, there's a few players who fit this category, but he is
him
like
and Lehens. Him and Lehens are definitely the best.
These are the two players that you think of when you go, no matter what, they are going to keep the right attitude. Mental is not going to break, right? And, you know, even if Peanut makes a big mistake, it's not because he was suddenly, like, depressed in a game because they were behind. It's just, he just peanutted. But
he's just Peanut sometimes. Yeah. But we also love him to be Peanut all the time. And having that level of consistency is absolutely fantastic. Doesn't necessarily show in the play, and that doesn't take away from the fact that Gen.G just made a series of mistakes and have given a whole lot of control back to Bro.
And the fact, too, the point as well, Atlas, like, Bro haven't been able to turn it into a huge win anywhere, though. I mean, they haven't been able to get the inhibitor, so, I mean, this is just Gen.G being the stronger team right now, and Bro, I mean, can they steal this win away from a strong team right now? I said it before, like, I wouldn't be shocked if Bro takes a win here, but it is going to be tough. I mean, Gen.G need to get their wits about them. As Baron is spawning here, they have this turret to actually buffer, and they're going to have to rush this one down ASAP. Deathcap done for Morgan. If they're going to get this, they have good turn. They have vision. This Scuttle's going to expire. I mean, everything is aligning.
This Baron explodes, though. There is, like, no way that you can get here in time, as they're able to ult pop Peanut away anyway. Yeah. So it doesn't actually matter. So there it is. That is just the Baron obliterated. And I mean, a minute and a half on the Elder, though. That is a big one.
They pushed mid. They prepped this. Oh, that's
Party Cask.
Party Cask, yeah, that's what we'll say. They prepped mid. They put up the Sun Disc. They rotated over. They knew they had the damage. The Scuttle was expiring. They had a Control Ward vision there. And they're just like, all right, that's our Baron. That was a decisive call from Bro. Now they can use this Baron buff to get Prio for Elder and basically do the same thing. Elder takes a little bit longer to burst down, but you could still functionally start that one up and force Gen.G to come to you. And Gen.G's engage is so conditional, right, with his Cassante and the Ivern. You need some poke, you need some additional time to hit those Void Seekers and then find a target to blow up. Hopefully, in their case, it's Gen.G, probably the Karis angle here or the Henna angle. You want to blow up one of these carries, the Azir or the Aphelios. But I mean, bro, man, with this map control, if they get that inhibitor mid, this gets even tougher. They're being so timid about it, but the Baron buff alone should kind of guarantee that prio, and I think that's what they're just playing around right now. Not going to take any risks.
Yeah, but the thing is, this composition kind of just like works even in the bro style, right?
Yeah.
You set up around an objective, and then Umpty hits like 1 or 2 people with his ult.
And then it's done.
Bro kind of automatically win fights because their composition, like it's post 36 minutes. Like this comp is amazing. And the fact that they made it to this part of the game and now they have an advantage, I mean, they've got a lot of insurance.
I mean, they're actually trying to push the envelope a little bit further. I'll just say take your Elder at this point. You got the inhib. That's going to be guaranteed additional prio. You already have control of mid. You're trying to get a little bit of control on bottom side here. They're actually going to try to tunnel onto Morgan. He can buy time. He has TP, and they're going to push mid. Genji have to be careful. They're actually going to get the teleport out of Chovy, and they can just back out here. Morgan can push that wave so easily. They've got Scuttle Vision on that Elder. Bro, look like they are primed to win this game. All they have to do is stick the landing on this final Baron, or rather this final Elder take, win the fight, secure that smite.
Oh man, it would be so heartbreaking if bro can't win this fight.
I know, right? Like, come on, bro.
Yeah, come on, bro. You have to be able to do this. Because they have been playing so incredibly well. This is the bro that we've wanted to see for so long, as the fight is going to break out. Umpty going to be interrupted. They do secure the Elder, though. It's not quite Exodia, but it's way better than what Gen G has. They're going to have to back away, and now, bro, they are beelining for that mid lane.
Yeah, they can just push mid straight up. And even Infernum damage is such a problem here to deal with. TP coming through from Karis, and he's got the damage here. They have to respect Henna. Every time he hits that AoE shot with this Infernum, those health bars are going to burn.
Morgan is still... He's a 0-5 Gwen, and I am terrified of this guy. An absolute monster. They're burning them down with this Elder, but Genji is still staying pretty healthy. And Needlework is, that's no joke, but still.
Bro?
We're by the numbers here, Wolf. By the numbers.
Yeah, we certainly are. Some great brush setup here for Peanut. Does hurt the siege a little bit. And they're going to actually now just move to the top side.
Umpty's going to take a lot of damage. Does flash away. They're not able to get the inhibitor. Yeah, okay. That is going to be a pullback. Morgan's going to go golden. He's going to try and survive. Oh, the cask is fantastic, in the Acathian Rain will follow the Gwen. And the Void Seeker, it's going to land onto Karis. Killer Instinct is on cooldown, so he doesn't have to worry too much, but Doran is still trying to hunt them down, and Chovy's going to jump on top of Umpty.
Resets after resets.
They're going to be able to get that one. Now Effort is just trying to gallop his way out. What do they do? What do cows do? How do they run? Gallop's going to work. He's moving anyway. He's a biped cow, so it doesn't really quite work.
Did you ever hear the story of the tragedy of Breon the Saving Spank? It's not a story the Giga Chads would tell you, Atlas.
No, it's not.
But you know what?
It's not over yet, Wolf.
It's not over yet, but actually it might be, because Genji will take an advantage like this and they will actually kill you. They will actually do it. I mean, look at this. One siege minion is goodbye turret with this Tristana damage. It's unreal. I mean, with AP Kai'Sa hits that too. They had Elder, they had Baron for 30, they had mid inhibitor down, and Peanut put up some bushes and they said, I'm a little bit afraid of that.
Oh, no.
And then the engage here onto Umpty as well. I mean, look at this. Doran comes in, Chovy just blows him up. He lives, but the fight is over. Effort's taking too much damage. Henna, after one Void Seeker, is down to 2/3 health, and they just have to get out. Morgan, stopwatch is here, and then the cask is perfectly timed from Delight. And that's just it. That's the end of your Elder push. That's the end of your win conditions. You get one more fight like this as bro, but you're not going to have the map control you've had for the last 10 minutes. Not anymore.
These Void Seekers, man, it's a lack of counterplay, and it does remind me very much of the last time we saw AP Kai'Sa be a meta champion. I remember that getting nerfed into the ground, and I liked that. But now it seems to be back, and it's working very effectively. This is also pays with, like, mega money, like the most money. He's playing
full build.
His top laner. He is full build, like you were talking about. He's got a Zhonya's done. As Umpty's going to be flashed on here once again. Step up pass presence is decent to try and get Pays out of the area, but now he's set up. And there's no way out for the Poppy. That's going to be another kill onto Umpty. And bros, please, no! This was your game. You had it.
Oh, this is so sad, Atlas. And I mean, the thing is, Genji, they see blood in the water. They go. They have a dive comp. they see Umpty, they're like, that's not a tank, not anymore, not at 40 minutes into this game. Goodbye, Poppy. And now you don't have the ability to even Keeper's Verdict to win an unwinnable fight here as Bro on Baron spawn. Genji are on top of it. They've got the brush set, and Bro back cowering in their base here, hoping for a miracle. At least they have all 3 inhibitor turrets up, and maybe Gwen can actually push some attention bottom side here. Morgan's trying his best, and they're just trying to buy time for an Elder flip, the traditional Breon way.
Yeah.
But, I mean, crown broken here by Chovy's Shiv as well. I mean, this is such a tough scenario here. I mean, Genji, like I said, they will take these advantages, and they will kill you. They will not hesitate.
Well, it's their turn, so let's see whether Bro can play the defense effectively. And yes, this is like the new tech of the patch, right? The Genji are playing out very, very well, but Bro caught them in some mistakes. Bro made it happen.
Look at the damage
and
from
Paze is just doing way too much damage. Yeah, these Void Seekers are I think I know if Genji...
Look at that!
Like, that's dumb. It is dumb. And I think, like, even though
it's
like a lot of... It is a problem. We're going to write it down. If Genji find a way to win, I think we know who's going to get POG. But if Bro managed to win, I don't know, because I'm proud of all of them, Wolf. And I think that being able to...
I'm both proud of all of them and disappointed with all of them.
Yeah. But I think we were already disappointed for all of these reasons, and they'd done way less last time. So I think we can allow the pride to overtake.
Like,
that's what I'm letting myself do.
What's it like to be Edgar right now? I don't want to know. I just do not want to know.
Yeah.
I don't want to know, but this is potentially the beginning of the end. Umpty going in.
Yeah, he's going to try and find a snare. Does manage to make his way out. Steadfast Presence giving him a bit of extra speed as there is not a lot of counterplay.
The poke is coming.
W in an accurate direction.
I mean, when you have Baron buff minions to give you a huge buffer, so there's no real counter engage here. And Bro, I mean, they don't have hard engage in this comp. It's really tough. You need a Keeper's Verdict. Umpty needs to do something here. Maybe keep this base alive to have an Elder fight in 40. And it has GA. He's level 18. He's doing his best. He's got red-white.
Yeah. Chovy's drawn all of the beads that he can possibly draw. It's a lot of range that he has at his disposal. Difficult for the Azir to find these engage windows, but also Karras hasn't really been doing it. He does now have it as the Q does come back. The all-out comes forward, and now, Bro, you have to stand your ground. Can you win a team fight is the question. Paze going to get exhausted, but he's going to cleanse it. And what was that AoE? Just gigantic damage from Genji. Umpty will survive. No one dies.
They're backing to the Elder here. This is the longest game of summer. Potentially.
Well, almost,
potentially.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought it passed it. Potentially could be. I don't think it necessarily is going to be, as they could actually just kite back here. Doran can hold the door, and I mean, it's a race to Elder right now. Hannah already used his ult, didn't hit anybody, and this is going to be Elder going over.
Yeah, not a lot the Bro can do about it. And now, it's not quite yet. It is Exodia for the next 30 seconds.
It's just like the last time, right? With Bro having about 30 seconds of Baron and Elder, but now we're 44 minutes into this game, and they have insane siege with this Kai'Sa. And at this point, like, Paze is just going to delete waves, as you can see here, and they're going to get this last inhibitor first with these Baron-empowered minions with the last 10 seconds. Look at how much damage with that AP he could do with Chovy, and I mean, hold your ground one more time, Bro, I guess.
Let's see whether they can go for any sort of Hail Mary, any sort of engage. But it's going to be so difficult because the Elder just gives Genji so much power. Chovy has so much range, and so does Paze. His auto attack range isn't high, but Void Seekers exist, and they're broken. As Doran going to be able to land a Q onto Henry, takes so much damage. Keeper's Verdict does come down, and now Bro have a man advantage in the fight. The all-out comes forward from Doran. He tries to get himself out of there. Killer Instinct, he gets immediately knocked up, and Paze goes golden, but there's 1,000 gold for Morgan. Can they actually do it? Chovy's in there, and he goes down to his GA, but he takes down the carries.
Hannah alone.
Yeah, can Hannah actually do it? I mean, he's kind of massive right now. He does have the red guns of Severum's keeping him alive, and Genji, they are limping, but they are still up in this fight. The Q lands though, and Hannah's going to be CC'd. The Dragon, the Wrath comes down, and that is going to be the ace. And Wolf, my heart breaks for Breon. I'm still so proud of them, but man, come on.
They did it. They got us the longest game of the season. We'll give them that. We crest the 45-minute mark here, but Genji will take it in the end. And man, what a game. But Bro, once again, playing against our top teams and making it close, making it competitive. It wasn't a great early game. We could talk about how Morgan played a Gwen into a comp. It's really tough. He was picked 3 times early. A 4th time dies alone in the jungle on a ward. And then Genji makes some mistakes around Baron. Bro have the damage to burst it down. They made a good decision to clear mid, take that one out. And then suddenly, Bro are in a winning position, but they fumble the execution on the Elder push. Genji get back map control, and even though in front to back, if you survive the initial dive, like, it's a much better comp for Bro. We all know this. It wasn't enough in the end because of that Elder burn and because of that final Q knock-up onto Henna. They're able to end it. If he doesn't die there, maybe he could buy enough time for a respawn and the game continues, but he is eventually caught there by Doran and the game ends. But almost 50,000 damage for Pays, who I think will very likely be picking up POG.
I have a feeling you might be right there. 47.7k is just massive. So much of that, the Void Seekers, but also he really did do his ultimate's name justice in this game. Was going in at all opportunities.
He did his job, man. He did.
Effort finding that final pulverize was exactly what we needed a little bit earlier into the game, but you saw so much from Bro. It's why there was a bit of disappointment, you could say, at the end of that, because they got so close to breaking the curse, so close to picking up a win for the first time in so long. Short break, guys, then the space. We'll break down game one. We'll go into game two.
뽀삐고 날라가서 걸리면 안 돼.
다 빼볼게. 해서 오죠. 거기 공 깎고 천천히 가.
네, 천천히. 이거 잡아.
앞에
가인.
앞에 안 되면 돼.
앞에 가인.
앞에.
보자.
앞에 놓고. 할만한가? 앞에 로플이야.
할만해.
폴라한테 뺄게.
그나.
좀 봐줄래? 앞에 로플이야.
이거 앞에만 자 이거 조심해 하는 거. 뒤에 받아.
이게 왜 저거? 야, 보내 이거?
보자.
앞에 로플이야.
이거 안 돼. 천천히 해볼래? 야, 천천히 하면 끝날만 하거든. 천천히 해봐봐. 오케이, 미니어 해보면서 나랑 이거.
나 실드 줘.
앞에 보자.
자. 힘들다. 진짜 재밌네. 그라가스 재밌네.
나이스요?
나이스요. 너무 재밌네.
And welcome back to the space, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the game at home. It was interesting, to say the least, and I'm really, yeah. You know what? Okay, I guess that's what Genji said after this one. What do you have, Chronicler? What is your take on this game? Clean. I think clean is the word that we were looking for here.
Okay, so there are two ways to, before we actually get into it, there's two ways to interpret this game. Either Genji have just lost all semblance of any type of quality, or they're having more fun than they should. And they flew dangerously close to the sun. In doing so, it's with the longest game of the season. And it was an experience.
Yeah, I feel better having experienced it. You know, it was. You know, there were some ups, there were some downs. We all got better as a unit here.
We all learned something.
That game.
That's for sure. Genji said that they would go 18-0 here, might as well have some bit of fun doing so. Let's take a look at the draft though, because I think there's a lot of things to say and takeaways about this. Yesterday, I was shocked to see that teams were not adapting to the new patch, and Chronicler here, I think it's a case of that again, with Ivan being open here.
Yeah, I really did not appreciate the Brion draft. I think it's similar to what Homba has been doing, where you just draft what was good last patch, but this is actually one of the patches that has a really big impact on how the draft should play out. Giving over Ivan with double AD carry, even with how subpar Genji played, still it felt like as long as Pina didn't just go in heads first, as Ivan into multiple people, they had such an which he did multiple times. You have such a great front line with the Gragas as well. And it should be hard to play out for Brion.
It should be, initially. And I think the early game went quite the way Genji was expecting with, let's say, execution missing out again on this side of Bro. I want to roll this first highlight here to see what happens, because plays happen top lane, happen bot lane, and then here, I don't think this is supposed to play out this way, Valdez. What do you think about this?
No, it's definitely not. Doran was in mid lane this entire time, by the way, so that's the first thing. They force a fight 4v5. Bro are like, thank you very much, we'll take that for free. They totally clean up Genji on the Rift Herald. They get the Rift Herald as well, and we're like, oh, Bro in a really good early game spot. Unfortunately, some mistakes did follow that, and Genji were able to make things even, as had happened many times during this game.
And this is, we didn't know it back then, but this was just a precursor for the amount of swings and back and forth throws that we were going to see, because as it turns out, Kai'Sa is really good at assassinating single targets. The fact that Effort isn't able to keep his AD carry safe, that Paze actually finds the space, and that Umti is just kind of there watching it happen, set us on the path that this game would become. And as mentioned, I really do want to highlight again, this was a very, very messy game. I think the only player that came out looking okay, I was going to say Paze, but then he had that final ultimate into like 4 people. It's just a lie.
Yeah, he and Chovy multiple times just diving into the backline, into 4 enemies. Like, it was really messy.
It's hard to make sense of what happened here, clearly, because Bro missing out on the execution. I think Genji getting a bit ahead of themselves here, taking too many risks. How would you explain what happened here as we roll the second replay? Because Bro got the advantage. They should have ended the game here, I feel.
They really, even before this, right? Because this is where they actually lose the game. As they lose a team fight with Elder, and this is, and has been one of the biggest problems of Brion. If you have Elder, you can't play scared. You can't give Genji agency to set up a team fight. Like, it's just not allowed. They had Elder, they had Baron, they should have been able to close out the game. And the reality of this game to me is, it was Genji saying, we can just headbutt our way through a brick wall. And then they did.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
And they shouldn't have been able to.
No, they were gifted a win on a silver platter that they should not have been given, right?
Should have been 1-0 for
And Bro, this has been their thing, right? They get early leads. They can play mid games decently. Yeah, it's not the cleanest game we've ever seen. They're not the best team in the league, but this is when it really comes down to it. To crunch time in the later game team fights where they're like, we're all too scared, we can't do anything, we're not going to fight. And they had Baron and Elder before that clip as well. And they're pushing mid and they're like, you gotta force a fight there. You can't just back off with the Elder buff and not do anything. Otherwise, Genji get a free win.
Yeah, but that is not what I'm expecting when it comes to Genji, what is supposed to be the top team we have in the LCK right now. But they won it in the end, so let's reveal the player of the game. Who should it be here? As we said, it's hard to
Probably still pays.
Pays again? With the Kaisa, I guess, coming in clutch when it needed.
Yeah, so Pays had, I think Pays was outside of probably the Light, the player on the Rift that was really giving it his all, together with Hannah actually.
Yeah.
And he had the moment where he got caught in mid, that was a big mistake, and then he had his final killer instinct. Outside of that, I think he played the cleanest game here. And I really liked this Gragas as well. Actually, we were close to voting for the Light because I do think that he set up a lot of the team fights a lot better than the top lane tank did, even though it was being piloted, or it was a Cassante rather. But Pace's damage and his positioning in the team fights proper is, I think, what kept him in this game.
Absolutely. I mean, he got really fed on the Kaisa. He piloted it really well. He started hitting all of his W's, and yeah, the W is insane, especially when you hit as many as Pace did. So we had to give that consistency vote to him. As somebody voted for Doran, I don't understand that at all. If you're going to vote for someone else, for at least Delight in this game.
I really wish I could have access to what's going on in the backstage room and the coaching room right now for Genji, because I don't think they're going to be happy here. It is all, that's all for now on this side of the space. I'm losing my English here, so it was such a messy game. Back to you guys for game 2.
Don't worry, Laura, I think we're right there with you when it comes to losing voices, losing the ability to understand League of Legends is something that I am currently doing, because that last game was a trip. That was an adventure.
That we took, yeah. It was a bad trip as well.
Yeah, it's like
I'm glad you were there with me.
On the ground. Yeah, no, I
was worried I was going to be alone, but I was like, wait, no, Alice is here. As 500 games hit for Chovy, by the way, the third bid to do so. You mentioned this, and he is going to be up here in terms of our top 10 players in terms of games played, and is behind only Faker and BDD in mid laners.
Yeah, Faker, of course, out in front in like 800 and something, but he is a little bit of an anomaly. And some old names there that Chovy will eventually surpass. So we'll look to see what his journey up the rankings is going to look like. But first, let's jump into the draft here. As Bro, they've taken the blue side.
Yeah, unsurprising. Let's see if the draft changes, because I do agree with the space that their draft was a little bit dated. And some of the bans that we did see just didn't really make sense. I mean, the LeBlanc, I think you can respect that choice, especially with Karis here on the Rift. You don't want to give Chovy the agency to absolutely crush a 1v1 matchup and then have a huge impact in sides. But he will just play Tristana again. Okay, thankfully, that is no longer an option, because I thought the Tristana first pick, maybe you can't do that against KT, maybe you can't do it against T1. But I think against a team like Bro, it's just so strong for Chovy with both trees up. Both trees are up, by the way. So let's see if Bro is going to actually prioritize the Ivern here for Umpty. A player who's been so good at picking up new champions when they are released, especially AP champions. But we'll just be going back to the Poppy very likely here. It's flexible, but it, you know.
Kaisa Ivern is now just a pretty free rotation. You can't double AD. It's much more difficult to run other AD carries in the mid lane outside of the Tristana, so Genji might want to slip away from it.
What if it's Ivern Kaisa, the Kaisa goes mid, and then Pace plays a different AD?
Ooh.
No, it's going to be Azir they lock in here, taking that one away from Karis. I mean, that could be a thing, but I'm mostly joking here. So they'll actually take Maokai, it looks like. Oh.
I would like, I think like one of the mystical trees would be fine. It's going to be Ivern once again. I think he's just that little bit too strong. What about this? Now, they've intentionally left Renekton available. Bro, immediately prioritize that, and then you still get double AD carry because you just play Quinn Kaisa.
You could do it. It could happen. I mean, I could see it.
I don't know whether it'd be good, but it is another way of doing the thing that they did.
Well, I think that Bro are going to play the Renekton. That much is actually legit going to happen, and it does get locked in here. So no surprises. The Poppy is no longer a flex. But the question now becomes, what are they going to play into this Azir? The LeBlanc was banned by them. Ooh, and the Ahri Poppy, not really the mid jungle duo I'm looking for here.
No, and
I'm not going to solve my Jeopardy.
I've been pretty outspoken about how I don't like Ahri very much at all at the moment, especially not into Azir. We've seen Azir picked into Ahri all the time.
It's happening! Alice, it's happening!
This was the bait, like the trap that was set. But you know how we were talking about tripping over a pothole in the road, Wolf? Like, this is like the pothole had like every single warning sign ever pointing towards it with gigantic red arrows that said, by the way, there's a huge pothole here. Don't fall into it. And there it is. The Quinn's going to be locked in. Of course, This is something that only Keen has been able to do here in the LCK.
I mean, this is Bro just sticking the stick into the bike spools, you know, in a lot of ways in this draft, because it has very little spokes. Yeah, sorry, spools is like a completely different thing, but yeah, spokes.
Could do some weaving. I like it.
Well, they're gonna have to weave their way out of this early part of this draft. I like that transition.
Yeah, that was a beautiful one.
When you say the wrong word, you gotta do something with it. But
you didn't need a pothole on that segue, my friend. That was gorgeous.
So, I mean, they're going to try to ban out some of these picks for pays here. The Aphelios is gone now. Maybe a Xayah ban here makes sense because, you know, what Bro's composition now has to do is try to get on top of the back line here, and Xayah is really safe at this point. Rakan is banned, so maybe you don't ban the Xayah anymore because you're like, oh, okay, I guess they're not going to pick this. Doesn't seem likely with the ban on Rakan, even though it is quite strong with what Bro have put together here. You take away another 80 carry for pays, but then how do you stop the train from rolling here on the side of Gen G? They have such a great top half of the map right now. Draven, also pretty good with what they're putting together, but Ashe is an interesting one here. They're going to lock that one in, obviously buffed on this patch.
Yeah, she's looking pretty strong at the moment, and now the Kai'Sa is available if you want to, but I think Ashe kind of runs that lane, especially when you're holding the support pick until later. A lot of different options as well, because if they once again just run Gragas, which they can if they would like to, the setup with Arrow into Cask means that it's very difficult to avoid unless you do have Cleanse available. So.
It's just so good. We're picking Kalista into Ashe, a choice that you could certainly make. With Alistar as well, I mean, it's a good Fate's Call combo. Efforts Alistar was pretty good in the last game.
And it's Kali Ali, which is kind of cool.
Yeah.
As a combo. Outside of that, kind of dislike it.
Yeah, it's not feeling great. Now, they can just play
Freljordian.
I mean, they could go Freljordian, and they could have also played a double AD lane. The Varus would have been obviously ideal, but they banned that away. Draven also gone with the stronger pairings with the Ashe. Could have played Caitlyn. I wouldn't even hated it with the ability to just then set up team fights front to back later on. The top lane disparity is immense. It is going to be Morgan has no agency this game. There's going to be Karis is playing Ahri into Azir, which, like you said before, we really are not fans of that right now. You put the nameplates on, you feel even worse about what this could look like, and it's a Kalista into Ashe lane here. Feels like a giga gap, and then later on in the game, Bro do fall off, and they're scaling as well. Like it doesn't scale. Like you're like, oh well, they got Quinn, so maybe they'll outscale. You know, not really actually in this case. So I'm very concerned about how this is going to go for the side of OK Saving Spank Breon. I think this draft is kind of a train wreck, but if they could somehow salvage it on early Drake fights, get some Fate's Call value, maybe Doran messes up the lane.
Yeah,
I mean, it could happen.
Have you seen the hot pack? It's well and truly intact.
It's not broken.
It's intact at the start of the game. That could be the huge problem, because we saw the early game actually going quite well for Gen G towards that top side, even though everything was kind of shenanigans.
Man, the OK man even looks like Ivern, and they're just not prioritizing it here.
Yeah. It's a little bit tough, but this is a mid-game composition that can find success if they manage to wrangle it correctly, and if Umpty gets up to some good work in the early stages of the game. Outside of that, I think the Gen G's composition kind of beautiful, put together really nicely for the patch as well. Let's jump onto the rip for Game 2. All right, I have to say, OK Breon had much better coordination with the fan chant this time around. Maybe that will allow for more coordinated late game team fighting in this one. And
I hope so.
And not maybe coordination isn't the problem. Maybe like doing it is the they need the Shiloh buff. That's what they need.
Yeah. They need the just do it.
Yeah, seriously, that's what they need. They need someone to like just run that through. Like, you know how there's white noise in those like the noise canceling headsets that they're wearing? Like, instead of white noise, it just needs to be that on repeat.
Yeah.
They will get fired up. You know, it'll be fine.
I want it to be Umpty, who's then photoshopped onto Shia LaBeouf's head, and he's just making them do it.
That's what we need.
Because they were certainly not. They were mostly not doing it. They did actually make some decisive calls, to be fair, in Game 1. Like, taking the Baron, they realized their damage, they push mid, they put up the Azir turret, they've got great turn. they just weren't decisive when they had Exodia. And they had it for only 30 seconds, right? But they had enough tools to actually push it in. I think everyone universally will agree with that. As I think this might be the Ivern game where it's like, okay, we don't have to watch the entire pathing anymore.
Yeah,
we've done it a few times now. The observer's like, let it go.
He doesn't do all the fun root caller stuff that the Canyon was doing. As Doran, we'll see whether he's going to max W, much like we saw Keen doing earlier on. As Renekton's been doing pretty well. This Cow, not doing great. As Pays utilizing the range advantage that he does have over Henna in this lane.
I mean, you look at those players too, and minus a few, it's all kind of Renekton savants, right?
Oh, yeah.
And I look at Morgan, I'm like, well, he's supposed to be on the Renekton savant list. He's not on the win streak right now, but he could become a part of it here if they could start a potential reverse sweep. When we're doing some real narrative hyping here is, unsurprising to no one, level 1 Alistar Kalista into Ashe. Having a bit of a rough one down here. Not the greatest of early games, but this is as the nature of League of Legends goes.
Yep, and speaking of nature, we've got a lot of animals in this game. On the side of Brionne, crocodile, fox, and cow, pretty cool. But Gen G, bird, I guess tree's not an animal, but it is still not human.
It's fauna. It's fauna.
Yeah, we're gonna go with that. So bird, tree, bird. Ashe has a bird and a door. It's actually really cool.
Yeah, door is definitely part of nature.
Yeah, oh, yeah,
much like the mustache that Braum has as well.
Especially if it's like, you know, hand-carved mahogany, you know, as Peanut moving in. Just gonna look for Karis here. Doesn't find the root caller, even though it's coming out of the brush. Karis is gonna be A-OK, no flashes required. Morgan, not as okay, as we can see. He's going to have to look into, you know, the name of his team.
Yeah, he's an okay bro, but he's not okay bro.
Yeah.
But he will be relevant later in team fights potentially, but it is going to be a bit of a rough start. As Doran is not also finding the massive advantage that we saw Keen find in the matchup into Kana here, where he actually was able to push the early game way further than what we're seeing from Doran here. In fact, Morgan's keeping it even in CS, so he's actually feeling okay about the situation, all things considered. It's not great, but considering the matchup, better than usual is Umpty.
All right, we've got a bit of a crash here as in goes Effort, finds the pole bond to both, and Pays is going down extraordinarily low, but he's not dead yet. He picks up first blood, and now Delight is looking to try and answer this one back. We've seen some Brahms perform some supportal combat, but Peanut is coming over as well. Delight thinking about flashing after them after being three-man dove.
Peanut's like, you know what? I'll just say we got first blood. I'll take double scuttle. Let's just not use any more flashes, and we'll just walk away from the situation. It's not as exciting, but I think it's a wise choice, as things could have gone a little bit worse for the wear there if you do commit the flash over as Braum in this situation. Not a whole lot of damage on the Ivern here for E6, and he will be able to double scuttle and walk away. In the lane here, we haven't really zoomed in on this one very much because it's the most boring of the three. So far, Karis is actually holding his own against Chovy. So watch this one more time. Pays has level 3 right before this. The pull of engage here for Effort with a headbutt is beautiful, but they miss like one extra auto there, and so as a result, he ends up getting first blood, and Ashe's slows work really well in these situations. Yeah,
it was beautifully done. I think Delight as well. Great door placement. Able to use the stand beside me to get that extra mitigation also. So hats off to how the Braum played it. Have to see what Delight is putting his points into. Just for Ox, who cares a lot about what you max on Braum, as we know. As Poppy making his way down, that is a headbutt flash pole from Effort. Does manage to find the stun onto Pays with the trample, and Pays knows that it is all done. That's going to be the kill, and Bro really finding the angles.
Yeah, Pays looking a little bit uncomfortable on this Ashe pick and into the Alistar as well. I mean, Alistar hasn't really been meta through any of his career as a staple, right? When we've seen Alistar as a niche pick, but seems a little bit uncomfortable into this matchup here that he picked into, that was picked into him as Chovy.
Oh, Emperor's Divide. They're going to catch him with the root caller as Karis trying to dash away and is going to be able to do so. So, congrats. Gen G get a flash, get an ult out of the Ahri.
And it's so weird how in the LCK we often see the Kalista win this matchup, but not on her own, because so many resources are committed to pushing the lane, or you're pushing the lane super hard without any resources, rather, because you just naturally win this, and then ganks happen, Efforts engage happens. Peanut, you're a squishy Ivern. You've got to be careful here, as Effort is just... I want to see this guy play Alistar no matter what the meta is. It looks like he is just a completely different player here when he goes back to this old comfort pick.
Yeah, I mean, this was his champion, right?
Yeah.
It is just, it goes to show, right, that you have these champions in your repertoire that you're just comfortable to make the plays on. Effort didn't look like that player on things like Lulu and stuff like that, but here on the Alistair, feeling like his bread and butter. And they've gone back to what works. And as Henna reaches level 6, which he's getting closer and closer to, only one more level remains, Effort's going to be able to go in even more insanely and then just be pulled out again.
Yeah, it's crazy what he's going to be able to do. And Alistair Callista is such a strong combo. And with the lead that Henna has, I mean, the mid-game fights here are going to be bonkers for the side of OK Savings Bank, Brion. And also consider the Renekton is actually just faring fine on the top side of the map. Like, Doran is actually not really getting any lethal pressure, not getting plate gold. This is night and day compared to what Keen was able to do to Kana. Like, yeah, he's actually holding his own very well.
And it's also not Umpty living topside. There's another pulverize here from Effort. Just needs the headbutt to get this one done, as the Rend not going to find the kill onto Pays or anything, but that pressure is going to be enough to send the message that they wanted. Great Vault in answer, but there's the flash forward as Morgan looking for the kill onto Doran. Gonna cleanse
here.
the
Car's
stun
coming
as
up.
Umpty's gonna come on over, like you say. Not gonna be able to get the stun to the wall, as Doran is gonna have to go back. Does, of course, have the ultimate available, so he can fly on Valor to get himself back towards this one. But Morgan is behind the turret now. This guy's Renekton.
I mean, these are the glimpses of what we know OK Savings Bank Brion are capable of. That makes you feel like, you know, when you make statements, okay, Cars, this is not it, though.
Another Empress Divide is going to come through here, as he does once again have the ultimate and does once again have to use it.
Almost caster cursed.
Yeah.
But these are the moments where you go, well, I can't believe Wolf would say, you know, that Bro could take a game off Genji. That's ridiculous. A 1-5 team against a 6-0.
I mean, they basically took the game
exactly
outside of killing the Nexus game.
And then you watch this one and you're like, okay, I'm watching a Callista crush an Ashe with the help of Effort's really strong engage. Umpty's coming down there. They're trying to shut the strong point of this Ashe down. They're shutting down the Quinn now on the top side. They don't end up getting the kill, but it's a successful gank nonetheless. And the early game calls are crisp. And yeah, Genji, the stronger team, absolutely. But you could just see these glimpses of the early game and the plans and the draft actually working out exactly as they intended, even if we don't like it. I mean, they're making it work to a certain extent. And it's just, can they stick the landing in these? I mean, this is not the lead that we're talking about what they had, obviously, in the late game in Game 1. Let's see if they could try to find some other edges here with this 2-0 Callista.
Yeah, Henna is going to be a big deal in this game. Of course, was one of our Callista players of old. You do have to dig deep to look back to
2021, yeah.
Yeah, some of the other 80 carry metas, because we have been in Lucian Ophelio's Zeri purgatory for what feels like forever. So thankfully now we've got Ashe and we've got Callista here on the map. Beautiful. Love to see it. And Bro going to make their way around. And honestly, like, if you look down the line, it is just comfort everywhere for Brion. And I think Genji have done a great job in the draft as far as like what the draft looks like on paper in all of these lanes. But you can see, like you already mentioned, the fact that Pays doesn't necessarily look like he's his normal aggressive self that needs to know all the calculations on the Ashe.
I mean, it's not a disaster or anything like that, and you got first blood, but it doesn't seem as comfortable on this pick as he does all the other meta picks. And, you know, we'll see how he does, obviously, when we get to some of those late-game team fights, because that's where it's going to be really critical. In a lane against Callista where you get flash-pulled with the headbutt with a really nice engage from Effort, like, you know, you can flash those if you're perfect, but we're all human, right? So I don't want to judge him too harshly here on this early game, but he is 20 CS down, unfortunately, in a favorable matchup. As on the top side of the map here, once again, Doran not finding massive advantages here, and I think a lot of this game might come down to what they do in team fights. Genji, as the veteran squad here, they have themselves also a pretty decent mid-game setup here. If Quinn can find the back line, find this Renekton, push him out of the fight, or you have an Emperor's Divide engaged, Doran alone.
Yeah, that's another vault going to be used as the dice going to come forward. They do manage to get the ulti. That is going to knock up Doran. He gets the trigger C, but I don't know whether it's going to be enough, and Morgan is going to cull him. And now, Peanut just trying to keep himself alive, trying to offer a bit of damage back. Of course, has Daisy activated, but that's going to be 50 gold for the Croc. And Bro, 3 kills to 1 in this early stage of the game.
Yeah, and Morgan here going to be able to get a ton of plate gold picked up here as well. Just no answer whatsoever. Doran took Cleanse, because you usually take this in this matchup for the Slice and Dice, or rather for the W. What's that one called?
The Ruthless Predator.
Yeah, Ruthless Predator. There you go. See, everybody knows that one except me. Nice charm here. But yeah, he took that for the stun, and then he doesn't have teleport, so plate gets picked up. Morgan doesn't actually push for 2, because he's, I guess, scared that, you know, maybe something else is going to happen up there. I think he definitely could have pushed for 2, but anyways, gets the 1, gets a kill. I mean, Brion are 3-1 here. It's only a 500 gold lead, but when this comp is ahead like this in the mid game, it's huge.
Man, we've seen, that's the third one of these, as once again, Peanut in position, as Chovy going to avoid the charm, but this time, no ult necessary for Karis. Don't believe he used it anyway. Wasn't hit by the Emperor's Divide at least, so he's going to be fine.
Karis just not going to drop the ball on those today.
Oh, he did use the ult, but they've just managed to get his ult every time it's on cooldown, and I don't think Karis minds.
Yeah, no, he's not messing up the escapes, let's say. He's escaped danger every time and traded ultimates. So he's the one part where Bro isn't crushing right now, but he's not also getting dunked on either, so we'll lose some plates here.
Yep.
Chovy going to pick up both.
Yeah, grabs 2 of them. As we are going to go for a slight pause. Interesting. Not entirely sure what has happened here.
Yeah.
Normally
I don't
we
think
see
it's
the little disconnects as well that come through if it's someone that is having like frame drops or something like that. So
yeah,
something else.
There are a few bugs currently with the Herald, but I don't think any of them occurred with that charge there. But the pause happening right afterwards means that this is my first guess. We'll update you guys as soon as we
Has he broken another one? No, he hasn't. Looks like that one's intact. Okay, there we go.
So far, so good. His water bottle is also placed horizontally, so there is no chance of a spill.
Uh-huh. I hope the lid's on.
It looked like based on the lack of flow of water, I'm guessing yes. As we were 12.5 minutes into this game, gold slight lead for Bro. Won't even show up on this graph because it's that minuscule, but it has been a very tumultuous early game here for the side of Gen.G.
Certainly has. And Doran, I think, did something. He's confused about Static Shiv or something. There's a thing that happened. We're
getting in the update
updated as it comes through. I think he believes that the effect went off incorrectly, or it is not actually proccing, or something like that.
Yeah, we'll wait until we get the final confirmation. He might be wrong, and this might actually be a warning for Gen.G for the pause here.
Oh.
He was like, oh, he said Static Shiv isn't proccing, so he paused, but he didn't purchase the item.
Yeah, so he doesn't actually have a Static Shiv, and that might be why it's not proccing. I think we'll have to chrono break this one to go back to see. No, never mind. We are back into it. So
he has a Kerchesses shard and a Noon Quiver.
Yeah, and as it turns out, Kerchesses does not proc Static Shiv.
No.
Today I learned.
He's backing now. He's not going to be here for this fight, of course. Morgan does have teleport. It's unleashed at 13 minutes.
Yep. And there's the Static Shiv that Doran has. So now, if it doesn't work, I'd expect another pause. But that is going to be a Drake going on over to Brion. They will be able to collect that. And once again, the Mega Cones make their way towards the Rift. The Chemtech has had its reign.
There it goes. It procced. Okay.
There we go. And we get
Everyone gets
like
a clap
from the crowd. Absolutely amazing.
So 2 Chemtech souls in this series back to back. What luck we've been blessed with here, Atlas.
It's gorgeous, isn't it? You love to see it. The power of Orcs' day off, I guess, is what we're going to call it here.
See how deep we can go with this one, you know? Can we get 6?
Ooh, that's a good point. So Bro have to win with Chemtech Soul this game, and then we're going to get it in game number 2, and then Liv Sandbox and DRX are going to go the distance.
No plate denied here. Bypays just walking away from it, so no gold picked up there.
I called out aiming for canceling an auto attack and missing a CS, but apparently he canceled an auto attack to make sure that he denied a plate yesterday, and I forgot to apologize to him personally. I really should do that, thanks to the guy on Twitter that told me about the mistake that I made.
I think aiming, you know, he's kind of changing his reputation with you guys a little bit. I feel like I was the only one on the aiming train a little bit the early part of the season. You know?
I mean, I'm a big fan of aiming. I like that he is a very similar player to those like Ghost, right? Like very facilitative, and it's hard to see the same sort of flashiness from those sorts of players, and it's also hard to explain why you like him in a way that's really nice. You know? Does that make sense?
I get what you're saying. Ox gave him the OPGG nod.
He did.
So.
He did.
But he's not in this series. We're going to bring it back to Pays, who has returned to lane and will not be picking up any plates because they have faded, as Doran's spacing here will force him to have to cleanse. Good nice cleanse, though.
Yeah, it was. It was a really nice cleanse. But he does have to use it, like you say. Has to be careful of the ruthless
and that's
Predator.
Going to be first brick going over to Genji here on the bottom side of the map in the meantime. So they tried to catch Doran. He does Captain Jack his way out of there and will not be losing his turret either. Still at, 70% health or so, so he can clear this wave just fine with a static shiv.
Wolf, it's actually Captain Jack Sparrow. Because sparrows. I know it's like more like a.
I was like, wait, where are you going with
kite
this?
Or a hawk, but it's like we can just say you're like you. It
kind of looks like
the day you almost caught Captain Jack Sparrow.
Kind of looks like Spearow, the Pokemon,
Oh yeah, there we go. Let's just go with Captain Jack
Spearow. There you go.
Love it. Absolutely love it.
Genji here taking a gold lead now after all is said and done with that first turret going over. It's slight, but I mean, the lead here for Bro kind of fizzling out a little bit, unfortunately for them. The Rift Herald, see where they are going to drop it. Here's the one tool they have right now in their arsenal here. Is not going to be a lot of fights over Drakes here, unfortunately for Bro. Like, it's actually really bad for their comp that these Drakes are not going to be really impactful, and they don't even have a 2-Drake lead to start threatening Soul Point or anything like that. Genji could just avoid every fight into this insanely strong mid-game comp now and just scale up this Ashe in the Azir. And it's early. Nasher's Tooth picked up here for Chovy. He's going to be a problem in the side lane. Going to feel pretty nice into the Ahri. So watch this once again. Oh, the dash angle here as he's stuck on the wall. But he cleanses so perfectly. I mean, Morgan played it so well, too. He's like, I just walk on this wall, I go in. But quick reaction.
Man, that was about as Captain Jack as you could get. Really nicely done there from Doran. But it would have been nice if he... Okay, never mind. Karis going to be taking a bit of damage here. Everfrost value coming on through here. As the mid laner for Bro, his defensive play has been good this game. Hasn't really found too much value outside of that in the more offensive department. But I think that is going to be something that Effort's going to take care of this game.
Looking that way.
As Arrow will connect, that's going to get the cleanse out of Henna.
That's why you take cleanse into Ashe.
Yep. Certainly an important one. No spellbook for Karis, so he can't move towards a cleanse later on in the game.
This could be
a problem.
This definitely could be a problem.
Effort has a cleanse, though, because he has an Arbor. So he'll be fine, too.
He does have that. As this Drake is going to get started up, or looked like they were going to posture for it. But like I said, they don't have to fight for these Genji. Like, yeah, you can have this solo Chemtech Drake. Very much a problem for me, right? Oh, I'm very upset about this.
Yeah.
I really hope they don't take it while we just sit back and farm.
Tenacious.
Yeah, I really hate it when you get that shield and healing power over there with your comp that has no real shielding and healing of any significance.
Hey, Umpty picks up a buckler and shields himself. Triumphant Roar exists.
Effort is out there.
He's going to need to use it as Delight is going to flash and try and get himself out, but Doran is the one that's in trouble, and he will just explode. The Ren gets so much value, and Daisy's going to fall down, and Bro, they just grab a kill onto Doran and they'll move on. So once again, it is the Doran on a carry, kind of biting Genji in the backside situation.
Are they just going to try to hard force this Genji now into this comp at 18 minutes without Doran? I guess the answer is yes. I don't know if it should be.
Oh, it's a flash from Morgan. They're going to get the knock up as well, as Effort is just looking so good on this Alistar. They take down Pays. Delight puts up the door, but they're walking through anyway. I don't think that there's anything that's going to stop Bro.
This Kalista is 4 kills now.
Yeah, Henna is massive.
And Reacting gets a second. And why do we fight that, Genji? You're fighting against this team at its strongest point without your top laner. And yeah, it's a Quinn, so it's not the most exciting team fight champion in the game, but you're outnumbered here. You're walking into a comp that wants you to fight that over a Chemtech Drake. This was just not it. Now, Effort looks fairly vulnerable here, but he is Alistar, and he just says, oh, Delight's on the wrong side of me.
Oh, man.
And then Doran is just
pretty good into Quinn, as it turns out.
Yeah, can't move, can't do anything. And then this re-engage here, Charm misses. You remember also, Ivern is very supportive, but he is not going to offer you any engage. Morgan flashes through, the fight is over. Henna not even really involved in the initial part of this. And then he's, with this follow-up here, going to be able to take the kill. The Charm does connect.
And we're fighting again. Yeah, exactly. That's the bounce house here for Peanut. Nowhere that he can go. Effort's able to headbutt his way out. taxis himself with a siege minion. And now Shirley, she's going to get towards this outer turret, and she will be able to get herself a charge. There we go, Gen G. I mean, I was about to say they're on the back foot, but the gold's even. And once again, we could see a repeat, right? Like, I would say that Bro are good at absolutely everything in League of Legends, Wolf, outside of killing Nexus.
Yeah.
If they could kill Nexuses, they could be the best team in the LCK.
I mean, they also just have a comp where they're required this time to actually be proactive, and they're doing it. And this is a turn here. Umpty looks like he may have overextended. It's a Bates call, engage. And look at Henna, he's 4-0. That Ivern is not tanky. He has no ability to stand in the front line like that. If you get caught as Peanut on this Ivern, you are just going to get obliterated. You're going to get 100 to 0'd so quickly. No tank stats here. He went for the Moonstone Renewer build, which is the most common build. This is what you build on Ivern right now. So it doesn't offer you any survivability. And he's just straight up dead. And this bottom duo of Henna and Effort, they've kind of been running the show here. I mean, yes, Morgan did have that fantastic play in the last fight. Karis.
All right, going to land the charm. And Doran not going to cleanse that one. And he's just going to take control of this lane. So one thing that Bro do have to do is kill turrets. That is going to be important. It's the reason why Gen G still have gold parity.
Yeah, the two turrets.
Yeah, they've taken a couple, one of them being first turret blood. As Peanut going to deliver a red buff over to Pays on his way through here as they tend towards the top side.
It is a spawned Baron, but there is nowhere near enough damage here for Gen G to start this up. Delight, I'm going to be caught.
Getting in there, yeah. Doran wondering whether he wants to get aggressive as the arrow is going to head towards Bro. And they're not going to press the issue any further.
Gen G are all grouped up on the top side of the map here. Doran, I mean, he can rotate very quickly because he is Quinn with his ultimate, with his passive, where he can just rush over here. So he will be able to come down and catch this wave. But hey, Morgan's getting free time and a side here as Renekton is sitting on 2 items.
Yep.
And I mean,
Randuin's as well, which is pretty good into Quinn.
Yeah. And like, Gen G, you can't do this Baron. And there's no reason to you know, force a fight over Vision right here, right now. And it's strange because Chronicler asked the question, like, are Gen G just completely forgot how to play the game, or are they having a happy game in game 1? And that was, you know, a relevant question here. We're starting to wonder the same thing a little bit with some of these decisions, but ultimately still only 100 gold down. Their composition is very strong. The later this game goes, especially into what Bro are playing, and we've seen Quinn, even in the late game with Keen, can make an impact in team fights if you can get into the back line, or you can set up a flank, deny the Renekton entry into a fight. And the side lane power with this Shiv makes Quinn much stronger right now in this meta. So, you know, it's not like Gen G are out of this one by any means, but this is not the clean gameplay we expect from a 6-0 team here in the LCK.
Yeah, no, they are undefeated, and they still haven't lost a single game against Bro since 2021. We have to bear that in mind, right? Because this would be monumental if Bro could get there. They basically won in game 1. And we're still having the conversation about Gen G walking away with a 2-0. But right now, it's 7-1 at the top of your screen. This is still Bro with a lot of power in this game. Standing gold is a big deal. If they can win a fight, they can take down some of these turrets. Now Morgan has to slice his way out. And like you say, it just feels like there is a bit more of a use-by date on this particular composition.
And those turrets, I mean, that are still standing are standing gold for Bro to try to actually push that into the lead here. Now 1,000 is the advantage they have picked up here. And, I mean, there's more gold to grab in mid lane. That bottom turret is still up, so if they can actually get the opportunity to take those, it's another, you know, nearly 1,000 gold they're going to pick up. Karis now has that death cap ready, so he does a lot of damage. He also hits turrets really hard in a side lane. And, I mean, Doran, will he be able to get the kill here finally?
Yeah, does vault on top of Morgan. We'll get that Harrier proc one more time as the arrow! Oh, he was guessing that he was going to head through the base gate. Cute little decision there from Pays, but Morgan is going to outsmart him.
I can see Valdez's eyes rolling from here on that blast. Yeah, see it.
Yep. I could feel it.
Okay, this is an ult.
Umpty's going to be spinning around. Right round. Bro, right round. Like a record. Or like a helicopter.
Right round. And then just cancel that and get his cooldown back as Doran.
Right round, not round anymore. Yeah.
Doran is just going to get this turret here as Morgan didn't have teleport and is out of the lane. And now Doran is like, cool, I'm Quinn. I am very speedy. Will they get the punish here? Henna is spotted. Oh, he gets it.
Oh my goodness, that was close. As now he's able to use his Gale Force to create that little bit of extra distance. Oh, the funny business, the shenanigans from Doran. As Gen G, they'll take another inner turret, and this is just structural damage. That is all Gen G are doing here. They're not looking for any of these team fights, and now
you can have
they're looking
point
for a Baron.
Yeah, you can have Soul Point of a Chemtech. We're not interested in that. We're just going to go over here and look for a turn on Baron. They have complete vision control. The blue trinket here is going to be super valuable. It allows them to know that Gen G are not starting the Baron. They know they're in this brush. They have to know.
Yeah,
they have to know.
It's going to connect onto Umpty there. Volt comes forward, a dangerous one, as Umpty gets the set pass presence off just a little bit late now. Effort finds the backline. It's a big pulverize, and there's the Fate's Call as well. Henna is down to 50%. He's cleansed, though, and they take down the Braum. Keeper's verdict is, you're out of this one.
Doran,
Gen G are on the back foot.
Doran's so low here. Pays had to cleanse Flash. He can't do anything really in this fight here. Morgan's got no ultimate, but he's got his Rage Bar set. I mean, his Fury, that is to say, and now they're on this Baron. Gen G really need to be decisive here. His effort's on the flank. He's caught.
Yeah, there's the Emperor's Divide effort. It's just going to flash, get the headbutt onto Chovy, but the Sand Soldier is in position. But the Baron, they're going to have to back away. Doran's back in this fight one more time. Good charm, it's going to connect onto Peanut, and they manage to blow him up. But can Gen G stand their ground? Chovy is going to get flashed on, and Henna just taking matters a little bit too far into his own hands. Karis tidies up the kill under the Ash, but not before she gets a double. And now Chovy's trying to weave the autos. The Orbit Deception has to be avoided, and that means that Chovy cannot kill Karis. It's a bloodbath.
And look at the gold in the end. Look at the gold for Gen G, though. This trade definitely favors them because they picked up so many bounties. 2,000 gold of bounties here. And even though everybody went low, they have teleport advantage here. Chovy can come back in, and this is still going to be Barons and Gen G. Yeah, the fight was even, but the win is theirs. And oh no!
Oh dear. Okay, Karis, he will be able to find the fadeaway charm. There's the Everfrost as well, but that may have stopped the Baron actually. Wait,
looks like it. It looks like he will be able to successfully stop the Baron here. So a win in the end. He walks away with his life. But man, this fight is actually so crazy. Umpty tanks the arrow here, and then the turret gets to work. And Effort's over here on the other side, like, I'm going in because I got Fate's Call. Henna's spaced perfectly. Then watch this Fate's Call re-engage here. You're going to see Pays cleanse and flash away. Doran almost gets killed by the Rend and the Ignite. And then team fights won by Bro. They come over here, but they used all of their tools, all of their ultimates, and Gen G know that even without the Quinn here in this fight, if they play this slow, because of the Baron, they should be able to win it. An Effort, man, he does try his best for the re-engage. He's caught by Chovy, and then Morgan with a heroic flash play onto Peanut here. And now they don't have Smite for their attempted Baron after this, but look at these shutdowns coming over. That's the real story. Gen now on the Baron.
Yeah, Gen G, they've started this one off, but Bro gonna spot it out. This ward right in the middle of the river, proving to be a problem for Gen G. As Umpty, oh, it's a battle of the ages. Gonna get knocked up by Daisy though, and oh no, Umpty, he's gonna be taken down. It's Peanut that locks up the kill, and now there's no smite, and now Gen G should just be able to freely get Baron.
They also have these Ivern brushes here, and Doran's on the flank. This is so critical.
Oh, so many control wards. So Doran gonna be spotted out here.
But he can zone, he can just be in the area. Morgan, maybe we'll see another play from him, but no flash.
Yep, Arrow is gonna go completely wide as Daisy gets amongst it. They're gonna lock that one down. There it is. Gale Force does a little bit of work there as Effort just says, well, I'll be the sacrifice. Hopefully everybody else can get out, as that's a nice charm from Karis used defensively. Chovy gonna come on over. It's a minute and a half on the Drake, so it's not like they can transition into that, but Morgan is gonna go down. Doran collects that kill on his opposite number.
And that is going to be Gen G with firm control over this game now, turning what was a 4,000 gold swing and leading to their 2,000 gold lead into now a 5,000 gold lead. And Baron buff to push to look for some inhibitors and maybe even the end if anybody gets caught here. Doran can split push so effectively with that Shiv. You can see it here. 1v3 can get away as well. He's got cleanse. He doesn't care. Now the engage.
Yeah, Doran just trying to turn it back now as Keeper's verdict out once again. Not going to have anyone to target. I'm just going to put that one back on a very small cooldown, as it is going to wind up once again. So, Bro do stop their bottom inhibitor from going down, but let's have a look at this again as Umpty just a little bit too far away from the rest of his team and decides to go back into a battle with Daisy.
And in the late game, this team fighting comp for Bro can still work, but all the pieces have to be perfectly set, as we saw in the last fight with the Alistar and the re-engage. When you lose your Poppy early, your Renekton's walking at people, Fate's Call here doesn't feel very good, does it? You know, you really have to be dictating the pace. If you're losing your jungle, then trying to come over and deny a Baron, you're just walking into a meat grinder.
Yeah, speaking of which, that is the cow going down.
He had such a good start in this series too, and then the beginning of this game, he also had some good plays, but rough ending here, unfortunately, for Effort, as it looks like Gen G are poised to take this. I mean, it's not over till it's over, but I mean, this is a pretty massive lead.
Yeah, Karis looking for a preemptive charm there, but Doran going to back away. Looks like this inhibitor turret is not long for the world. You can see Pays moving from very far away. Splash back available in a couple of seconds' time, and does have the arrow at the ready. See whether it can actually land here if they are going to go for some sort of engagement. But Gen G looking to try and dot some I's and cross T's at this point in the game. As, oh my goodness, the damage from these Sand Soldiers is just massive from Chovy with his 3 items prepared.
Get that Alistar ult out early in the fight with the arrow, and now with these cannon minions empowered by Baron.
Yeah, they are just sieging up. First Nexus turret is going to go down, and oh my goodness, Henna just explodes! Doran just does so much work there with the blind on the Q. The Emperor's Divide comes down. The cow is going to die yet again. It's a kill for Chovy. Karis will have to go into his stopwatch, and Gen G, they will be able to claim the 2-0, but I have to say, Bro made him work for it this time around. Just some heartbreaking mistakes, some inactivity that has plagued them in the past. This is the closest that they've got to winning a game against Gen G in the longest that I can remember.
It's really a tough call for POG here as well, because I felt like Gen G had so many shaky moments that every player except Chovy, I guess you could say, kind of has a bit of a mark on their record going into this one, but I think
outside of game 1, yeah.
Yeah, but I think that I'm going to give this one to Doran, actually, because I think he had really impactful plays in those late game fights, and his zoning was really critical. And even though his early game was quite weak, and he did, you know, have to cleanse in that moment, but it was a good cleanse. Like, it was actually fantastic.
It looked very cool. Yeah.
I think he was one of the big deciding factors in those later fights. I think you can look at Peanut here and go, well, this is not the biggest Ivern game of all time, right? You could look at Chovy and go, well, it's a pretty safe game from him. You know, he built items and then did damage, but he didn't have any game-changing Emperor's Divides. The team fights weren't about his extended damage. It was really just Gen G setting up really well on objectives. Once they got map control once, there was nothing that Bro could do.
Yep. I also, I like the shout out to Doran as well, because he thought his Kachesi's shard was a static shift.
Yeah, that was not my favorite part either.
And it gave us a little bit of a break in the middle of the game as well, when things were getting a little bit too heated, a little bit too exciting. And allowed us to kind of collect ourselves before we went back into the second half of the game. I think great day for Delight as well. I think that his Braum play was absolutely fantastic in this one.
Yeah, maybe he gets the votes on the desk. I could see that.
Yeah, I think that it's definitely warranted. But Gen G, it wasn't their cleanest, but it was definitely entertaining. I do like watching Peanut play Ivan, just because you never know what you're going to get.
I was literally going to say the same thing.
Sometimes he's going to throw his life away. Other times, Daisy's just 1v1ing the enemy jungler, and you win the game off the back of the play, you know?
Yeah.
You can get all sorts of different things. Things started very well for Bro. They had a great early game plan.
And I think that Gen G, I don't want to read too much into this series, but if we see another one like this, you know, you do have to start raising warning flags. You kind of get one series like this against Bro. Every team gets one every season, you know, where you have a tougher opponent later in the week, and you're kind of like, it's Bro, it's going to be chill, and then Bro shows up, and you didn't show up, and you actually have to really fight your way back into it. And this kind of felt like that series for Gen G. And again, it happens to like all of our teams, that trap Bro game where you walk into it, you have a rough time. They do this again later this week, then we'll start to raise some question marks, we'll raise some eyebrows. But I think that Gen G here showed that they were the stronger team, they were the veteran roster, as this was one of the best moments for Bro in this series. I really liked how Henna and Effort played this one together. Ultimately doesn't end up winning them the Baron or anything like that, but still, you see the coordination was there, the understanding of their composition was absolutely there. And Bro prepared, man. Their early games always just look really well prepared, well practiced. It's just what happens after that, and you have to have questions about.
That's the problem. Like, you saw Henna in the fight prior, and then you see him in that one trying to go overly aggressive, flashing forward after Chovy when he's well and truly out of there. And it just shows the two sides that you can get to the aggression that can come out from Henna in some of these games. You can have a listen to Gen G. as they close out this one. A little bit of a less contentious one at the end of the game. Of course, compositions are going to dictate that just a little bit, but also very difficult as everyone's just counting down as they take out Karis and then the Nexus.
Yep.
And a big giggle from Delight, who I think is the one that's feeling the most proud of himself after this series.
Yeah.
Doran and Chovy do a lot of work as the damage numbers come in.
Doran did a lot of great work on the side as well, and you know, Chovy was free hitting on a lot of those team fights, but Gen.G ultimately take the series in a tougher one than we expected, but the result is definitely what we were all predicting.
Yeah, and I think it was unanimous as far as the vote for Gen.G in this particular,
I hope so.
particular series was concerned. No weirdos, like, you know, maybe a matchup that's coming second tomorrow. No weirdos there that are going to be changing things up. This time it was, you know, as we all predicted, clean 2-0, nothing to see here. And maybe that particular quote has now followed Score more than it's followed KT. I don't know, that could be something. Maybe we'll leave it up to Law to come up with that one, because this was a very classic, extraordinarily messy, but a 2-0 nonetheless. Let's throw it over to the space now and get their thoughts on this Gen.G win.
Wow, Score bringing the bad juju here to Gen.G, but they take the 2-0 in the end. Not quite the one they were expecting, I think. Okay, clean 2.0. Yeah, clean 2.0, but
They played very well.
we celebrate Chovy's 500th game in the LCK. That's an achievement. That's more of an achievement than winning against Roy.
Great. Hey, I mean, Chovy played well in that second.
Yeah, no, he really did. He really did.
good.
I think in game number one, you know, if he had maybe been a little bit more chill with the Ws, he could have
Sure.
looked good.
Yeah.
We will, We'll see if it is enough for him to get the player of the game later during this segment. But first, let's take a look at the draft maybe and look at the adjustments on the side of both teams. Okay, go ahead.
I am not happy about the Breon draft. I was very, very displeased, because if there is one team right now that is not allowed to draft like this, if this is KT and I see the draft, I'm like, peanuts, right? Easy. Early game is amazing. If it's Kwangdong, I could make an argument for it, but Breon, you don't turn wins in early game into good mid games. That's just not what the team does. And putting Hannah on Kalista into Ashe, which worked out through umpties and efforts heroics in lane, but then the 5-0 Kalista did nothing outside, because again, you're playing into Ivern, into Braum, into Ashe, into Azir. Like, that's not slight to Hannah, but I really did not enjoy the draft here. And I think that the fact that, as we'll see later on, Breon wasn't really able to get a big gold lead is not a surprise, but it meant that team fights were effectively unplayable, even with Gen.G still making a lot of the similar mistakes to game number one.
Yeah, it was, you know, they draft the first 3 champs and then they're like, you know what, let's really double down onto this. You could have potentially played like some bit of kite back, but I guess maybe they felt like, okay, we're already kind of getting outranged, so they just doubled down. And as you mentioned, you know, different team maybe, but Breon definitely struggling with some of these comps, so didn't quite work out for them.
Quite work out, but still went well in the early game for them. They don't know how decent enough given the composition that they're playing. Yeah, they had Gen.G in the first half. That's the only thing we can say here. But let's take a look at the 18-minute Drake fight as the first highlight we have, because mispositioning on the side of Gen.G, not playing around the vision setup they had, and Valdez talk me through what happened here and what didn't go well for Gen.G.
Yeah, I think Wolf covered it pretty well during the cast, but like Gen.G kind of lackluster pressure in onto the Chemtech Drake. You don't necessarily have to do that, and that's one of the spots where you can get caught by a comp like this, especially because Bro did have a decent early game, as you were mentioning, Laura. So Bro were able to turn that into a good position on the Drake. Gen.G kind of came in one by one, like, hey, we're just going to take it for free, right? You're Bro, right?
After Doran dies,
what that's the entirety of this series, actually, it feels like, for Gen.G. And they got punished for it, right?
Well, what do you call it when G2? It's limit testing, right?
We call them funny games.
Funny games. That's what it felt like.
There's funny games and Mr. Clean games, as Dylan Falco likes to call them. Definitely not a Mr. Clean game here on the side of Gen.G. How do you reflect on the failures of the early game on their side?
It is, I think, partially the bot side really getting caught off guard by, again, Umti and Effort, I think, really doing a great job. The Poppies early dive into immediate follow-up gank really set them ahead. But that's never been Brion's problem, right? Like Brion's early games actually have been pretty decent. Not amazing, but they've been able to find early leads. But with a comp like this, you really need to keep pushing and pushing and pushing, and they just didn't really do that.
Yeah, and not an easy comp to execute when you know that this team is not able to snowball the lead they have in the early game. But that's the story for their game later this week. I want to take a look at the second highlight we have here, the Baron play. It's all been about objectives today for Genji, I feel, and playing poorly around these objectives.
Yeah, I mean, this was essentially starting off as a 3v5. They got that nice pick on the effort, and Pino seems to have this idea that, okay, I'm Ivern, I've got Daisy, I want to go for the engage. He way overextends, but then Henna does the same, essentially. And with this composition, even without the Ivern and the Braum, they're still able to kite back very nicely. You've got Azir, you've got Ashe, you have range advantage, you have champions that are fantastic at kiting back and feeling that pressure, and they were able to do that in that crazy fight we had in the river.
It feels to me that Genji came today against Bro overconfident, taking risks that they shouldn't take, maybe, and that's not what I expect from the first team in the LCK.
Yeah, there's two schools of thoughts, right? You can either argue that it's a long split. This match, as long as they get to 2-0, no one is going to remember the fact that they were very clearly not very well prepared, not very in sync.
I'll remember.
But or it could, it's okay. It's over. It can't
It's
hurt
okay.
anymore.
It's done. Yes.
Let's reveal the player of the game here, shall we? We've been talking about Chovy maybe being worthy of this player of the game, but I'm just curious to see if he gets it. And yeah, for his 500th game in the LCK, Chovy with the Azir here.
I don't think it was a particularly standout game, but he was very solid. Didn't make any large mistakes, was able to output a ton of damage, right? Consistent DPS really has become more of a priority for the Azir because the champion has really lost a lot of its early game impact. It's become a lot more about how you can deal damage in the mid to late game team fights.
That he did. He didn't die a single time. He just provided great DPS in a lot of the fights. Nearly had 1,000 on the Azir. It was a bit of a messy game. There was a lot of fighting, but anyway, it's good to see him, especially after game number 1 on the Tristana, which he was good for most of the time. But a couple of weird mistakes here and there, kind of settle things down, go back into Azir, and look pretty good. So yeah, he picks it up.
Yeah.
6 out of 11.
Some votes on top lane. Yeah, most of the votes on top lane. 1 vote going for plays. Yeah, Chovy takes it in the end, I think rightfully so. Still hard to choose one player that stood out for Genji given how messy their games were today.
Yeah, I think Doran, obviously, his laning phase wasn't very good, but he recovered well, did a lot in the team fights outside of the first Dragon one, and his side laning was okay.
On the side of Bro, though, I felt that they were more in sync than what we've seen before, more understanding the purpose of the composition they're playing, even though I think it's a bit too difficult for them to play it. But I see hope. When I see the early games they have, when I see the fact that they come together the way they did today against Genji, I feel hopeful if they can just swap their approach, play easier things to execute maybe. But what do you think of this?
I was telling Chronicler after game 1, I'm like, maybe they need a loss as devastating as this to really kind of learn from some of their scared ways, right? When there's later game team fights and they're like, we don't really know how to engage as a team. A game like that can maybe really throw a wrench in the works and say, wow, we really need to switch something up big time.
Yeah.
So they looked a bit better for longer in game 2, but unfortunately for not long enough.
Not enough. Lots of learnings from this one, I bet. But for now, let's take a look at the interview as the winners are ready on stage. Helen, take it away.
하면서 7전 전승을 이어가게 된 젠지 선수들과 인터뷰 나눠보겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다. 감사합니다.
Hey guys, this is Dear for the POG interview translation, here joined by Hayes and Chovy on the side of Genji. And Hayes, with 600 POG points, you are in the sole position of first place. So how do you feel? It's good that I'm first place. But I feel like my performance was a little disappointing today. You know, I'm happy about getting POG, but I felt like I was lacking. And Chovy, with you reaching your 500th LCK game milestone, you have also received POG, so how do you feel? Feel like, yeah, it does feel like I played a lot of games, and it's great that I already reached 500 games. So how many games do you think you can reach? I'm not really thinking of how many games I can play, but I want to keep trying hard and I'll play as much as I can, as long as I can.
페이즈 선수 1세트에 AP 카이사의 정석을
And Paige,
보여주셨습니다.
in Game 1, you displayed peak AP Kaisa play today.
맞을 때마다
And
굉장히 아프더라고요. 이 카이사가 언제
it looks like your W accuracy was insane. And despite it being your first Kaisa game, so can you tell us about the strength of Kaisa and when she gets her power spike? I feel like by the time you get your second core item, that's when you get your W evolve. I think she gets her power spike right there. And I think by the time you get your third core item, you actually do feel her power spike. So what's your secret to hitting W? Since we had prio mid and we were pushing it, I feel like shooting it down where there's vision, it actually tends to hit pretty well. Looks like you can hit your W on champions that happen to be pretty big. I feel like I had so many deaths. I feel like I could have played a perfect game today, but I think that's why I felt a little disappointed with my performance today. Chovy, in Game 1, you picked up Tristana as your B1 pick, and in the laning phase, you kept jumping in for aggressive trades. So what about the matchup against Azir allowed you to do that? I think when you're trading, you have to kind of jump in. I think that's how the matchup is like. Depends on the game, and whenever you are aware of the enemy jungler's position, I think that's when you kind of think through when you can actually jump in. Not sure if you remember this, but in Game 1, there was some accident where you got an instant death after jumping in. And we actually heard Peanut saying in his voice comms saying he said, wow, refreshing. So do you want to explain your original plan? I'm so glad I can explain myself. I feel like there were not many variables to consider, but I wanted to dodge LSR WQ and flash in to get Aphelios, but I made a mistake right there.
그런 시도를 또 해주셨던 것 같습니다. 트리스타나도 그렇고 오늘 초비 선수 1, 2세트 모두 미드를 선픽하셨습니다. 상대보다.
And Chovy, you went ahead for a blind pick in both game 1 and 2. Mid selection is actually really important right now. I feel like that's why we just try to go for an aggressive blind picks. I feel like I can handle anyone in the mid lane, so I feel like we're pretty confident with any sort of pick that I can pull off. Game 1. So even after the opponent took Elder and Baron, you managed to win. So how is this possible? After we lost the Elder, that was actually the timing where they were losing their Baron buff. And I think we just kept our mind in the game, saying that this game is not over, and we just held off until the very end. And Kaisa versus Aphelios matches was quite hyped, and Henna's Aphelios tends to be aggressive, so how is playing against him? Yeah, he definitely does play aggressive, and Aphelios is a great champion, especially during late. But I feel like we were actually looking for late game. We were playing for late game, and it worked out really well for our comp. And in game 2, there was a small incident where Doran requested a pause, saying that his flagship wasn't proccing when he didn't even buy one. So how was your reaction to that? I don't really think I reacted to that. Anchovy? Yeah, I checked tab and I didn't see static. So I was like, I was like, wow, that's really funny. You don't even have static in your item.
그리고 2세트는 킬 스코어가 7대 1이었는데 젠지가
In game 2, the kill score was 7-1, but the global gold was pretty even. Chovy, did you think that winning the team fight mid would snowball the game and you guys would win? I feel like we have a comp that's really good for team fighting, and I knew that as long as we can win a team fight, then we can actually win. And you'll have to defeat HLE next for your 8th consecutive win. What's your resolution? I feel like we didn't really play like ourselves in the beginning, but for our match against HLE, we'll make sure that we play like we normally do and make sure we win. And Chovy? I feel like our performance today wasn't exactly satisfying. We'll make sure to break it down today and make sure we prepare well for the remaining time and win against HLE. This will be the interview with Paige and Chovy, and back to the space.
Thank you so much, dear. I appreciate the fact that Chovy and Paige realized that they didn't play as they were supposed to today. But let's take a look at the standings, shall we? Because they have HLE on their next matchup. We came into this week saying that Genji had a rather easy week. Didn't go quite the way I expected against Bro. Maybe more clean gameplay on their side for the next one. What do you feel?
Yeah, I think that you can get away with a day like today, provided that you do actually perform well against Hanwha, right? Brion does have a bit of a tendency to just kind of drag teams down, or they elevate, you know, depending on how you look at it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Bro can catch a lot of teams off guard. Hanwha Life Esports are a very slow early game team, and I think that Genji can, in that matchup specifically, can have a much easier time getting ahead and just kind of setting up their late game win condition like they usually do, which is pace.
Kingslayers for Bro, maybe not yet, but troublemakers at least, we will call them that. Next up, we have Live Sandbox facing off against DRX. What did you guys predict for this one? Live Sandbox, I expect?
Sandbox.
Yeah, Valdes?
I think I did Live Sandbox.
All right.
Pretty sure I did Live Sandbox.
All right, well, we'll see about this one in 30 minutes or 30 years, as you guys like to say in chat. Stay tuned, go grab some food. Get some air after this one. I think we all need it. We'll see you back in 30 minutes. Cheers.
선수라든가 다들 활약을 잘했다 보니까 꺾이지 않는 DRX 전승 신고합니다. 선수들의 미소나 이런 웃음을 얼마 만에 보는지 기억이 안 날 정도예요. 여름의 서막이 뛰어 열립니다. 오케이.
우리 되네. 회사나
오케이 브리오 꼼짝마. Walk through the fire. Walk through the fire. Into the night. Walk through the fire. I gotta fight. Walk through the fire. Into the night. Walk through the fire. Into the night.
So we've done some esports, some career introductions. Maybe for pure LCK diehards, you guys could give us a bit of information as far as like backstory and where you came from and what got you into
Origin
esports
story.
in the first place.
Where did you
So I
come
go
from?
first?
Where did you go?
I reckon
All right, go ahead.
Law went first last time, so
Yeah.
Orcs, you can go first. As long
Yeah.
as you say nice things about me this time.
I'll try. No promises.
Atlas inspired me to be a pro. Sorry, you can. You. It's your story.
Not really. Yeah, no, I used to play as a pro player for XL. This was before they were in the LEC. And we won the UK National League. And then, yeah, pretty cool. You know, Faker's never won it. So, you know.
You're a champion. Wow.
Yeah.
Cool.
And then,
True.
you know, I had an offer to go to uni, and I didn't think, I was like, I don't know if I'm going to make it as a pro player. So I went to uni, and then I started casting because I was like, you know, I want to keep involved. And then casting went really good, and uni didn't. So I dropped out of university, and I cast the league I used to play in, which was the UK League, and then that's now the NLC, and I did some EU Masters. And then I got an offer to cast the LPL, which is remote, and that started like a year and a half ago, well, actually 2 years now as a guest, and then I transitioned to full-time, but still remote. And then, yeah, now I'm here in the LCK, which has been great, because back when I was a player, I used to, like, every morning, because it was obviously morning when I was in the UK, I'd wake up, I'd watch the games, I'd be like, oh, look what they're doing, look at this sick stuff. And then, you know, I would try it out, wouldn't go well. Like, what am I missing? What's the difference? Kind of the process for, like, every aspiring pro player. But, you know, I guess enough of it worked that I won.
There you go.
And then quit while I was ahead.
And then now you're here. So you're at the pinnacle that you were watching and being inspired by beforehand.
Yeah,
I
and I
call
think-
that success.
I think realistically, if I was to continue as a player, I don't think I would have made it to the LCK. I don't think that was in my career trajectory. So
They haven't had a lot of European imports.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, technically, I'm from the
Yes.
UK.
Yes.
So.
Yeah, true. There's always time. I don't know how many UK imports they've had, but I'm not going to look at that stat. I'm
we
just
don't-
going to
do you have that
focus on the
data available?
positives.
It's very niche.
We did import an entire team that one time in 2012. When
How did that go?
I mean, it went to 5 games.
Okay.
You know, like CLGEU did pretty good against
That one, yeah.
against Frost. Oh my goodness, that's
was
a
there.
lot. Yeah,
That's
you,
a long
you
time
were
ago.
there with Mole Trap and Double Lift.
Yep, we cast that final. 2012.
Wow.
That's a tricast.
Yeah.
That is a tricast. If you guys were there and you watched
Speaking
it,
of,
oh geez, true.
You know, meeting your heroes.
You were sitting
That was
right
one of them,
next
right?
to one.
Yeah, I was like, what am I doing here? I'm not supposed to be here. This is weird. I don't get it.
That's how I feel in the LCK.
Yeah.
Isn't that when you were like still on the side doing like Diablo content for Azubu and stuff?
Yeah, pretty much. I was someone who spoke English and was good at League of Legends, so they were like, we need a fill-in now for Torch, and that's
So
how I got
cool.
it. Yeah.
So
Origin story in episode 4 of the Pog State, by the way.
cool. Yes, so you can definitely go back
in
and
the
we
day.
can, yeah, do a little bit of a.
It's like 3 years ago.
Yeah, we I was trying to remember. I'm like, oh yeah, I remember that episode. No, I don't. I definitely don't have absolutely no recollection. It's back there though. You should just watch all of them if you haven't watched all of them and you want to see
Right now.
Valdez's backstory. You can go there. But now it's time to hear about Laws. So, what got you into KT fandom?
That's a question that every KT fan should be asking themselves. Honestly,
We all
because-
ask ourselves this question.
Yeah. should have been therapy instead, I guess. But no, I mean, it was, I think before KT, it was the LCK as a whole, or OGN back then, Champions. I started following Korean League before Western Leagues, actually. So it came pretty late, 2013, 2014 by then. And yeah, I mean, I was playing the game. I was really bad. I'm still really bad. But I wanted to see how people who can actually play the game play it at the highest level. And I just got hooked. I was never like a sports fan or anything, but esports is what got me into competition in this sense. And yeah, I just fell in love with League. It was a hobby at first. And then I realized that it was a hobby that could actually become a career. Because, I mean, back then, you know, I was a rookie journalist and we were not getting paid. And it was just, hey, here's a keyboard for the 200 article you wrote for us for the past 6 months. And it was fine. And it was fine.
A whole keyboard?
Yeah, right?
Did it glow?
Right, yeah. It was like shiny lights on it. Yeah, and I loved it. But yeah, over time, it became my job. And then I met you guys when I came for the first time in 2018. And I think that's the moment I realized that I wanted to work here at some point. And I was like, it's cool to watch the LCK from home. I wake up, I have my breakfast, I watch the LCK, I watch you guys, it's great. But I wanted more. And so yeah, when the opportunity came last year, I was like, okay, might as well seize it. I think it's been enough waiting. And yeah, working for a loser's region for 6 years, it didn't bring me anywhere. So, okay, yeah, we won MSI that one time. Yeah, that was great. Half a year, yeah. We don't
They made it
talk
to
about
the
this.
finals.
You won Worlds. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Like,
does that count?
At one point in time, you were the only region to have ever won Worlds.
True. Yeah. No one can take this away from us.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
True. I still use that
The
Janna
first
skin.
ones.
All right.
Well, that makes one of us.
You play Janna?
Yeah, I was going to say, no one's picking up on the fact that I never play Janna.
Yeah.
If I was to play Janna, though, or like, that I do
Janna.
like the Gragas. It wasn't the Suche Gragas.
Yeah.
That was his
that
skin.
was-
There's a lot of good
And
skins,
Karthus.
I know, but like, if you want to mix it up, it's got a good belly on it.
Yeah.
You know?
I think Scuba and Hillbilly are my
I love Scuba Gragas, man. It's so great because it's such a rare skin.
No one uses it.
And then when you use it, it's terrible.
The splash is awful. The in-game animation, it's disgusting. Just don't play
Spooks
this game,
used to
guys.
use it all the time.
Wow.
All the time. And I respected him for it, but it was terrible. But still, Hillbilly for life because we're score fans, here, right?
Yeah.
That's how it goes. Is it difficult as a KT fan to like separate fandom of players who were iconic to the team at lots of different moments in time and fandom of the team?
I think it was at first because I always was like a biggest fan of Score, Arrow back then, up until the point he went to NA. And then I kept on being a fan of the team, but also maybe because of the players who joined the team, I looked up to them, and it's players that I really liked. I think for me, there was like a break when the team from 2018 split up, when Score stopped, when they all stopped, when Mata went to SKT back then, I think it was.
Yep.
And yeah, I think it took me a while to just stay on the hype train, also because they were not doing that great after that. But yeah, I don't know. I think last year I had this realization of, hey, you don't follow a team just because they have success and players you like. It's more for the vibe of the team, even if it's a toxic relationship, as KT fans may know here. But yeah, no, I think it took me 2-3 years. I was like lost in a way, but I found my way back.
So actually, now we've realized that KT's success relies on Law's dedication to the team.
That's going to be my narrative, honestly. Like, I really believe this.
Working well so far.
As far as it works,
right?
I mean. Yeah.
It's actually working so far.
Because I was thinking about this as well, because I loved the KT from back in 2014, right? Like Rookie, Cacao, Score, like the whole gang. That felt like OG KT. And then I just went, oh, screw it, I'll just follow them to China.
Yeah.
Score stayed behind, but I got Cacao and we got Rookie there as well.
Yeah.
And then, Rookie made an absolute career of it. Absolutely amazing work transitioning to an LPL player. But then IG became my KT to follow.
Oh, wow.
when we were in China. Because Rookie, I felt like, was just such an impressive player to watch. But then Deft moved back to Korea, so then KT reignited.
Yeah, that was a great team. But I tried to do the same when Mata left the team and joined SKT, and I was like, no, it feels wrong. It feels wrong. Like I cannot. Not this one.
What we need to do is have a bit of a conversation about what life is like in Korea, because it's been a long time since, as we mentioned before, that Valdez and I have been to Korea. How has it been transitioning into Korean life now that you've been here for, a little while?
Should I take this one?
Yeah, you can start.
Right. Yeah. I think for me it wasn't that hard. I mean, it's the 5th time that I come here. I mean, I came in 2018, 2019.
I feel like it has been
COVID.
an annual thing.
Yeah, no, but
Law
that's what it was.
comes over as an annual thing.
And then COVID ruined the whole party for us, and then I couldn't see you guys for 2 years and a half. And and the second I could, I came back. But you guys were in Europe for MSI when I was here last year, so it was anyway. But I've been doing enough sightseeing and being a tourist here for the times that I was here. So I'm actually happy because I know where I like to go. I know what kind of food I like. I'm still discovering some stuff because, of course, I have just visited here. But yeah, the fact that every visit and tourist stuff is already got out of the way, I'm actually having more of a living here experience, groups of friends. And yeah, it's been hard in the sense that it's the second time that I've moved country, originally from France, hence the accents, moving to Germany, and then no.
What? That's why her French is so good. Wow. Mind blown.
I can do the rest in German as well if you want. But yeah, living in Germany was great, but I mean, like the food, not the best, I think, compared to the UK. But yeah, moving here has been great. Honestly, it has been a great experience because I know what I'm getting myself into. And I'm trying to learn Korean, which hasn't been the easiest, but yeah, it's getting there. It is getting there.
If you learn it before me, then I'll be truly
I will learn it before you.
You will, probably,
yeah, definitely.
Actually, and you're also better at languages in general. I'm just hopeless. Dan, how about you? How's it been settling in?
Yeah, it's been good. I think there's obviously a lot of getting used to, a lot of cultural differences as well. But Brexit kind of ruined the UK, so it's nice being in Korea.
Just let it out.
Every time.
I keep bringing it up. I can't help it. No, it's been nice hanging out with people. I think as well, with the LPL being remote, all my coworkers were in different countries or far away, so it's been nice being able to hang out with my coworkers. We've got to do our little board game nights and stuff, go out and the meals as well. We have when we had meals after the finals, that was really nice. And I really enjoyed the country. I've been going on walks and stuff, which has been nice, just seeing everything. It's just really pretty and a lot of stuff to do, which where I'm from in the UK, there is stuff to do, but it just feels like once you've been there for a while, you've done all the interesting stuff, and there's so much more in Korea, especially in Seoul.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also you've chosen a beautiful place to live. I'm not going to out you exactly where you are, but you've got that gorgeous little river walk that you can do.
Oh, yeah.
It's lovely around your area. So nicely chosen. Also, just a few doors up from where yours truly is as well. It's like a little community that we have here in Korea. It's gorgeous.
I don't live there.
I don't live there either.
No. And
that's also why they like it so much,
Yeah, Valdez is going to be further away.
That's why it's so nice, by the way.
One last thing, just as far as getting your feelings and stuff like that. How has it been working on the LCK? I know that our boss is pretty mean sometimes, but have you been coping okay with Jisun and her quips and her rules and everything?
I would like to take this one first, if you don't mind, because no, but I've been working with Jisun for years actually, because when I work international events, she's next to me on stage or at the BSI area, translating and interpreting for the players. And I'm always impressed because she doesn't only translate, she also conveys the emotions of the player, and it's really not something easy to do. And I think you guys can notice when she does it on the broadcast here. But having Jisun talent translator and now having Jisun producer from the LCK, it's completely different person, but I love them for different reasons, and it's really interesting to see how different she is when she works in this space, and also seeing the difference between working in the LEC, working on the French broadcast, and working here now. I don't know. I like finding out the tiny differences in productions and what makes a product better, and what basically you guys see at home when you watch the LCK. And yeah, finding out about all this has been amazing, honestly. And there's a lot of stuff that you guys do amazingly, and now I'm happy that I get to be part of it and actually, try to bring something, but also try and fit with the workflow. Because again, from the LEC to what you guys do, it's completely different, and adapting is always an interesting challenge, and I've been loving it so far.
And I won't ask why the LCK is better because I feel like that's just
It's
I won't
given.
do that. Yeah. Ox, how's it been? Jumping on I know you mentioned the fact that you were largely remote beforehand, but what has been some of the biggest things that changed for you, like as far as how you worked in person rather than remote?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like a big thing is because like when you start off as a caster, a lot of the times, a lot of like amateur casters, it's very remote focused, and then like in the middle of my career, there was COVID as well.
Yeah,
which took a big chunk out. So I haven't worked that much in person, especially not on this level. So having like being in studio, having the players there, having the support from like a team being there with assets and providing documents and everything. We have like all these things to just let us do the best job possible has been really fantastic, and just night and day from being in my little office wearing like short shorts underneath this shit, trying to sort out my mic. I'm like, why does it keep peaking? I can't pick up this thing. And, I have someone on the other end who's like, have you adjusted this setting? I'm like, I don't know what the setting is. I don't know this stuff. I'm just a guy who talks and occasionally says funny things. And they're getting frustrated because I'm like, oh my God, I can't. Whereas here, they just come over and they just tweak it. And I'm like, okay, thank you. And it's that simple, but it's... yeah, it's been like a whole experience, but it's so sick. And I think as well, like having the crowd there, like particularly the finals that we had in spring, when the crowd, when Caster John, announced them, and the crowd was so sick. And obviously, our audio doesn't go out to that crowd, but you can just tell whenever there's a big moment, you just hear this roar. It's just on another level. And when
that would have been insane for you as well, because like you come out of COVID, like remote broadcasting, and then that was like almost like your first time on the broadcast was at the Jump Shield.
It was pretty quick. And also like I remember when I was playing one time, I played in front of an audience, and it must have been like maybe like 30-60 people or something. And I remember there was a play that I did, and the crowd like went crazy. I was like, God, that's so loud. I'm like, it'd be like a whisper compared to that stadium. Like, I cannot imagine like the players obviously so many of them are veterans, but like especially a player like Pays who was new to it, get like a sick play and the crowd just goes absolutely crazy. But yeah, it's so sick. I mean, this is really what esports is about.
Yeah, no, it's incredible. And Valdez, my question for you is, how's it been working with these two new people?
Oh, it's been great. I really enjoy not working 6 days a week. That has nothing to do with these guys, but it's been great to have some extra talent. And it's been very nice. I feel like, been working with a lot of different analysts over the years, like even back to the double if days, but also like with LS and Papa Smithy and, everybody, Chronicler. Crumbs.
You worked with Crumbs, right?
I did, yeah, in Spo TV.
I hung out with Crumbs a lot while I was here. He's a very interesting man.
He is. He's like the most interesting man in the world. Do you know he's into sailing? Yeah, he is.
No, that's really cool.
Competitively, yeah. Or he was. Anyway, Chronicler Wolf and even Wadded and Hooney, and then, Ox comes over. He's pretty okay.
I like how you set up this big list just so you can like dump on me. Like, I've worked with all these big names, and now this guy.
No, it's great. I mean, to always have a different like viewpoint and mindset coming in, and everybody's been great. And then we had Ox. No, I'm just kidding. No, it's been great, and obviously Laura as well. Getting a chance to do the Valid Analyst again on the desk has been interesting. It's kind of like just one more step of like, oh yeah, well, now we have to learn something new. Like, you think you've done this job for a long time, and then you're like, okay, well, I've done this on casting, but like, have I really been a full-time analyst on the desk? Not really, so that's been fun to relearn, and it's been really fun. He's looking at me like this. I don't know.
He's waiting for the next one.
Yeah, no, it's been really fun to work with you as well, Dan.
Okay, thank you.
I don't know. He's looking at me so expectantly. I'm like, yeah, it's been good.
I actually, I got the pleasure of casting with Dan in Challenger.
I cast with him for the first time at MSI, actually.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, because Wolf's voice like died.
Yeah.
Just out of
and it was just one game. And what was crazy as well is the game. It was DFM against Saigon Buffaloes, and it was like the bloodiest game ever.
Crazy.
It was like, I think it was like between the two teams, it was like 60 plus kills in like 30 minutes. It was an absolute bloodbath. It was crazy. A lot of fun.
Yeah, a very memorable moment.
Well, my first time was in Challenger, and it probably wasn't that bloody, nor was it that memorable, but it was a very fun time to be on the desk with you. It's actually it's sad that you guys have got such a good beginning story of your careers together, and I casted with Dan on Challenger that time. But
it was good. I liked it.
I actually found it really nerve-wracking not being a host on the space.
But I could see it. Like, you were trying to... I mean, he was close to opening the show, honestly, when I was with him.
No, well, like, this is the thing. Like, I get really
spicy.
stuck in my ways, and as you can see from what I just did, I cut her off so that I could get my point across. That's not what you're allowed to do if you're an analyst guy. You're supposed to sit there and do what you're told, and I found it very, very difficult. So it's that has been a huge transition. But it's really cool to actually learn from a professional host instead of us, being play-by-plays that are in the host role for a lot of the time. So it's just been really, really cool. And I'll get better, I promise. Like that was great. At the thing. It's like
Atlanalist.
It's fortnightly.
Yeah.
Fortnightly, I get to Atlanalist.
No, it's League of Legends, not Fortnite.
Okay.
Orcs was here for a very short amount of time. We really liked having him here until we really didn't. And then we were glad that he was gone. So back to 6 days a week, Valdez. Unfortunately, you win some, you lose some. Hey.
안녕하세요. 하나생명 e스포츠의 탑 킹겐 황성훈이라고 합니다. DRX 아트록스가 되게 잘 뽑혀가지고 되게 만족하면서 보고 있었는데 그거랑 이제 흡사한 디자인으로 이제 꼬마 전설이 아트록스로도 나왔더라고요. 멋있게 만들어 주신 것 같아서 너무 감사하게 생각하고 있고 제가 TFT 할 때도 이제 꼬마 전설이 아트록스를 계속 쓰지 않을까 생각하고 있습니다. 꼬마 전설이 아트록스 많은 관심과 사랑 부탁드립니다. 감사합니다.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2023. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf for our second series of the evening, the Bank Derby, the infamous Bank Derby.
The infamous
back
one.
once again. This time looking a little bit different towards the lower end of the standings. Of course, Liv Sandbox sitting a little bit further up than DRX, but DRX managing to pick up a win, Wolf.
Yeah, their first win, so that's always very exciting. I think we're kind of putting them as the underdogs tonight, but this series could go either way. It really depends on, I think, the form of Liv Sandbox and how they play today, because we've seen this team get leads in the mid game, either absolutely crush with Teddy's late game win condition that you always can trust, or coordination falls apart. It's not Teddy's fault, but Liv Sandbox come a little bit short. So it's really just up to what you see on the day.
Yeah, we'll have to see how it is going to go. Let's have a look at the standings and jump into things, really have a look at where these teams are. 7th place for Liv Sandbox, but right beneath them in 8th is DRX.
Yeah, just a win separating the two of these teams right now, and a win here for DRX would actually put them at the same win-loss, but really with the unfortunate lack of wins here for DRX in terms of the points score, that would not actually put them ahead of Liv Sandbox, even though they win the head-to-head.
Yep, you could get a tie. They could get a tie because with a 2-0, they could tie. That's about all we can
Hey,
get
I guess
to.
you're right. I guess you're right. You're right. Oh, you can see DRX finally got their first win. Will they change the flow and start a win streak as top of the east side, looking for playoffs? This point of the match, a little bit optimistic at this moment in time, but that's the goal, right? Is, if you could turn your season around now, we still haven't even really hit the halfway point. We're almost there. But you turn your season around now, then maybe there's a chance. Maybe there's a shot. You make that run for playoffs. I think for Liv Sandbox, much more realistic based on what we've seen so far this season, but they need to get this win as Paddock versus Teddy, a player with so much experience versus a player who is just straight out of academy. Not, of course, in that order, as Teddy is the veteran here, but he knows this guy.
The Human Nexus. I'd probably call him a Human Nexus turret, personally, because the guy does
he doesn't just sit there and defensively, and then when he dies, the game is over.
Yeah, it's like more like a planetary fortress, where its Nexus kind of seems to me like it's a bit more of like a command center. I'm not into it. I think that Teddy definitely does.
He's not a hatchery, that's for sure.
Well, this is Beryl. Good old Beryl. We'll see whether he can pick up the Rel once again now that she has been enabled on this particular patch. Was, of course, extraordinarily dominant in the dive meta that Dom1 at the time performed exceptionally well in.
I was going to say, this is a Beryl on Dom1 win record, where if you look at his win rate on other champions when Dom1 was winning everything, they will probably actually even potentially be higher. But hey, he's got some experience on this pick. His engages were good back then, and we'll see if he's allowed to play it tonight, because we could end up seeing that banned away. Could obviously be played into the Alistair, which has been the most common answer. I'm hoping that we get to see Beryl play it because it suits his playstyle, right? Maybe we'll see a composition that makes sense around the bottom side with Paddock for that.
And I'm kind of hoping that it goes all the way full circle, right? So we get Kyle to pick up the Rel, and then Beryl gets to play his Alistair, because back in the day, that was the best one. 2019 Worlds, shooting up through the play-ins and just smashing his opposition. Was really fun to see. But we reminisce on old times. Let's welcome DRX to LoL Park here.
Bit of a rough season, Atlas.
Yes, it has been.
And it's a team that has talent, has technically 2 world champions on it, but it's a team that decided halfway through here that we're going to bring up some academy players, we're going to change things up. That didn't work out. They took Fate and said, okay, you're coming back in. We're going to at least keep Paddock in the bottom side of the map. Wow. We're really derbying very hard here.
Yes, there's a lot of derbying happening in, it looks like a protest. But that's what they're getting. So they're protesting a thing that they want, and they're getting it. Yeah. Successful protest.
On the other side of things here, I think the reason why we're mainly expecting a win for Liv Sandbox tonight is this roster is proven. This roster was with the exception of Teddy, obviously coming in for Envy, a top 3 team for a lot of spring, and you change one part of this roster and it becomes arguably even stronger on paper, even though the results haven't lived up to those spring record. I mean, it's a team that you could trust the bottom lane of. Teddy versus Paddock, a very lopsided matchup. You know that Fate, his return to DRX hasn't been extremely flashy, but he's been the stronger player. And just looking at this lineup, you're looking at Willer, who's been very successful this entire year. And even though there's been some hiccups in the coordination, on the DRX side, it's been even worse in that department. So it just feels like a tier list gap here, only one letter above. When you look at the key player matchup here, I mean, I think this is a key player matchup because Teddy is the key player for Live Sandbox, and Poduk is the guy on the other side.
Yeah, he is. He does make a lot out of the gold that he's given, though. And as you can see, he does a fair bit of his team's damage. But you can read into how much this says in a lot of different ways. And for Poduk, it reads relatively negatively. Having a look at the CS numbers and gold difference at 14 minutes just shows that the bottom lane kind of gets crushed.
Yeah.
Here for DRX.
Teddy's stats not looking that impressive in terms of high kill participation. We always read that as a symptom of being carry reliance, and then also the damage number there quite low compared to a lot of the other 80 carries. So even though we've heralded him as this late game god, and he has come up big sometimes, it hasn't been every time. And I don't think that's actually Teddy's fault, though. I think he's sometimes empowered by his team, and sometimes the coordination fails him. And as an 80 carry, the most fragile glass cannon in a composition, if your team falls apart, you can't do that damage. Your numbers are going to be low. So
ultimately, your late game damage can only occur if your Nexus survives until the late game. And
if you survive,
their Nexuses haven't necessarily been surviving to late game, unfortunately.
He's the human Nexus, though.
Oh, no! They've been killing Teddy and the game's been over, Wolf. A mobile Nexus, that makes it way easier to lose the game.
That's really, I mean, all they got to do is just 5-man push bot.
Yep.
End this game early.
Yeah, it's just, I feel like maybe we should take those training weights off. Maybe if you kill Teddy, you don't win the game from now on. As a bit of a fun matchup in the mid lane as well. Fate versus the guy that replaced him on Sandbox. So going to be able to get some revenge, perhaps, on the guy that took his spot.
I really think that Fate has always been a very consistent player, and in spring often was the one who had to put this team on his back and carry. In the Silas meta, we saw it a lot of the time. And I'm really glad he's back here because I think the team needs his consistency because everything else is all over the place in terms of Rascal's performances on the top side. He isn't being the solo kill god we've come to expect from this player. Bottom side has been rough with Barrel, trying to make plays but being unsuccessful. And it just feels like Fate's the one constant. If you put him in on this roster, he's going to deliver at least a C-tier performance, right? You know, and
that's what we're looking for.
And like, that's his worst, right? And he could go up to A, you know, on his best. But I think that this team needs one set piece, and I think Fate fits the bill for that to me.
Yep, and I think, just a modicum of consistency would definitely be a good thing. But I think both teams are kind of looking for that. Your eyes are kind of drawn to Bertle towards the top side of the map. The fact that Willa has had some flippy moments. He's had some incredible highs, but that comes with its fair share of lows. And Rascal versus Bertle, another one of a tale of two players of similar origins. Or at least Rascal was there during Bertle's origin story. So let's hop into the draft for the very beginning of this one. DRX going to be banning away the Vi, the Renekton, to come away from Rascal as well.
Yeah.
The Crocodile God himself.
See the Poppy taken away. Tristana and Ivern are two picks here that I'm really interested in seeing whether they go through here or not, as Live Sandbox will have to ban the Nico away. And with a Poppy ban here from DRX, I think we might be shaking hands on the trees. Annie gone here too. Not going to be available for Closer to play in this final ban. Now that we've moved away from Zeri, Yumi, etc., is a lot more flexible for Red Side. It feels less bad to be a Red Side team right now in terms of bans. You have a lot more choices. Let's see if that Ivern is going to make it through, if they let the Tristana through.
I wonder whether, Willa or Juhan are happy to play it. Of course, Juhan does have a tree skin for himself in the game already. So I'd have a feeling that he's pretty prepared to pick up the Ivern, as we're trading trees, or we're just going to lock away Sejuani. So Juhan not interested in it.
Yeah.
Now Tristana and the Ivern both available. That could be scary.
It could be scary. It could be played as a flex pick. It's also strong with Rel, which is still available here potentially. So wouldn't be shocked to see those picked up here, but we'll see what the answer is going to be, as these two teams are kind of known for doing their own thing. So don't always follow the meta, but looks like they have sided with our opinions on this one, and we'll see the Tristana come through. You don't have to lock in the Ivern now, since the Sejuani is already locked up. You could grab something like a Rel. We'll also grab Jax here, I suppose, early on in this draft for Bertle. been one of his best picks historically, and one of the ones he likes to play.
Also, the best thing with Sejuani outside of the Renekton, and now both of them unavailable for Rascal, I would suggest that he just goes Ivern top. Let's go.
Or just play Jace.
Jace could work. You can turn into a melee champion.
Bait is a really good Jace player, and when we had the Gore Drinker Jace meta in mid, he was also one of the players who was very successful on it. You know, comparatively speaking to the successes of DRX, because we didn't see a ton of it, fortunately for them, in spring. See what comes with this, though, as the Sejuani is almost certainly going to be played in the jungle, so going to actually deny the Rel here. Barrel will pick it up, but now it's very easy for Liv Sandbox to target some of those better champions here. And I don't think you need to grab Alistar right now as Liv Sandbox, because you can actually stop some of those stronger bottom side combos. I mean, you could take it, but you grab one of the trees here, and it's going to be Maokai they lock up instead of the Ivern. I think considering Jace's power with lethality and how squishy Ivern can be, I kind of like the Maokai here.
I'm okay with it. I think that it tells a little bit more about what these teams are prepared to play. I think that if you were one of the other teams in the LCK watching this, you'd be like, wow, that is a bit of a disadvantage that you do have if you don't have the Ivern priority all that high. But still, Maokai has been very strong. We've seen a heck of a lot of the bans thrown over towards Maokai. We'll see whether Willa is going to use Juhan's skin as well, which would be very interesting.
Maokai is also insanely strong into both Sejuani and Rel. Ivern, he's okay in those situations. He can protect your carry, can protect Tristana extremely well. But I'm kind of with Liv Sandbox on this one, picking this one up, as obviously the Sejuani is face up here, and it's not like you're opting into Maokai versus the Ivern. Varus going to be taken away from Teddy. It's been one of his more successful picks this season. Let's see. I mean, we're seeing LeBlanc taken away rather than targeting those 80 carries with the Rel. There's the Kai'Sa finally. You got to at least take that one away here. Neela's still an option here for DRX, but your comp becomes so one-dimensional if you do opt into that. And we'll see what that final ban is going to be here for Teddy.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting banning the Kai'Sa. I kind of thought that Teddy was going to play it. But instead, deciding to take that one away, maybe wanting to lock away a support champion here as the Ashe going to be taken off the board.
I think you could just start to front-to-back Aphelios here now.
Yeah, I guess.
That's what they're going to do, it looks like here, unless they swap it at the last minute. Will be the Aphelios to be locked in, and you'll have the support of your choice. Alistar really does fit the bill, as that Neela I was talking about is
very fun.
I mean, this comp is super all-in, and DRX, they like to all-in and decide games early. Samira and Rel, it's 2021, I'm living in it. Barrel's like, just take me back to the top 1 days.
Samira. I love it. But Draven is going to come through instead, and honestly, kind of into it. Rel, pretty all-in. Draven absolutely fits that bill. You're going to be doing a lot of work in the early stage of this game, and Rascal going to round it out with some late-game power, I guess.
Yeah, but it's going to be walking into Jax as a side lane. I mean, these two things could not mean...
Okay.
There's like no way to actually choose two completely different champions in this draft and hover between them of what they do to the draft and its identity. As it will be Fate's Akali. Probably.
You say that.
Probably.
Rascal is our best top lane Akali player, and it might be his anti-Jax tech.
Yeah.
We'll just have to see.
We will have to see. But I'm going to be honest, what this Akali does for the Draven is huge. If Jace can pick away at the backline, the Tristana, the Aphelios in particular, even the Maokai, then you get a reset for Draven with the Akali going in and helping to burst those kills down. You can win these fights extremely quickly. But in terms of dealing with side lane later on, it's not going to give you a whole lot. I think it's better than what the Ornn would have done for your comp if you fall behind. The Ornn is a late game condition, except not really into Jax. Can be a huge problem here. And let's see if that final swap comes through.
Oh, it won't. The Akali already has the teleport ignite. We are locked in, and we are good to go.
Atlas, I'm worried about this. You know, on one hand, I'm like, yeah, it's Rascal's Akali. We haven't seen that in a while. It was really fun back in the day. On the other hand, this comp is so reliant on getting this Draven ahead and getting the Akali ahead and also getting the Jace ahead. If you don't get advantages, and if anything goes wrong, it's basically impossible to play this comp. It's just not going to happen.
Look, they've got 3 different chances to get one of those lanes ahead. You know, like one of them's got to get ahead, right? Surely we got to tick one of those boxes.
DRX not known for aggressively dying early in any of their lanes, right?
Yeah.
Definitely never Barrel. He's never done that. We don't see Juhan. He's a Croco when he's on the roster. It never happens early. Any small errors or overextensions, that certainly wouldn't happen. No, never would happen. No, but this comp suits that playstyle, right? You're going in, you're going to win early and win hard, or you're going to lose early and the game is over. This is peak DRX right here, Atlas.
It is do or die. Plus, Rascal has a pretty cool skin that he gets to show off as well, courtesy of Zeka at the World Championship. Says the name of his team on it, and that's got to feel pretty good. Let's jump onto the Rift here for game number 1 between DRX and Live Sandbox. All right, Bank Derby off to a great start. Both of the fan chants at pretty equal volume. You love to see it. As already First Blood goes down.
I can't believe they got the rights to Santa Claus Riot, by the way. Like, that is just wild to me.
I know, that's insane.
Like, I just didn't think I'd see the day.
How much money do you think they had to pay the North Pole?
I mean, it was probably about $1 million bajillion.
Yeah, probably at least.
Approximately.
Yeah. Is that
wild.
the kind of currency that they use at the North Pole?
You know, that's a good question. I'll have to ask my elf friend.
Yeah.
He recently became a dentist.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's working on that.
Nice. Has his employer given him a sock yet?
Different kind of elf.
All right, my bad.
Different kind of elf, yeah.
I always get my elves confused.
He did get from a prestigious university his dentist degree.
Oh, very cool.
I don't know what that's called, but he got it. He told me.
Was it a North Pole university? Like, how do they stack up?
No, actually, he studied in the UK, as far as I've
really?
heard. Yeah.
Like Oxford or something?
Yeah, it might have been Oxford. He didn't tell me, but I just know he was at the UK. I haven't talked to him in a while. We weren't in touch, but then...
I would assume Oxford or Cambridge. That's where my mind would go.
Those are the famous ones, you know?
Yeah. And, you know...
And my elf friend is very smart, so, like, I mean, obviously.
Yeah. We've delved very far away. Reality, at the beginning of this cast, we're going to have a look at Beryl's win rate, 15-5 on this rel, as we showed you at the very beginning of the game. And let's see whether he's going to be able to start any of these fights on the right foot. Kyle is going to do everything that he can to say no. And we'll see whether DRX are just going to say, but yes.
Well, Beryl always says yes.
He does. Whether he should say no or not, he says yes.
Yeah. He's only singular-minded. There is no binary for Beryl.
Nope.
It is going in or going in.
Yeah. You get to choose one of those options, though, so, you know, that's cool.
He is set up to potentially hit some crash downs here. Did attempt one, didn't land it, as he has level 2 now. And this can be, you know, against a lot of other weaker lanes or against some enchanters, an opportunity for attack. But with Calibrum here, Poduk is getting chunked down. Beryl is clearing a ward. And over here...
Okay, well, Fate is going to wander around for a little bit before he boops Closer back. Not going to be too bad in the trade, but Closer jumps forward yet again, gets that reset. That is going to be pretty good. As Bertle, just going to be annoying. But it looks like Juhan's going to be all right.
I feel like Fate just got hands tested there a little bit and passed, you know. But the mana that the early game Jace is reliant on is going to favor the trade for Closer. As you can see that Maokai has been struggling. Grizzly picking up the last of those 2 losses, of course, yesterday. As Fate is going to be reliant on some level ups here to get that last of that mana. He's going to need to be able to stick around. He's going to be okay in this lane. Juhan grabbing the scuttle.
Ooh,
and Willer sneaking over.
Willer's coming around. We do have a backflip available. That is a flash twisted advance. Rascal going to go back to Bertle here. 5-point strike. Not really going to do too much, but Rascal, oh my goodness, he drinks the potion, the Bramble Smash. It's not far enough, but now the rocket jump comes forward, and Rascal's death is secured. Don't know about the flash, but he wanted to get up and grab himself at least the assist on this kill onto Juhan as well.
I think he's just hoping that if he gets that flash in and make sure he can get the reset, they make sure it's 2 going over, and it will be 2, and it couldn't be DRX in the early game. Opting in and falling behind. It couldn't be Atlas.
No, it would never be.
It's never, nobody know how.
It was almost Rascal making the great escape, but unfortunately, Fate had 0 control of the mid lane.
Yeah, he backflipped really well here. Also was able to avoid the counter-strike in the Shroud, but barely Juhan does not save him because, unfortunately, with no mid-prio here, there's nothing Fate can do. Closer flashes. He was going to die either way, but I think it was like, I'm going to get that reset early. Won't matter ultimately, so probably could have saved that one.
나이스!
The typical Willer cheerleading every time without fail.
And also everyone with a very coordinated back as well. I like that, you know, show of teamwork between all the players being coordinated. Definitely very important. And so now, things are very rough. So we're not really going to see all that much when it comes to the power of the Akali in this lane, unfortunately. We'll see what he's going to build. Could just be dash cannon as per usual. Might go for something else. We have seen a few more of the longevity builds, but it's been a while since the good old Mask Akali has existed.
Yeah.
I'd like to see Sunfire Cape though. I hear it's a great damage item.
We have seen some wild Akali builds like the Chem Tank in the past.
Yeah.
We've seen some like weird stuff. Tank Akali is kind of like, it's always out there. You see it in solo queue every now and then. In this game, we won't be talking about items for this champion for a while. Unfortunately, as it turns out, like she has an Amp Tome because she is an AP champion, and that's where we're headed. As Willer is actually coming up here to try to further this lead for the Jacks.
I think Willer took buying that Amp Tome pretty personally here, Wolf. As he does get into the Shroud, Bertle is just gonna die. That is a 1v2 solo kill for Rascal, the king of solo kills. And Willer knows that he is dead. So that is going to be, well, 2 kills. Not going over to Rascal there, but still, you'll say worth in all chat.
Stealing the kill, Juhan there, but yeah, you'll absolutely take the assist there as Root comes down.
Yeah, grabbing him, getting a lot of value here as Paddock gonna have to get out. Beryl almost stunned up, but concussive blows is going to wear off. Beryl will be able to go home, but some aggression here on the bottom side. Good work from Teddy and Kyle.
Rascal played the topside situation pretty well, but unfortunately Bertle was not able to transfer aggro of the turret to Willer. And that was the main problem up there as Juhan eventually does arrive. And so they do end up picking up 2 kills here. No summoners for Paddock in the bottom lane is unfortunate as closer. It's going to be fine here. Fate trying to combo him down a little bit with the Dirk. But fortunately, this is a little bit of a rough situation here now for the Draven lane. Let's see what happens here now with the money Rascal's picked up. Hextech Alternator and Shoes. Gonna give him a little bit more mobility up there against the counter strikes.
Yep, some options. He can alternate now, which is absolutely fantastic. Bertle just hanging out with Juhan. Juhan's now going to move up towards him, finds an Arctic Assault on the Jax. As you can see that Juhan is just going to head back towards the Shellfish, and Rascal not going to find any more aggression. But this is a happy DRX Akali.
Yeah, no, it's
top lane now.
It's never been a faster frown to smile, turn it upside down situation.
Oh, yeah.
As Bertle is getting dove in live, so we're gonna look at this.
Yeah, let's see how this dive is going to go, as that is the perfect execution. Counter-Strike exists, as Rascal is going to say, you're going to grab the fadeaway here, aren't you, Juhan? Right? Yes? No.
Bertle!
Once again going to be the kill, and Rascal, does he have the backflip and the 5-point strike? That's the question. Backflip misses. And so that is Bertle walking away.
Rascal should still be able to pick up some plate gold here at least, but man, that was a little bit messy here on the top side of the map. At least Juhan was able to hold the aggro, but is ultimately taken out there by Bertle's decisive call. Plate will go over. Can't backflip a turret, but you know, I get the idea. Yeah, we'll finally go back and watch this. I feel like something else is going to happen live.
We got a few of these.
Yeah. Got some catching up to do as Bertle will eat that extra turret shot. Rascal takes him out. Yeah, here we go.
Here we go. Here's the Nature's Grasp towards the bottom side. Paddock is really dead. We'll have to, I mean, what page of the Choose Your Own Adventure was that on? Because you chose the wrong one.
I knew that something was gonna happen because it's DRX early game with this comp. I'm like, something's gonna happen while we're in this replay, and we weren't disappointed. Willer makes a cross map happen here with his ultimate, hits level 6, and Beryl was trying to come up and contest with the Rift Herald, and now he's down here. Yeah. They will get the Rift Herald, but this is going to be plates going over to Teddy on the Aphelios, at least 1, but I think he probably picks up 2, maybe even 3 with how zoned Paddock and Beryl are now.
Yeah, Paddock is going to move back into the lane as Willer takes about 50% of his health bar, but Teddy will come back over and look to clear out at least this second plate. That is going to go down, but most of that minion wave is now dead. Paddock doesn't have very many stacks anymore. And this, yeah, it was a rough situation earlier. It's way worse now.
Yeah. I know everyone really wants to see exactly how that started off, but I'm scared that if we do.
Yeah, no, as soon as we go into another replay.
I'm like, the minimap looks safe right now. It looks like everything looks normal. Okay, Wheeler had backed. Sejuani's killing red buff. I think we can watch it, but this is happening, so we have to wait. We have to wait.
Yep, Kyle. He's going to come on over. All right. Will Teddy be able to do enough damage to get them out of this lane? Looks like already the answer might be yes. He lands a Q.
I mean, Wheeler's going down with ult again. I feel like I've seen this one before. This time Barrel, it might also be a casualty. They have no flashes.
Juhan doing a little bit of happy feeding here, sitting in the brush by his Brambleback. He's going to move towards the mid lane where they do have a ward. So full information about the DRX jungler as Wheeler's going to move on over. Juhan realizes that he has to just get out of there. Closer free hitting.
I mean,
find too much more.
If they hit the Sejuani a few more times, she has to leave, then they could just go for that bottom side dive. So Juhan really has to walk a tightrope here. He has to help Fate out, but he also wants to make sure he can come down and defend his turret because the dive can absolutely be repeated. Look at the vision control. Podok is so low.
That's a glacial fissure. The Christmas trees rain down, but Beryl is going to be able to block the ult from Teddy. And Paddock will survive. This is not the kind of game that you want to see from the Draven, though. Not able to offer too much early pressure as Rascal between turrets. Still putting on the pressure as the Akali. Has approximately a 20 CS advantage as well as Fate not to be bullied by Closer in this mid lane either.
I mean,
that explosive charge, but he'll be fine.
The solo laners are the ones who are actually playing the game right now, right? Fate's going to be able to actually get some plate gold here, picks up one naturally. The charge will come through, so he'll pick up another, and that's going to be a lot of money in his pocket. We'll pick up another, I believe. Yeah, it was close enough to that. And, I mean, it's the bottom side that's somewhat problematic here, but the comp can still work. It still needs to work early, and this Jace needs to be further accelerated. He has a tier that he's starting to stack up now as we're going back to replays, which is, this is all the way back to that level 6 from Wheeler. As Teddy's red-white, Podok realizes, okay, I have to try to all-in here, but he simply cannot, and we'll lose a lot of those stacks, like you were talking about. Pretty basic here. Beryl was on the Herald, or heading to the Herald, so wasn't there to help out.
It's all right. He will become adored again. Wolf, it'll happen. Let's see whether Paddock can keep himself alive for a little bit longer this time around to get a few of those ready for a potential cash-in if they can meet on the next objective fight. Next Drake going to be an Infernal spawning very, very soon. With Sandbox looking to set up for that one as well as Beryl milling about in this area. He is. He is playing Rel, and he's generally pretty brave on the Rel.
He only goes in.
Uh-huh.
And let's look at the gold leads here across the board. Only Rascal. It's the Rascal stripe we've talked about all the time. It used to be for KT, now it's for DRX. And a Duskblade is picked up for Fate. So he has that Mythic online. I mean, they need to fight together if they are going to fight here. As this is a bit of a shaky setup right now, as Aphelios has Prio 2, and Closer has Flash. He's in the area. This is a scary situation for DRX if they're going to hard commit.
Yeah, Closer walking over Vision as Beryl going to Magnastorm. He flashes in looking for Teddy, but Teddy gets himself out of there. Kyle not going to be so lucky, but can they find more as Rascal is going to get flashed away from, and DRX just brute force control. Birtle teleports in, but immediately he's leaping away, and that is going to be the first Drake for DRX here. Second of the game, evening that stat out.
There you go, Beryl. There's that Rel engage. There's that Magnet Storm. He's not afraid. He goes straight into the choke and lifts Sandbox. Not able to turn in this fight, and Birtle's not here. He burns a teleport, shows up late. Well, they're all stacked up. He's like, well, I just can't go in now. Fight's already over. And DRX win the fight, grab that kill, and are going to be able to grab the dragon. As you say, it is Hextech Soul, which is insane value.
Wow, talk about a transition.
Yeah.
We've had a Chemtech kind of day, and this is really turning it on its head.
Well, this is a Chemtech, or rather, this is the opposite of Chemtech type of aggression. 8 kills in this early game. It's a Hextech type of start to this series. Look at how much damage the Dragon does before this starts off. The Beryl flash engages in with the Magnet Storm, and the Wheeler engages on him. Kyle is instantly deleted. Rascal's here about 5 minutes before Birtle shows up to just leap away.
And then Teddy also throws his Moonlight Vigil looking for Beryl in the darkness, and Beryl had already very slowly trotted away.
Yeah.
And was fine. So far, 0-0-1 on the Rel. I'm going to say more good than bad.
Yeah, no, it's a solid turnaround for the events that have occurred thus far in this game. DRX still behind in gold, but these are really pivotal wins that they're taking, these really important ones here.
also taking the good dragons as well. An Ocean you're happy to kind of give up, but having this solo Infernal into potential Hextech Drakes could be big.
I mean, it's really good for this comp that needs to get resets, needs to get kills early. Those additional stats for the Akali, for the Jace, really going to be helpful. As small as they seem, can be deciding factors here when the numbers get really low.
And man, Rascal is going to be so important in this game. There are quite a few priority targets to assassinate. We'll see whether he can get there and make this one happen. You mentioned the Rascal Stripe. If he's not performing, DRX looks so much worse as well. And he has had some off days. I feel like his back is starting to ache from some of these performances that he's had that have been good at the beginning of the season. But afterwards, you know, that feeling of, oh man, there is so much pressure on my shoulders, can bring out some of these mistakes. We have seen a few of them.
And I mean, this is Birdall pretending to be a Herald here, as Willer considers going for the steal, doesn't actually commit. But while the second Herald does go over, it is going to be first brick picked up here by Liv Sandbox, and knows that Closer is moving into the top lane right now. He's got his Kraken Slayer at the ready. And I mean, DRX, they get the objective, but they're losing a lot of map control.
Beryl just Hex flashing in, because why not, you know?
Let's scare him.
Yeah, it's about sending a message.
Closer is
that I don't care about my own life very much.
Yeah, and Closer is going to get a lot of damage done to this turret, but it's not going to be anything that breaks DRX's back or anything like that. It's just Liv Sandbox getting a lot of control while that Herald was taken, and will further their gold lead. As team fights, we haven't really seen a full 5v5 outside of the Rel engage there for Beryl, but that was more of a skirmish, wasn't really straight up just a front to back or anything like that. And see what DRX can do when we move to this next Hextech Drake in 2 minutes, because I think that is really going to be one of the big deciding moments in this game. DRX need to win that fight swimmingly. If they lose it at all, so much momentum is lost.
No, I agree.
And I think they can't even just give it up and avoid it. They need to fight.
And Liv Sandbox do have so many tools in these team fights as well. Counter-Strike and the Nature's Grasp. The Nature's Grasp. So incredibly good in these team fight scenarios. Liv Sandbox, if they can get these flanks for Birdall, if they can get Willer in position, it's going to be pretty rough for DRX, who have far more of this more finesse-based. There's poke involved. It's more of like a dive and kill one target. If you do not, then hope and pray.
Yeah, that's why you see the Rocket Belt here for the Akali and not the Rift Maker, which means that it's going to have a little bit of a problem in this mid-game against the Jax. Can, of course, later on shore that up a little bit with some additional items. As Juhan's walking forward here with Fate. They want to chip away at this Maokai. I think this is wise here. DRX playing this smart, getting some chip damage in before this Drake spawns. They can use this Rift Herald for prio.
Yeah, maybe a little bit early, but
he'll get the turret.
Beggars can't be choosers, exactly. They'll be able to get on in there. That's a marathon from Beryl. Teddy just explodes the bottom lane. Have no idea what just happened. Welcome back, Beryl. Man, we missed you. Absolutely incredible. Engage on the Rel.
I mean, they are going to get additional charge here, and that should be the second Drake for them coming through. Closer is already hard committing to completing this top turret. He does get it down here. He's just going to push this wave through and will take a safe bag. See if Fate blocks him. And a pretty obvious recall location there, so we'll deny that. Nicely played by Fate. Just good game sense there. And DRX, they still haven't shored up the Goldie, but Jace picks up another kill. And it's these decisive calls that DRX are known for better or for worse, right? And in this time, in this game, Beryl's second engage on this Rel, the Magnet Storm, it's for better. Yeah. And they will pick up another kill. They'll take the turret, and that will be the third Drake going to them. You have to think, as say that, actually haven't grouped for it just yet. Liv Sandbox, with the recall timing there of DRX, are going to get this, and that's going to be a lot of wind out of their sails.
Yeah, DRX actually just not interested in the Dragon whatsoever.
I mean, they used all of their ults and really hard engage tools to get the turret, so I guess without those really fully back online, you see Beryl still with his Magnet Storm gone, Podix ult's not back up, Juhan doesn't have his ult, so they just decide, okay, we'll let this one go because we used everything to get some gold in mid. So, better safe than sorry, being a little bit safer here than normal as DRX, but
I think if you're changing a little bit as a team that is not necessarily winning all that much, it's probably for the better.
Yeah.
And so I respect it. They do manage to take an outer turret towards the top side as well, so not going to grab nothing. as Fate puts together his Manamune now.
Fate's big. I mean, he has Manamune done. He's already got his Last Whisper, so he's going to have some armor pen pretty soon here. So he's already scaling well and truly into big damage in these mid-game fights. As long as he can hit those shock blasts, he's going to be relevant. Podix picked up his Collector. I think in this composition, absolutely the right call.
Yeah, we're going to have to see a cash-in, though, pretty soon. Paddock does manage to hit that level 11, so a couple of points in the Whirling Death, but we need to see what this cash-in's going to look like. Close to 300 stacks now on the Adoration. He's getting towards Blue Blade's territory, which was coined in a game Teddy was in, playing Draven on Jin Air by Papa Smithy. And now Teddy is watching as Paddock deals with the same situation many years later.
Yeah, really quite the explosive win that DRX need right now. Getting that cash in on a team fight, in an objective fight rather, is what they're hoping for here. Because right now you look at Teddy, he's 30 CS ahead. You know, the stacks were killed early. You have a Jax that's going to become a side lane win condition here. The clock is ticking, the sand is running out. Still winnable here for DRX, but we're not going to see an objective fight at least until that Drake spawns. And I mean, that's sole point for Live Sandbox. You lose that one and it's pretty much done.
As you can see, it's going to be Akali matching Tristana in the top lane here. Not going to be a lot of options for matching Bertle as this game goes on. I think for now, Fate is going to be enough. But I think the 1-3-1 is going to be a scary thing if Live Sandbox are able to play towards it. But even then, they can have a bit more flexibility moving towards team fights. I just feel like DRX's composition is difficult to play out.
They're going to commit to trying to catch Bertle on the bottom side. Barrel's going down here. Into a Jax at level 13, I'm just not too optimistic about your chances. It will, of course, force a reaction out of Bertle, but it's just going to move towards the mid lane here, and nothing will happen from this. As the mid lane, speaking of, Liv Sandbox starting to siege up this mid turret, and Fate's going to try to offer some damage back here on the flank, as here comes the Maokai ult. This is what you do.
Yep, Juhan just going to stand in front of the Nature's Grasp, and that is just going to be a Glacial Fissure to come forward. And that will, sorry, a Glacial Prison. There's a Glacial Prison and Fissure in the same game on the other side, opposite sides of the rift. That's confusing.
For all Yordian, you know,
yeah,
that's how it goes.
There's an icy jail that flew at the enemy team, and that is going to stop them from going for a dive.
Yeah, really well played by Juhan there, ulting, blocking the Maokai Nature's Grasp, and then they are able to prevent Closer from putting that big damage into the turret because Tristana can just so quickly pop that turret, and then they could follow up, but well handled. DRX playing a pretty nice mid game here. Not winning a big team fight, not getting that cash in just yet, but doing everything else exactly as they should. But in 90 seconds, that's where we're going to have to see a one team fight for DRX. That's when they're actually going to have to, once again, maybe have a great Magnet Storm engage, or Fate's going to have to hit a few shock blasts to soften them up, Rascal on a flank. Something like this is going to be required.
I agree. I think they have been playing a pretty nice macro game, right? Like the whole getting around, grabbing these turrets, opportunistic plays, things like this. But it hasn't really equated in big advantages. Just being able to get a few objectives here and there. And an honest 5v5 we haven't quite seen. And we may not see again, as Teddy is going to throw a Moonlight Vigil to Narnia, but the chase is still on. Ulti comes through, and Willa,
I mean, these are two
follow up on it.
Really important ultimates right before Soul Point here for Liv Sandbox.
Great Blast as well on top of that, as now Rascal is fighting Bertle and discovers he can't do that. That is not a good idea. We're gonna say no. That's a cross in the box.
Yeah. Now Rascal can TP back in though with full health for this fight. He's just gonna back off. Bertle, no turret to threaten here on the top side of the map. He also has TP, but DRX need to be decisive here. Liv Sandbox without that Aphelios ult, without the Nature's Grasp, 2 critical ults for their team fight.
Yeah, Fate taking a lot of damage here, actually a lot of burst from the explosive charge as Closer gets that, but there's the Magnet Storm. Rel goes for it again, and that is going to be the cash in. It finally comes through. There is no more Tristana, but the Rel goes down as well. But Kyle is a little bit too low. Rascal's on a flank. And I think DRX might be able to even out the Drakes again.
Yeah,
I have to see.
I think they might be able to. Rascal's at full health, has a stopwatch. He can really force this fight on his terms if he gets on that flank angle. He's going to use his cannon right now. For the belt. Not going to actually commit to anything further, but they should be able to use this to get Prio here, clear that ward, and they control the choke point. You've got to get this Drake, DRX. If you give them enough time to reset, it's going to feel so disastrous here. As hard engaging onto Fate here. He takes a ton of damage. Barrel completely unseen. Once again, Flash Magnet Storm engage, and the Blades are going to come through. Big ultimate here to actually get that first cash, and Kyle narrowly survives. Almost a double going through there with Draven ult.
Okay, that's a Baron that's been started from Live Sandbox, but DRX not going to be bamboozled by it. As we can see, Rascal a long way away though. Juan gets into the area, but not able to steal away the Baron. But now can they actually stand toe-to-toe in a team fight? Fate, I don't think he's going to be able to handle it. Willa almost goes down, but it's going to be Teddy grabbing that kill. Barrel explodes immediately afterwards. And Live Sandbox, they'll grab 2 kills and a Baron.
Oh,
Teddy! Make it 3, never you mind.
Teddy! He makes it happen over the wall, snipes Paddock. And I need to see what happened before that Baron take and what the vision setup was and where DRX's players were, because at the moment that Live Sandbox secure that in turn, Rascal is so far away, he was nowhere nearby. Let's watch this again. He was bought. Just took the Hextech gate out of base, and they just had no idea until very late. They see it, witness control, where the game sense allows them to know, okay, this is happening, no one's showing on the map. But Rascal just isn't here. The turn is fantastic. Barrel has to use his crash down to get out of this fight. There's no engage here, and without this Fed Akali, just no win. Ooh, Teddy over the wall.
Yeah, tried to throw out that Whirling Death to look for a kill onto Willer. I have a feeling that that only just came off cooldown because this was... Oh dear. Okay, Live Sandbox also gets soul point because DRX weren't able to get over there for that one closer. He's going to die. And that should put a bit of a dampener in this Baron buff as Willer is going to get the rest of the team out, or attempt to, as Juhan's looking for a little bit more. No ulti available, and now it's the turn as Teddy, he's decided that he has enough damage to kill everyone, and they at least have enough damage to kill Sejuani. But now Rascal is going to be here. He dives towards this counter-strike, finds a backflip. Perfect execution, not quite enough though, as Fate is going to be able to take one down. He's moving so quickly with the phase rush, and he manages to kill Teddy. And now, oh my goodness, this little do-si-do, that was so cute. Fate is now on another ward, finds a shock blast onto Bertle.
Bertle's like, all right, cool story, man. I have Hullbreaker, and I'm just going to push this lane, so you can't kill me, and you can go try to do something in another location, but I've actually got Baron buff, and I'm going to use this Hullbreaker and my Demolish to do some serious damage. Meanwhile, there's no mid-turret, by the way, so yeah, you can take that inner eventually, but I'm actually going to get a ton of value here. Now, Live Sandbox identify very quickly here after Closer's death and the flank of the Akali is seen that the only way they get out is by actually hard forcing on their way out. So ultimate comes through here from Willer. They see it, Rascal on the flank, and they're like, I think we actually have to fight this. He's flanking on the Hex Gate. He's far away. Let's turn in here into the Tri-Brush. They instantly blow up the Sejuani, and then this fight is so difficult to play out because Rascal's on a ward. They know he's there, and Barrel completely blocked on the engage. By the time he goes through, the fight is already lost. Akali is dead, and Fate, he does a ton of damage here on his own, but I think Live Sandbox handled that so incredibly well. Could have been much worse.
Just very funny then watching them walking around the terrain there just for a few moments after there was such high action, and then it was just standing, being like, all right, I guess we're just not going to find each other and it's going to be fine.
So I believe that inner went down on the bottom lane, but Kali's standing on it right now, so it's hard to know.
I think it was inner for inner.
Yeah, inner for inner and mid.
Inner went bot.
So Fate was able to get that since it was super low, so it was a trade of turrets after the dust settled. And yeah, now the Kali's moved, we know for sure.
As Glacial Prison does come through, Teddy didn't have cleanse available. It is going to be all right.
Look at this damage.
Yeah, Bertle is a problem. He's a large problem. He's a big old Jax. And remember, this was picked up second in the draft as well. Bertle, we've had a few question marks around as far as his performance this season. But this is a great game for the man. Looking absolutely fantastic. 3 items now completed. Rascal was actually making this Akali look like a smart pick earlier on in the game. That last team fight, absolutely not the case.
Yeah,
he really had a rough one.
He got spotted, right? I mean, he's on a ward, he's seen, then he Hex Tech gates, and then stands on a ward, so it's really easy for them to just turn on him. He probably should have just opted out. They should have just completely disengaged. All right, I see you, Sandbox. You're turning on us. Let's just walk away. They hard committed because their comp, it feels like they're also realizing, just has such a finite amount of time that it can successfully work straight up. I mean, it's now that the Draven has 3 items, the Jace is sitting on 3 items as well with Sorelda's. Yeah, I mean, you can win front-to-backs here, but against the Aphelios, against the resets, and also the side lanes that Birdall can set up here means that you're not going to be able to fight on your terms a lot of the time. Flanks are so difficult. It feels bad. It's not impossible, and everyone is so big right now as we reach 30 minutes that at one great engage from Barrel or one instant deletion of Teddy by Rascal, yeah, you can win this game. Yeah, but the ways that that's going to happen, you're going to have to kind of be hoping for.
Gonna need some pretty impressive follow-up. I think Magnet Storm with a big old Shock Blast, some Whirling Death, and maybe an Akali. That could be your avenue to success. Or DRX do have a nice pick comp as well. Like, you can play off the back of Juhan finding someone in the jungle, but everyone needs to be there to follow up. He's not going to be killing anyone by himself. As Birdall is now looking for Fate. Moonlight Vigil, I believe, flew through. Yeah, Teddy. Not going to have that one if this fight does break out. Nature's Grasp down yet again from Willa.
You could just use Nature's Grasp on cooldown to take turrets off the map with this composition with the Hull Breaker from Birdall. You can actually stand so far away from Birdall that you don't actually mess up the Hull Breaker passive while also protecting him with the ultimate there and just saying, it was funny when he was actually going in there because the turret started hurting him. He's like, that's very annoying. He just slaps the turret and it explodes. Stop hitting me, turret. That's very obnoxious. And now he's 4-1-6 this game. Pretty insanely fed Jax. Is going to have a Zhonya's coming online fairly soon here too. And
actually kind of crazy that this game is looking like a Birdall POG angle or a Fate POG angle.
Yeah.
It's kind of fantastic that we're seeing such a resurgence from these two players. Right now, it's looking a little bit in the Birdall category as this game has continued. Teddy in a pretty safe position here. Barrel crashes down. And DRX getting closed in on right now by Liv Sandbox. Both of these big objectives are now available. They will split up to opposite ends of the rift. Winter's Bite connecting there from Kyle.
I love all the vision we see here from Liv Sandbox. They are not going to get caught by Barrel on a flank. They're not going to be caught by this rail engage. Look at the split straight in a line here right now, or Liv Sandbox to avoid that Magnet Storm. Barrel has flash and they know it, and they're just going to respect it.
They're using these saplings so well at the same time as Willa going to throw that ulti forward. Some aliens are going to land onto the Sejuani, but it's Fate that gets engaged on. He does go into his stopwatch as Whirling Death flies down. Birdall gets into the back line though, and that is going to be the Jace taken out. 2 for 2 so far though, as Parduk trying to fight back against Teddy. The flash forward, he breaks his stopwatch at the most beautiful time, and it's a triple for Rascal.
Oh man, Rascal popping off here with Parduk. The stopwatch timings were beautiful, and maybe DRX just pushed to end here at 32 minutes, 45 seconds on Teddy. Picks up a GA, but I think this game is done and dusted. DRX do it in 32.
He's a madman, Wolf. He is an absolute madman.
That was insane. That was just insane what we saw there. Oh my god. That team fight. And they just push these minions in. 20 seconds to go. Willer's up in 8. Will have his ult, but it just doesn't matter. Right?
Oh, Rascal? Yeah, tanking the turret. He is going to have to go golden. Means he's not going to be able to offer the DPS.
Willer has ult.
It's going to happen. Yeah, the ult is going to come through as Paddock wants to get a few autos in. If they stop the Draven, it's a difficult time. Fate, he just needs to press W and hit the Nexus. And we're going to look at it. Oh, no! Never you mind.
The Observer did the zoom. He thought it was done. It's not done, Atlas.
It is definitely not, as Juhan was trying to deal with these minions, and now it's Liv Sandbox. Oh, DRX, please don't tell me this is how it ends.
Oh, man, this has got to be one of the craziest games I have ever commentated across any game of esports, man. This is just absurd. Okay, Parduk's up in 15 here. They've got that one cannon minion, or rather ranged minion here. They want to escort here.
Save the minion!
Tristana. Tristana's going to tank it. She does too much damage. Birdall and Counter-Strike.
I don't know whether you can Counter-Strike that, Birdall. You are just dead, but at least he's not giving money to the enemy team. Kyle in similar trouble as minions are gone. Whirling Death flies through, and Liv Sandbox cannot get the counter kill. And now
they need Hextech Soul.
Willer.
He's okay. He's okay.
He's fine.
Hextech Soul. That's got to be the focus here. Somebody's got to defend the base when that mid-minion wave gets there. So they need to rush down this dragon, then go back home and defend. Barrel trying to spot any backing members here will actually miss Willer, who's in the jungle, has his ultimate back up. DRX identify. Okay, they have to go home. They're going to get Soul. They got Soul. But we're rushing to Baron. And with that base open, no Nexus turrets here. They think that Baron might just be the way. They grab this, push mid with those super minions and the inhibitor down and try to end that way. This game is wild.
Oh, it's insane. And remember, it's Hextech Rip, so there are base gates, but still, this is going to go down extraordinarily fast. So Baron against
Hextech Soul, yeah.
And Hextech Soul is real scary.
And it's
very
Hextech
scary.
Soul with Teddy, with a GA, and we're going all the way back to this. I think this replay is so long that I'm scared.
We're going to miss the game. We're going to miss the game.
But, I mean, it's a really nice counter-strike here from Birdall. Goes golden. Willer takes a ton of damage, and once again, Barrel's Magnet Storm re-engage. Closer is out of this fight. Yeah, he stopwatches to save himself for a moment, but then this play here from Pada dodges Kyle.
Waits
and
for
then
a
flashes.
Flash Winter's Bite before he stopwatches.
That was so sick from both players, but ultimately, it's going to be Pada who comes up with the W-ish in that fight.
Yeah.
But then, things change, right?
As you can see that little spike, you see that little spike at the end?
Yeah.
I think that was when they were about to kill the Nexus. That's the little spike. And then the little spike fell down again.
2 minutes until this inhibitor respawns. Liv Sandbox need to defend with Hextech Soul. I mean, I think they have a lot of wave clear to do so. Teddy is so difficult to break through, and they can just sit in their base because they have Hextech Soul and just weather the storm. Baron and this inhibitor are synced at the exact same timer.
And remember, if you've taken one Nexus turret, having one inhibitor down means that if you leave that lane, you will lose the game.
Yes.
So Rascal has to go back. Does have teleport available.
And they actually weren't able to even get a ward into the base, for example. If somebody could actually get a ward into the base, notice the control ward set up here for Liv Sandbox near those Hextech gates in the base, just to make sure there's no teleport wards in the base so that DRX can't just TP for the win. They're playing this so carefully and so safely. They're really knowing the win conditions of their opponents, and we've seen games decided by that sudden late-game teleport. They're just not going to leave any stone unturned, and I think that this is the end of this Baron push. This game probably is going to be decided by that Elder fight if nothing changes in these next few moments.
Get your spatulas. We're ready, everyone. We need to flip some burgers. I have a feeling that it's going to be happening. 3.5 minutes is the timer on that one. DRX still with the Baron buff. That is going to be ticking down. Does at least give them, like you were talking about, Wolf, enough time to just wait out the inhibitor. But both teams are waiting for that, right?
And yeah, and they've cleared the bottom wave, DRX have, and they have Prio for Elder. I mean, it's, for now anyways, they have 3 minutes before that spawns, but I mean, they have more control over this part of the map, which is what Liv Sandbox need to wrestle back away, and that's what these next 3 minutes are going to be about. And if somebody makes a mistake, this game will end. So tense right now. And it's much easier, I think, for DRX to actually force those mistakes with this comp, and how high the damage is and how suddenly they could just blow somebody up.
And also remember, like, the amount of adrenaline from, like, back-to-back base races failing for both teams, like, how do you then go into, all right, well, now it's normalcy. Oh, God, what do we do?
And this is the moment where, unseen, I think Barrel is one of the most valuable players on this Rift right now because of his experience, because of how many times he's been in these types of scenarios, because of his crisp shot calling that he's so famous for. He's 13 of the 15 kills here in assists because of his Magnet Storms. His engages have been very good. And I think, besides the fact that Fate has decided so many of these fights, I think Barrel's a close second for me and POG if DRX do ultimately end up taking this, because so many of the fights they won were about his Magnet Storms and his decisive calls. But I gotta say, it's gonna take more than a Magnet Storm to win this fight now over this important Elder Drake. It's in 2 minutes time right now. But like, as you say, tensions are high here, and GAs are up. GAs are the best tools you could really have in these types of situations. The game has gone so late that Kyle also has Night's Vow, so blowing up these targets pretty tough, even with the items they have.
Yeah, and Beryl, not only can Rel turn her armor into a horse, it's also got thorns on it.
Yeah,
spiky. It's a pretty armored up support here towards the bottom side. It's an interesting item choice. But yeah, like you were saying, GA's up and available, Zhonya's up and available, and I'm looking in these team fights. I think I'm looking at Bertel and Rascal, seeing how they can navigate not only actually team fighting here, but also how they can manipulate side lanes in order to get themselves into the best position possible to win this game.
I mean, I think you can see it right now. Bertel's moving bottom side as a push here in mid. DRX are trying to trade that bottom side aggression for a teleport. They're like, okay, you have to TP. we're going to push this inhibitor down right now, but they could get themselves caught by a flank.
Yeah. This is really dangerous. They're trying to move.
Hextech so busted in this situation.
Yeah. Also trying to move closer to Rascal as well as Bertles towards that bottom side. They knew that they were on the clock a little bit because the Jace is a huge problem. And he should be able to push in and just collect himself an inhibitor, right?
Yeah. With no...
Fade's back in on a ward. Oh,
that was scary. Now, with no inhibitor turret here for bottom lane, where Bertol is pushing to get that Elder Prio, they have to send somebody. Even just pushing 2 waves in will eventually then take out that inhibitor, and he can come in at any time and finish it off. So they have Prio now with this Jax. That being said, mid control goes to DRX. Backs are coming through. Let's see what gets bought here. Any shoe cells? Not yet. Not that stage just yet. 2 control wards picked up here for Kyle. That's all they really have in terms of deep vision control that they could set up here. No wards on this Elder right now for Live Sandbox at all. They are walking in blind. And you know what? There's nothing to see. DRX are also with a lack of vision outside of the pit. They're not going to set anything up. Both these teams are playing scared. It's going to come down to that spatula flip you were talking about 40 minutes in. Are we going to break the longest game record of the LCK twice in one day? I don't think so, but it is possible if these teams don't do anything.
Yep, 5 minutes. Very excited to see whether we can break that one again. Really glad you brought that one up, Wolf. 45 minutes. That was our game number 1 in our first series.
I mean, if we just ARAM and Bertol is like, I'm not playing ARAM, then Live Sandbox will win. He's got a Hope Breaker. He's Jax. And I like that Live Sandbox are just saying, well, you guys aren't going to go on Elder? Well, I'm going to win this game.
Well, that is going to be a Glacial Prison on Dewilla. He's taking a lot of damage, or is he? He's a pretty tanky boy. He's dead. Oh my god, he Gale bosses them to game 2, Wolf. It is just destruction.
The second they opted in, it was done, because when Willer ulted and they have Hextech, no one can back. No one is backing, and this Jax is going to end the game. They win the team fight and win the backdoor. No backstop required when everybody's dead.
Yeah, Bertle's going to be able to finish this one off. Teddy might ask him to wait a little bit, but Paddock's going to tell him to stand aside for a moment. Yeah, you can see Bertle's like, oh, but I can't stop the minions, man. Live Sandbox, they will take game 1. But my God, what is it with today? Like, is it a blood moon or something? Like, what's going on?
I don't know, Atlas. Well, what I can tell you is both of these teams were deer in the headlights, frozen in those final moments, but eventually the Jax side lane win condition prevailed. And then Live Sandbox were like, well, you either stop the Jax, or try to stop Jax, he teleports away, then we take Elder, or you have to force a team fight here with the Magnet Storm. And as soon as the Maokai ult came out, when Nature's Grasp was out, the game was essentially decided in that moment. Nobody can leave. They can't win the team fight fast enough, even if they do win it. Hextech bounce will always stop those recalls, and Jax is already in the base. It's done. And then Teddy has an amazing ult, pops off, kills everybody, but the game was over before that. And they win the fight and the side lane. They win the 4v5 to end the game. And, I mean, scaling aside, this game was just wild, man. I don't know if it was really about which team had the better late game comp, but having that side lane, that's just an X factor you can't deal with this DRX.
Yeah, Rascal just wasn't quite able to get over the line against the Jax. You can see he did a lot of damage early in comparison to the rest of his teammates and in comparison to Bertle. But damage to structure is what we're focused on, and Bertle was side laning very, very well. And I think just being able to get yourself back into the mindset of winning after those shenanigans, that's the biggest thing. We're going to take a short break. When we get back, the space will break down game 1, and we'll move to game number 2.
세탑 해봐주라 이거 끝내.
야 이거 레일 이쪽으로 올 때도.
야 거기
레일
끝내지 마.
봐줄게.
내가 그냥 밀게.
걸렸다.
그냥 싸움 길게만 해봐. 끝내줄게. 천천히 봐봐. 천천히 봐봐. 천천히.
나이스. 천천히 와. 드리블.
야, 집 막아야 돼. 집 막아야 돼. 그냥 텔 찍어. 텔 찍어. 그냥 두번 따라갈게. 이거 너무 느리네.
잡았어. 알았어. 그냥 막아. 잘하자.
천천히만 해보자.
천천히 하자.
말고.
잘하는데 왜 급하냐? 나 근데 이거 잡는 거 기다리면 안 돼. 기다려줄래?
나 이미
혹시 괜찮아. 잡아야 기분 좋을 것 같거든. 오케이. 일단 천천히 하자.
나이스.
So certainly looking good. Baron trying to get them a fair bit, but the apotheosis into the backline. Caster Curse may have just happened as Taeun once again going to go down. Now Dundun looking to make it worse as Bulldog on the flank angle. No rocket jumping out of that one, my friend. And oh god, I feel guilty. It's just going to be set up by the depth charge as Jiwoo's going to try and fight Taeun. Oh, the slipstream is just beautiful, but Bulldog might be able to find an opportunity. The explosive charge still does the damage, and Bulldog just going to stand his ground. It's not going to be enough, and he's whipped into shape.
Storm comes in this time, and they might just be able to get this pick comp off, but the flash away from Canyon, but so much is used, trying to get in there. FaZe going man mode into that back line, and he knows he's going to have follow-up as Kana is in their back line and is looking for kills. Will be able to take out Doran. FaZe is pretty low as well, but crazier. They don't know on this fight, and yeah, Peanut is behind enemy lines. They're looking for Def. The flash charm comes in. He is just dead! Def does 0 damage in the fight. He does nothing with this one for DK, as it is a total rout, a full ace going in favor of Gen G, a clean one.
Standing at the ready.
All right, there's the Destiny. We do have it behind. That is a massive Malphite ultimate. Guma is so low, but he's staying alive, but he does go down to the Viego right at the last second as BDD behind enemy lines is just kiting it out. He takes Owner and Keria out of the fight, and the front line of T1 is toast as Lahens doesn't even go down in the fight. All 5 members of KT survive, and it is a very straightforward victory in the fight to KT. I almost guarantee it. That's a another double knockup, rather, as both of them get extremely low. Guma holds on to his Feather Storm for about 5,000 years, and down will go the both of them as aiming is just sniping him down, is now 9-1-9.
Clid kind of by himself in the pit now. There it is. The ulti is going to land on Arthur, trying to keep himself alive, but no. Zeka says you are dead. The Blitzcrank is going to go down as well as Clid does manage to find the dragon as, my god, the killer instinct into the backline, and Viper does eradicate the Varus, and it's Zeka with a triple. Halma-Life Esports come alive. Back to the rest of his team, but can he stay alive is the question. They dive forward. The explosive damage from this area is massive. The tank 80 carry mage everything Empress Divide is going to pull them back as the Zeri does grab another kill. But the Gragas is going to go down, and there is the flash over. Will is in trouble, and Viper, he gets the Quadra. He's looking for the Cassante, but the sneaky devil is going to find the back. Well, there's the all out, and the all back in.
I think he's okay.
Viper's in melee range. Okay, Life, are you going to be able to... Okay, there it is, the pentakill, okay!
And welcome back to the space. Everybody lives some Bucks takes game 1 here against DRX. And if you're not sure about what you just witnessed right now, don't worry, we don't know either, but it was damn well entertaining. Chronicler, do you want to hit us with your impressions before we go further
I'm ready.
here?
It's clean. Version free.
That's
clean. No,
it's the theme of the day.
This was a Michael Bay movie. This was explosions, it was loud sounds, it was a lot of stuff happening. Shouldn't give it too much thought, you know, you should just accept it for what it is.
And it lasted about 200 years, so it was great.
Yeah.
Got our money's worth.
As a last Teddy play of the game, but let's rewind a bit and see how we got there, because the drafts were interesting, to say the least. DRX draft on one side, they're not playing with the strength of their team. It's a really, really hard composition to pull. Honestly, if you fall behind, you have little opportunities to come back. But what do we make of both approaches here, and how this should have played out? So theoretically, because it didn't.
The lack of priority on Ivern is interesting. I think that Maokai does somewhat match, and we actually saw that the Maokai had ridiculous value in this game as well. Like Maokai Braum in particular, in theory what happens, and I think that the attempt from DRX to counter is you get a 1-4, right? And then your 4-man unit is impossible to engage on, and Jax wins sides. Now the idea was that Akali would win sides, which obviously didn't end up happening because Berto was able to get Hextech. But I thought the composition from DRX was really going to struggle outside of the rel much more than they did. But then they were, you know, pretty close. At the end.
You know, like I think they had a lot of picks that could work really well with some really hard engage that the rel provides. I was surprised we weren't seeing as much rel, but comes out here. Even Beryl was able to have a great game on it, which was good to see. On the other side, it was cool to see the Jax priority and just see exactly what that provides even later on in the game with the Hextech Soul, just able to get so much value there in the side lane. And Bertle's been playing much better nowadays, which is cool to see as well.
We've talked about Beryl and how active he was in the first 20 minutes, I want to say, of the game with the rel engages, setting up his comp and his team for success, but maybe not quite enough. What would you like to see here on the DRX side to try and snowball the composition they had? Okay, you know what? Never mind. Let's move to the base race, as I will call it. And why could they not finish here?
Well, just not enough damage. Like that's the unfortunate reality. I don't really see. We didn't really notice anything specific, right? Maybe there's a scenario where we could have gotten like a different buy from Fate in an attempt to like get like the extra Nexus damage, but the unfortunate reality is that was DRX their angle, and given that they won a team fight that they really at this point in the game shouldn't have realistically been able to win, thanks to some heroics from Poduk, Fate, and Beryl. That was a moment where the game just kept on going.
Yeah, and then Live Sandbox tried and they failed. They were trying to push. They didn't have any minions. They realized it halfway through. They're like, oh crap. After 2 people died, they pull out of the base.
Never mind.
You know, then they won in the end after they stopped the initial push, which was good to see, I guess. Really crazy game, this one.
I think even on the player side, when you reach this point in the game, you're not even sure how you're gonna finish. You're not even sure how you can win this one. And it came down to one last fight, one last flip, I want to say, because I think it comes down to this at this point. Let's run the last highlights, please, Chronicler, maybe, and explain what happened here and saving the day.
I think it's really cool that the Fountain Laser now is AoE.
Yeah.
Like, that's something that they haven't really shown yet, but like the combination of, because there's also a fully charged explosive shot, plus Guild Force, plus the full, like, 6-item blue Aphelios crit, just, it ends it. And right there, I think we saw come into play, which if Sandbox was a team that was competing for the top of the standings, we would have seen way earlier, because DRX is hard forced to engage there. Like, that wasn't a good angle, but they have to try, but they're engaging into Maokai and Braum, so the fight initially is held off, and they're able to, with the damage from the carries, then take it over nonetheless.
Yeah, we heard Rolf talking on the cast about, you know, both teams were frozen. They didn't really know what to do, even though both of these rosters do have a decent amount of veterancy and experience, but it comes down to Teddy, who's like, all right, they're all grouped up. It's my time to shine. He presses his 200 years button, and, you know, I say 200 years, but it was actually a great play, and it won them the game from there.
Yeah, definitely.
For all the shenanigans.
takes a skilled player to navigate this type of champion, especially in stressful situations like this. Let's reveal the player of the game then, and maybe it's gonna be Teddy here.
Maybe.
And it is indeed for the winning play of the game.
And we were kind of debating between Bertel and Teddy, and then the game happened, and we're like, oh, well, that makes it
that makes it easier to decide who we're gonna vote for. And yeah, I think that Teddy was great in a lot of the team fights. This one especially. This is when I was beginning to be like, maybe Teddy actually on the vote. Not just for his consistent damage, but for this cool play at the end where he gets the snipe off. And yeah, I mean, this guy, you know, you put him in crazy long games, weird, wacky back and forth scenarios. He will find the angle, as this is just really cool. The ult flash straight into damage, really insane stuff.
Yeah. The fact that they're able to win a 4 versus 5 there is just fully due to Teddy. I like sticking with the Bertel vote. I think Bertel did awesome. Willer actually a great shout as well. We didn't talk about him at all, but the Willer and Kyle combo was really big in ensuring that they could actually play the fights.
Most of them had their moments, of course. Going into the next game, DRX will stay on the blue side. We'll see if we can have a little bit of a more clean game here on this side. But for now, let's toss it to the casters. For game, no, not closing. All right, we can keep on talking about the next game. What do you guys want to see next game? What kind of adjustments in draft at first? Because as we said, DRX playing a composition hard to win with, very little win conditions here for a team that can't play in the early game, especially.
Just pick Ornn or Sion. Like I think that
don't play Jace.
No,
I thought Fate was great.
He played
I just
well.
don't think that. Like, I understand Duskblade is quite obnoxious and strong, but I think just play more meta, draft a tank in the top lane.
Maybe Ivern?
Don't try to break the, you know.
New patch, there's new OP picks, maybe they can try and use this, but for now that's all for us here on this side of the space. The game is ready. Casters, back to you.
Thank you so much, Spaces, and I personally hope that we don't get cleaner games, because that would go against the theme of today, which is wacky fun times. That's what we're having.
I wanted to make a joke about it, but I totally forgot. I was like, I hope I see the clean version 3 from Klaga, but you know what? He didn't disappoint. He had the sign. He was ready. I'm going to be honest, I'm pretty shocked by the POG votes because, while I think Teddy had a good game, I think 100% Bertel was the deciding factor in every scenario in the later parts of the game, which ultimately decided it, as well as Willer's ult, which is what allowed Teddy to press R to make the enemy team disappear. But, you know, I mean, it was really cool. He did a lot of damage, and he did have those sick moments outside the Baron, right, where he was able to get the Caliber shot over the wall. It was a team effort at the end of the day, and DRX will choose blue side. I'm not saying I'm shocked that people picked Teddy. I'm just shocked that it was a 9 out of 11, and there were less votes to the other side, but
I think a lot of people are probably just excited that Teddy is doing his late game things again.
Yes.
You know, like, getting a bit of just vintage Teddy into your life always feels just real good. As DRX, like you say, once again on the blue side, let's see whether these picks and bans are going to change. Because, yeah, I'm glad that they brought up the eclectic nature of DRX's draft in game number 1.
Let's see if we see something similar again as we're flying through these bans. Nothing much changing here. As we'll see the Poppy, the Vi, the Nico's gone, Annie's gone. And we see Milio one more time.
Yep, should just be Milio.
Okay, so
I think Maokai over Sejuani, maybe.
Yeah, or maybe
Tristana
here, which is pretty safe when you can get either Ivern or the Maokai. I think Tristana is just so strong right now. This is another way to change it up. They voted for top for POG too, I see.
Yeah, they definitely did. They were like, Bertel, he was a problem. Rascal, it is your shot. Well, now, Live Sandbox, are they going to pick away the Sejuani themselves? Because Juhan probably wants to play that again. Could be an option here for Willa, and they are going to go with that, or at least hover it for now.
It feels much weaker when you don't have the Jax, as you pointed out in the first draft, right? Like, they picked Sejuani, Jax was taken away, Renekton was banned. This time, Jax has been taken by DRX. Renekton is banned by Live Sandbox again, so they don't have a strong permafrost win condition there necessarily in the top side of the map. Let's see what we opt into here. I don't think we're going to see like a Fiora coming through or a Camille. This is going to be the Tristana once again they pick up here for closer. And I think it's a strong rotation, but you've lost the AP jungler with this Tristana, which doesn't feel great. And DRX are just sticking with the Jace here. They have Maokai this time on their side with the Jax, and this draft feels like it's really swung to DRX's favor here, as Cassante will be the answer into the Jax here.
Yeah, interesting choice.
Not a side lane equalizer by any means for the Jax.
I mean, it can sort of work, but you're never going to kill a turret. That's the problem. You just like wait for your demolish procs, and otherwise you are just kind of doing nothing. The Jace priority is surprising to me because I really liked the Rel. That was a great pickup, but not going to happen this time around as Felios and the Draven both banned away. We've got different bottom lanes.
Yeah. I wonder if Liv Sandbox will actually be willing to pick up the Rel themselves in this comp. It's great with Tristana. Obviously, we don't know what the 80 carry pick is going to be. We'll see if Kai'Sa makes it through. I think Kai'Sa's also strong for both of these compositions. Will be banned again by Liv Sandbox here.
Yep.
And I think Teddy would have been happy to play it this time around, but he's got other plans. I mean, this draft here for Liv Sandbox is going to have to play a little bit more front to back than what they did in the last game because it's a Tristana, but with no Jax. You know, there is no Maokai to lock people down. I don't think Ivern makes sense in this draft for Liv Sandbox at all whatsoever anymore. Obviously, we're not thinking about that. The Sejuani is picked up early, but you kind of wish you had some synergy with that Sejuani because right now you got none. The Varus is left open this time, and Teddy will gladly snatch it up.
Yeah, Varus, it could be an archery off.
And Varus Sejuani is actually a strong pairing. You know, that's actually now you got the ability to chain that CC together.
Yeah.
They could have picked Ashe too. Similar situation. Varus' damage and his poke is much better here.
Although Ashe was buffed just a little bit here. We did see it come out in our previous series as Beryl. Oh my goodness, he's back to his old tricks. And Paddock can play Beryl's skin as well.
And we're just ticking the clock back to spring season.
All right, how many DRX skins could we be playing with in this game? 3 are being hovered. That would be a lot of DRX skins.
It would be. We are just ticking the clock back, like for real. Both the Caitlyn and the Jhin here, I think both fantastic picks, but also both picks for a previous meta that we no longer are living in. But the lane strengths of both of these duos still prevail, and if you don't opt into picking something like a Jhin here, then you're just going to get hard pushed non-stop. To be honest, I kind of would have liked the Caitlyn more. I think the trap setups and the follow-up you could have to Sejuani ult with Varus, you put a trap on top of that, feels very nice. Some additional guaranteed wave clear as well that Jhin is just not going to give you. And, you know, Jhin, he's going to do well when there's great lockdown, and you have that in spades here as Liv Sandbox. But the win condition of the Jax, which was a huge problem in Game 1, is going to be a problem this time for Liv Sandbox. When you have Jax Maokai, you just ult on top of the turret, the Jax hits the turret goes away, and if you stay, you try to defend, you lose that fight every time, even with the Varus on the side here of Liv Sandbox.
Yeah.
This time I'm kind of leaning like, I think DRX have the better, well-rounded draft. Great draft adaptations for them here in second game.
I mean, they've just got a better version of what Liv Sandbox had in the last game.
Yeah.
It's a classic Maokai Jace draft. You love to see it with some old flavor of the Ashe Heimerdinger. And Liv Sandbox have 380 carries, a Boar Lady, and Cassante. And we'll see whether it's going to work out here. A lot in the back line, not a whole lot in the front line this time. Let's jump onto the Rift for Game 2. All right, here we are. On to the Rift for the second game of this series. What will it provide for us, ladies and
well? I mean, based on these two drafts, we already know it's going to be out of the box that we consider to be like either the LCK acceptable meta box. Like it's there, you know, we usually kind of operate around this. Every now and then you see a fringe pick, you know, like Quinn comes out, but like that's also in the box.
Is Closer a dentist, by the way?
Wait, I didn't see.
It's a little happy elf, Tristan.
Oh my god, wait, hold on, let me see. Is that actually, did he become a Tristana main as well?
Yeah.
After graduating from prestigious university in the United Kingdom?
Uh-huh. And also, like, how is he doing, like, moonlighting as a cannoneer?
Yeah. Whew. I just need to see. I need to see. They'll show Closer eventually. I'll let you know if it's him or not.
Yeah. Well,
could just be a doppelganger.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. Maybe it's actually Heimerdinger the whole time, just a different Yordle.
Yeah, it's not him. Similar appearance though. Similar appearance.
Okay.
It's a her in this case. Yeah, we figured it out, but close.
Only those who are watching in the first series and paying attention in the early game would understand, and even then they may not. As DRX and Live Sandbox go into battle here towards the bottom side. Both teams losing 50% of their health bars as we battle over the minion wave.
Hey, these comps, they lead to out-of-the-box gameplay, right? Like we were talking about, we're going to see some really interesting stuff here. And Barrel on Heimerdinger, we have seen this guy flash looking for stuns.
Oh,
He has either nailed it or been obliterated and looked silly. And it's the Barrel way, right? We'll see if he can make it happen here. Post 6, you could do fun things with that with the Ash Arrow. It's also great for pushing in this lane, very impressive. Really nice dodge there from Potic. If he gets hit by that, he might be dead. Or at least we'll have to cleanse, and we'll take a bunch of damage.
Ooh, Juhan is going to sweep out this brush, does spot that there is a ward there. Of course, some pretty juicy targets here towards the bottom side. You're not exactly the tankiest if you are a Jhin.
As these wards coming through here.
Yeah.
Halo Blades.
That are taking a lot of damage here towards this bottom side as the junglers do battle. We're going to zoom all the way out to try and catch both parts of the action, but it looks like mid lane is going to be where it's at as Closer is going to dive forward onto Fate. He does press W, finds a Shock Blast, and will be able to even out this trade and win it actually in the end. As the junglers are still fighting, by the way, but we're just it's going to move away from it just because it was just happening forever and nothing was really looking like it was about to happen.
Yeah, it was very scary.
Level 3 going to come through there as Beryl misses every button that he could possibly press.
Got a heal though.
Yep, getting his eye in. You love to see it.
Over here, Birdall is like, I don't like being on this side of the matchup. It was very fun when I was the Jax.
Yeah.
Now I'm the Cassante on the other side, not the Akali at least, but yeah, it's going to be a nice start here for Rascal, who's been a fantastic Jax player himself. And this game so far a lot calmer than the last one. You know, I feel like something should have happened by now besides a heal being used.
Yeah, I feel like we're used to the later stage of the game when I think we have had relatively slow starts just because these games have been so long, Wolf. It's been a bit crazy.
Yeah, I'm kind of like, because of how crazy these early games have been, I'm a little bit nervous to actually make like a color point and like say like, well, here's what I think is going to happen, or this might occur. Let's like look forward in time. Because every time that I've tried to do that in this series, and honestly in the previous series as well, it's just like, no. And as we start to even consider it, Barrel comes up.
Yeah, he's wandering into the mid lane. Rocket Jump does come out from Closer.
The good old Barrel Roamer Dinger.
Yeah.
It's always been a bit of a controversial topic. Not going to cost him anything this time around, but not going to really gain him anything either.
Yep, wandering to the mid lane on his way through. You may as well.
Yeah, you know, you're 80 carries, doing a little bit of a recall, picking up some boots.
Okay. Twisted Advance is going to catch Willer in a funny position. Close up from over the wall, though, is going to dive on top of Fate. That is a big explosive charge, as now Juhan focusing on the Tristana, but the Bramble Smash not going to catch her out of her Rocket Jump or anything like that.
Yeah, the Sejuani Tristana duo pre-6 not feeling too great about what it means.
Unfortunately, Permafrost doesn't work if you jump into melee range. You know, it doesn't work better that way.
Closer just found out.
Champion.
Yeah, he just found out. He's a little bit disappointed.
Yeah.
Willer will be now flashless here, and that's an exchange that goes in DRX's favor in a big way. Top side here continuing to be Rascal-sided here, although Birdall actually going to take a slight CS lead here.
Yeah,
and he's
holding the wave.
Yeah, just going to hold this wave here and try to keep that turret plate alive. Doesn't want to lose one of those this early on into the game. But if he decides to back here and teleport, I believe that he will.
Yeah, should be absolutely fine. Biding his time in this lane. Of course, like this early game, this is where Jax is probably in the most trouble. Jax more of a later game investment. Of course, when it is the Bank Derby, does make sense to talk about investments.
Juhan.
Maddock has been caught in positions like this in the past, but Beryl is going to be there, and like you say, Juhan just setting up.
I think they saw him, unless that was a trick of the observers.
Yeah, he's just going to walk forward, look to try and get a little bit of a reset here as Teddy sidesteps the grenade beautifully. The Rockets are going to connect this time. That's going to get a fair bit done as well. Looks for the Winter's Wrath, but Juhan just a little bit too speedy. Captive Audience. Not capturing it.
Yeah, this is like the anti-Sejuani comp, man. The more I look at it, I'm like, yeah, she's just not going to have any fun, is she, in the early game? As Beryl takes one for his 80 carry to make sure he can complete that recall, but This is going to be a lot of control here now for Teddy and Kyle to push this in, potentially grab a turret plate, as this time Fate's trolled by the minions.
Yeah, Paddock going to get his entire health bar back. Does go for a decent buy here. The double Hail of Blades for both of these bottom laners as well, really focusing on getting some control in the early game.
The lane can be so oppressive if you get a lead that the Hail of Blades just makes it doubly so. And, you know, with the Comet variation, you want a little bit more wave clear than what Jhin is going to provide. So Teddy just going to go for Hail of Blades for straight up raw damage if that root ever connects with a Deadly Flourish. Does make sense, considering what this 2v2 looks like. DRX going to try to start this up. Willer is aware of it, but he's a Sejuani with no friends.
And Beryl is just going to throw some cogs at him, as the Heimerdinger is wont to do. So should be that this Drake is going to be taken down. Heimerdinger early does do a fair bit of damage to Dragons with the help of the turrets.
I feel like the one place where Willer could really make an impact in this game was probably stopping the Jax from coming in there and hitting the turret and proxying minions. But he did not actually visit the top side of the map really until now. He is up there now, doesn't have 6 just yet, but can still make an impact if Rascal overextends, maybe try to grab his flash. There's a warning ping communicated to him, and he, I believe, realizes he's on a ward. Yep. But not going to see the commitment here. It's the one angle for the Sejuani to be relevant, but 3-6, but not going to happen. Beryl is trying to hit grenades. It's not happening.
He's hitting rockets. He's definitely managing to do that. And certainly good news here for the bottom side. One thing I do want to mention about DRX's comp, we mentioned they work very, very well as a 4-1 comp, as that volley was a lot of value. They have the poke available from not only Beryl and Fate, but also the fact that you have to walk through a billion saplings and Paddock can throw out volleys all over the place. But also they have so much vision control as Rascal has to flash.
Yeah, he did get Cassante pretty hard there.
Sometimes Cassante happens, and you do have to be wary of it. Does hold on to his ultimate there.
He also has no TP, so luckily he didn't take too much damage. And has some cookies also in his pocket he can munch on so that he doesn't have to just immediately back and lose control. In fact, it's Bertle will now try to take a back timing. We keep trying to see something happen down here. Level 6 is up now, so I guess we could take a closer look, as I believe Willer's also down here with level 6.
Yeah.
They don't know it, but they suspect it.
And Arrow going to connect onto Teddy, who says, "You're not even worth my cleanse."
Juhan is over here. Yeah. Juhan's over here taking Herald, so I mean, because Willer doesn't commit to this or anything like that, and they get the arrow down here, but that's it. Like, that's a free Herald. Liv Sandbox already lost the Drake, so DRX going to get 2 early objectives here. And what you get back in return is a little bit of damage onto Paddock. They're going to commit the ults.
Yeah, they're calling the curtains, as Beryl is just going to stand in front of Paddock. He's going to eat all of those bullets, and Willer is going to come down towards his bottom side. Does find the Glacial Prison as Beryl going to flashing himself out of the way. Oh, it's a beautiful disengage. Does have to use everything, and they're going to give away a whole bunch of plates, but he still survives, and that's cool.
I like the game state a lot for DRX. I mean, they survive, they get those ults out. Your lane's a lot more comfortable now, and yes, Teddy is going to pick up some plates here, but it's split plate gold. And yeah, it's a pretty significant CS lead, too, for Teddy over Paddock. He's got 20 in the lead now, 25 nearly. That he's picked up here with this wave going over. But, I mean, you're looking at a Jax who's heading towards his late game win condition. You're looking at a Jace who's going to be powerful in this mid game, and the Sejuani still has come up empty here on the side of Liv Sandbox because no permafrost synergy in this composition. You need to be chaining the Willer ultimate with Teddy's ult and then follow up from Kyle and blow up from Closer, and it's just so hard to see that happening right now. Fate, once again, just crushing this lane. He's also got a pretty nice advantage here in terms of CS himself, and just keeps hitting these combos on the Closer. They're going to shove this through.
Yeah, really nice Shock Blast is going to connect, and that means that he's able to put on that added pressure. Fate kind of feeling himself today. Honestly, like, it feels like there is a fair bit of mojo back for a lot of the DRX players, even though they weren't able to take game number 1. As now Willer not able to find the Winter's Wrath. In fact, they're not able to find anything as Bramble Smash does fly back. The arrow sails by majestically, not doing a whole lot. But that is going to be first blood going over to the Maokai. Juhan, on his own skin, is going to be able to pick up that first kill of the game.
Yep, there it goes. Over here, I mean, this is really starting to stack up, as unfortunately the Sejuani just has no functionality if there's no follow-up from Teddy in this game. Or if Bertle is here, which he couldn't be. Teddy going to get a big Q.
Yeah, he is. Chains of Corruption flying forward there. Teddy does have his static shift. Oh, that Deadly Flourish, absolutely amazing. The curtains are going to come in yet again. The ulti comes through from Beryl, and Kyle not going to have another bullet, and so Beryl's just going to limp out of another one.
Yep, he
or
will get away.
walk, as you generally do on the Heimerdinger.
Oh, the question is, can Teddy actually, with his refillable potions here, push this into another plate? I mean, they have a cannon wave here, and this is so low. Juhan, they know he doesn't have ult. That's going to be okay. I think they definitely can commit to this.
Yeah, I say ow, but Paddock is going to be all right. Lands a volley onto Kyle and clears out the wave. So it should be all right. But still, a lot of money going over to Teddy, and if you are a DRX fan, that should make you a little bit nervous. Did a lot of carrying in the last game. His Varus has always been very, very good. Currently 1,000 gold in the lead. But DRX still hold an advantage themselves.
There are so many threats to lock down the front line, though. I mean, Juhan alone with his ultimate can do so much. You'll see it here in this moment where Willer is just completely outclassed by Beryl's sidestep, and then Juhan comes through, reverse ults here, forces the flash. Beryl does a ton of follow-up damage, and Juhan secures the kill here with a smite, I believe, to actually get that last bit of damage through. But I mean, Willer is going to have opportunities only when there are isolated picks they can lock down. Otherwise here, Teddy's advantages are so hard to actually execute on because you're just running into so many threats as this immobile Varus. That's what I'm most worried about here.
No, I'd agree.
It's definitely a good thing to have Teddy at least one part of your map is going right, but can you utilize it when everything else is going wrong is the question that I have here. And I'm hoping that for Liv Sandbox's sake, they can turn this one around.
And I think a lot of it comes down to Closer being frustrating and the ability for Liv Sandbox to find picks around the map. The thing that's really difficult is what I was trying to talk about before we were interrupted by a whole bunch of action around the map. And that is the fact that DRX have vision everywhere available, as that is going to be Paddock cleansing. Willer not quite able to find that. And this is an example of what I was talking about, right? Like, you try and find someone out of position, you grab that kill, and then you transition that into more and more and more. So hard when your enemy has all of the information they could ever need because of Hawkshot, because of saplings,
because of turrets, stuff. Yeah, exactly. And the side lane control, like, because minions. Fate is just straight up, like, without really any assistance, just going to take out, like, the majority of this turret, which is pretty bizarre. Like, he had the charge, of course, earlier on, too, but just no resources committed to actually stopping this Jace. Mid-prio means bottom side is also controlled. They will pick up 2 Drakes. It is Ocean Soul here, which is actually pretty nice for Liv Sandbox and for DRX.
Look at the alpacas in that river.
It's very cute.
Man, we are selling skins today. 100%. There we go. Love to see it.
Skin salesman Atlas over here.
Well, I mean, DRX are doing it. We're living in their advertisement this time around.
But, I mean, the Closer, man, he is just walking the shock blast. Fate's damage already in this game has got to be absurdly high.
Oh, yeah.
He is
and
just
damage to structure also quite
also big.
Yeah.
And factual.
If true.
I think it's true.
Yeah.
Hey, look at that, another one. Every single acceleration gate is making a Tristana cry.
I'm starting to feel the honesty.
Glad it's not my dentist friend.
Yeah. Oh, no. Maybe back to Cambridge for this one. We'll just have to see, as it is certainly a bit difficult in this game. And if it is an Ocean Soul, and if DRX are able to continue their control of the river, and with a Maokai composition alongside this Ashe, they should be able to do so. Poke comp plus Ocean Soul. It's just the kind of thing that you're pretty happy about. It means that Kyle's going to be doing absolutely nothing. You know, like in the late game, you want to kind of soften people up, slow them down with calls and things like that. But as support Jhin, you really are struggling to do anything at all.
Yeah, this comp for Liv Sandbox, I mean, the crux of it to me is that they need hard engage for the Jhin to actually be successful. And they have a Sejuani who can ult at range, and then there's Chains of Corruption fall up, right? But like, otherwise, Sejuani can't do anything on her own. So it's just problematic. Like, Willer is just a walking meat shield, essentially, for half the game. And it's either, does my ult hit? Yes.
Oh, Arrow going to connect there. They managed to carry it out as there's the flash out from the grenade. Into the backline goes Bertel as Closer is flashing forward, but Rascal's found Teddy. He has to flash, but there's one for him as well. And now Closer and Bertel are on the run, but it's Rascal picking up the double. DRX. I think we're going to 3.
I think we're going to 3.
Feeling a bit early.
Yeah, I was literally about to say, if you didn't say it, I was going to say I think we're going to 3. This comp just is not working, even a little bit. Like, not even slightly. Like, not even kind of.
No.
And Rascal's now going to catch Birdall here with a counter-strike.
Oh, that was a bit cute. After he got out of the unstoppable Nessus, Fate is going to be taken out there. Kyle just making sure that it's him that picks that one up. Bramble smash for the ultimate value, and Paddock's going to grab a double.
After I said not even a little bit, not even kind of, somebody opened their mouth and be like, but in mid lane.
Yeah.
That's where they're also going to lose.
Rocking out over there.
A turret as Deft rocks out. He's like not even in this game, but getting massive credit everywhere.
He'll be playing this time tomorrow. So hopefully the Rift is going to be littered with as many alpacas then as well.
I mean,
it's the replay.
So Sejuani, what's she doing in this game? You know, what's happening? Not a whole lot. His closer, he's like, I have to do something. We can catch Barrel maybe, but you're going so deep into this composition to an Ashe. We got the slows coming through, and look at Kyle try to be relevant. He's like, I'm ulting them. I'm trying, I'm helping. I'm slowing them down. You guys can get out, right? And then yes, for some reason Fate decides to recall in the middle of enemy territory in front of two champions.
It was all bait.
But they end up getting two, like you say, and so worth.
What happened here? Teddy lost the majority of his health up. Barrel's going to get a zoom in, gives us the thumbs up.
I'm going to suspect that he got grenaded.
Yeah, I think Barrel did a thing with a button.
And he had his ult on cooldown now, so he must have then ulted his turret, and or rockets rather, and Teddy didn't have cleanse, so couldn't cleanse the grenade.
Look at him run! Oh man, I haven't focused on the alpacas running all that much because they're always in brushes, but I just love it.
I just next time Juhan wins a world championship though, I hope they get to put his face on his skins. He's probably like, all right, well I'll do this one with you, Def. Thanks for carrying.
I imagine.
And yeah, we're right. Look at that.
Oh my goodness, hit by the arrow as well. And if the rest of Live Sandbox wasn't there, I think that would have been a very dead Teddy. As DRX will be able to lock down this Rift Herald. Surely going to head towards the top side of the map. Juhan should be able to deliver that there to collect another turret. And 3,000 gold is the lead. DRX in so much control this game, and it only gets better from here. This is why we were talking about the game being so difficult, because it's like both teams have swapped roles in a weird way.
Yeah, but I mean, I think this is even worse for Live Sandbox than it was bad for DRX last time around. But yeah, the same principles apply, but worse. And still waiting for a miracle here. Is, I mean, at least Tristan does a lot of damage to turrets. The bad news is the turret's very healthy, so it's going to take a long time. Cross-map wise, though, not seeing a whole lot. So it's like 3 people are top, Tristan's hurting the turret, and on the bottom side, Barrel's eventually going to do something, right?
He's just walking around. He's walking around having a great time. He's moving pretty quickly with his Lucidity boots.
So hey, look, it's Live Sandbox League. They're turning it around.
There we go.
Defending the cross-map from Barrel.
Oh, but Barrel's still walking. He is still walking. He might get towards his bottom lane.
They're going to clear the wave.
Going to join.
Oh, but that's a big minion coming out of that eyeball.
Yeah, I think so. Oh, it's a Rift Herald.
That's pretty big. That's going to hold turret aggro
That's
for a
like
minute.
the second biggest minion that we can have. Birdle got punched. He's being thrown around like a ragdoll. And Barrel is thinking about going home. But thought about it for a long time and then said, I would prefer not to as Birdle. Going aggressive. He's going all out. I don't know whether he wanted to. But Barrel's still waiting. He's still waiting, holding position. Kyle's here. Barrel throws a grenade and he's out of here. What a large amount of time.
So fairly unsuccessful cross-map play here from DRX.
Yeah, I guess,
The Tristana takes out the turret, so now we're tied up 1-to-1 on turrets, picking up some gold for the Tristana. That's important. Bottom side, great defensive play from Birdall. Assist comes in from Kyle to defend. They will lose the Drake ultimately, which is going to be the Ocean Soul point, but look, a little bit of a small victory here for Live Sandbox. And hey, didn't lose the blue buff to Barrel.
Yeah, there you
go.
go.
Victories. Small victories.
Willa just locking it down, keeping his jungle in order. The Drake not in his jungle. It's not his job to worry about it, and he's not going to. That is going to be Ocean Soul point available for DRX now. Live Sandbox, not a whole lot of map control, of course. Very difficult to have any against the composition of Ashe Maokai, as mentioned before.
Now, if Closer just becomes a unanswered side lane threat, this can warp this game a little bit, because right now, I mean, you have a Maokai here, but no one is answering this Tristana carefully. You know, they're kind of like coming over here, letting her walk away, and then she's doing damage, and then nobody's getting any cross map. Now Birdall's fully freed up on the bottom side. Maybe he even gets that bottom turret, and Live Sandbox might actually straight up run circles around DRX here in this mid-game macro-wise if this continues to happen, because you can't take that Baron right now as DRX here at 21 minutes. You just don't have the damage. And this is exactly what I'm talking about. Now Cassante is going to get this turret. So Live Sandbox kind of running the map a little bit here in a 1-3-1 setup, despite the advantages here for DRX and despite the Jax existing. He's in the mid lane.
Yeah, not sure what he's doing there.
That's not really where he wants to be.
Rascal has
Usually.
a little bit of an idea, I guess. Maybe he's got a slight plan. As we're going to move towards Willa. Looks like DRX have their eyes on Baron.
I mean, minions are being deleted in the bottom lane. Birdall is just like Control A, backspace, this minion wave, and I'm going to take Krugs, and still no answer is, I just don't think you can take this worm right now. They're eventually like, okay, we have to do something, as the map is very quickly going over to LSB. Look how much damage the Baron has done already, even though just a little bit of a chunk here.
Yeah, and in
There's a ward
under fire. So Birdall not teleporting or anything like that, and they are going to back away from the Baron.
DRX, macro, please!
I mean, there's that, but there's also Cassante takes 400 years to take a turret, so that turret isn't exactly under too much threat right now.
But, I mean, he got the bottom one, they got the top turret,
Oh, here we go. Okay, does manage to get it. But that, I think, is on DRX for doing nothing.
The Jax is on the DRX side! Why, it's the Cassante, like you see, he doesn't even hurt turrets! But he's hurting, he just hurt 2 whole turrets! He made them go away, and Tristana's back top side. Now, after Cassante kills the turret, they go bot, Tristana's back top! Playing tennis with DRX. DRX, the team, is the tennis ball right now. Live Sandbox, man, they keep hitting it into the back corner. It's not out of bounds. It's a perfect shot.
It's very weird. It's very weird. DRX should probably be making some more proactive plays, but right now going to be waiting for the next Drake. Can collect themselves an Ocean Soul, and they are still in the lead, but that lead is shrinking.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a really good position, and like I still don't see a way for Live Sandbox to consistently win team fights, and they will eventually have to do that. But a little bit concerned here.
Yeah, and they also shouldn't win sides. I don't know what they were doing taking bottom lane.
They like were able to win sides by default. DRX didn't show up to sides, and sides were like, okay, Live Sandbox wins.
And Rascal doesn't have a Sunfire Cape, so he probably loses trades against Birdall now. A little bit unfortunate there, but
Bramble Vest too picked up.
Yeah, actually a fair bit of value. But Black Cleaver is going to be pretty good for the Jax, and Rascal, as time goes on, will definitely be better. He has side laned well in the past, has Rascal, but
look at Rascal's strategy is stay away from the Sunfire Cape in the bot lane. Look at him. He's like, I'm not going to be anywhere near that Cassante. They're back to back. They're not going to look at each other.
That's the best way to do it. Both of them proxying each other's waves. As 1-3-1 in operation here for Live Sandbox. Close having a good time.
And now, I mean, as DRX, use your turrets, saplings, set up on Baron, put the Jax in the bot lane. That's what you gotta do. You just put the turrets down, hold the choke.
Ooh, Beryl actually flashing out of that one. The Glacial Prison now on cooldown. Will is still looking for an opportunity as Birdall's going to get arrowed. Didn't press W in time, and now he's taking way too much damage. Has to flash to get himself out of there as Rascal gets into the backline. He has to go golden though, because Teddy also flashes to escape from that one. Oh man, it's just everyone dodging everyone. And Rascal doesn't dodge the piercing arrows. He's going to have to try this one more time.
He has no TP, so he has to back and walk back through. So Live Sandbox have a bit of a window here to actually make something happen. Tristana TPing back to topside. Closer's going to actually get that topside controlled right now. And once again, a little bit of a clock here on the side of DRX.
Ow. Ow. Another one of them, and he's dead.
Fate is just, he is not going to miss, but the rest of the team needs to also carry their weight here. It was a bit of an awkward fight there. As DRX, what they could have done is just simply there's another one's going to come through, put some turrets in this choke point, get that vision control, put the Jax bottom side with TP, then it's hard for Live Sandbox to contest your Baron, and you've got side pressure. That's what this comp's supposed to do. It's not happening right now. Maybe it will eventually happen. I want it to happen, Atlas.
I do too.
I think maybe we're being a little bit selfish here, to be honest, but I'm kind of like, maybe it should happen.
It should. Birdall might actually win sides for now. I don't know. Maybe Rascal is not feeling too confident. He's a level behind, just manages to hit level 15. So maybe he's not confident in the matchup, which is why we're not necessarily seeing it as Willa looking for an opportunity. That Glacial Prison just about off cooldown once again, as Rascal doesn't have his Counter-Strike, but Fate has so much damage. And now the Nature's Grasp is going to fly forward. This is the poke we've been looking for as Teddy. No flash because of before, and Rascal finishes the job. The flash forward, and there is everyone falling down. DRX, this is what your composition does, and they found their window.
Yep, you just got to press that Maokai R. You just got to press it. You're going to grasp them in a very natural way, and then follow up.
Yeah.
They did it. They did it. Finally, they get back control. Watch this from Juhan. He's walking forward, boom. Okay, well, he gets ulted first in the beginning of this, but then, boom. R comes through, roots, cleanse not good enough, because there's a Jax on top of you.
Yeah, and because he managed to get that flash from earlier on, it is just not a whole lot that they can do. As Kyle, I mean,
Nice try.
Rascal's level 15, and he's like level 9.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Kyle's ult heals him at this point.
Yeah, even Beryl managing to get to level 11, and Beryl made a career out of being under-leveled in comparison to everybody else on the map because he just often vacated. Not that time, as the Baron is going to be taken. Ocean Soul plus Baron. DRX, I think, are in a great position to get next to a Nexus.
Yes, and I think this time they will hit it properly, and we won't see any crazy turret tanking from Rascal or anything like that.
Ooh, Devil Teemo from Beryl. What does it mean?
I think it means he's feeling devious.
Aha, that would make sense. He's looking a bit.
Okay, that's the AD carry.
Teddy doesn't have any summoner spells, as that is a big turret, and he's dead. Stunned for about a year.
That was you can't be there. You can't be hit by the arrow if you are gonna be there.
I can say that he was there.
He was there, and then he wasn't.
Yeah.
Funny as it turns out, they were like, you can't be there, then he wasn't.
And that's the inner turret. Very similar story, as that one is going to be eradicated as well. Kasante towards that top side, but now realizing there's going to be a lot of DRX moving towards his side of the map in player, and two of them being skins. As double siege minions now set up Nature's Grasp just to buy space to make sure that they can lock this one down. The amount of zoning and siege they have is absurd with this composition. We know exactly how it works because we watched League of Legends last year.
Yeah, we did.
It's sort of how it goes. And in fact, during Worlds, it was kind of the meta. So Beryl's pretty happy. He's like, oh, I won this game with these champions.
He did. He's
I'm
very
feeling
famous.
good about
He's
this.
very famous with the setup that he's got here. You know,
I think Paddock has a skin that reminds me of Beryl. As that Glacial Prison is going to connect here as Closer. I don't know about that one. And he's going to be taken down there. Fate says goodbye. His chase been fantastic so far today as Bertle now in trouble as well. Rascal finally getting that 1v1 that we've been asking for. The Ignite ticking down. There's the flash forward. Bonk onto the noggin with the lamppost.
But there's
DRX
no
now
minions.
just waiting for a minion wave.
Yeah, Closer's up in 30. I've seen bad things happen here with DRX trying to close games out today.
Yeah.
But I think this time they should be able to do it. TP coming through, full health on Rascal.
They have a much larger gold lead this time around as Beryl is spraying rockets all over the place. Rascal's diving in, finds the counter-strike. Teddy just not really able to play the game this time around. Wolf, you're exactly right. The Varus not getting very much value, and DRX will even out the series in dominant fashion that time around.
Very much a composition difference here, but the execution was very good on the side of DRX for a majority of that game. It's tough for me on POG because I think that Fate was very consistent with his Shock Blast, but they weren't really the defining part of the game. Beryl had some really nice engages. Teddy was caught by the Ash arrows. I actually think I'm going to go Paddock on this one just because his arrows were really good and his positioning was good. He set Beryl up for success. I think Juhan deserves a shout as well. Rascal obviously has the Jax, plays it well. There was some macro issues for a second there, but it ultimately didn't really matter at the end of the day as they're able to win one fight and then get full map control, get Baron, and end the game.
I really liked Rascal jumping on Teddy, getting his flash, and then before the flash came back off cooldown, killing him and being like, Juhan, by the way, this is what we're going to be doing next game. All right? It's like the top laner teaching the jungler what to do.
Oh my god. Well,
this feels absolutely fantastic.
This draft for Live Sandbox, it did not function. So I'm guessing when they get to play their first game of Blue Side, we'll see a very different game.
Like, because they've got 380 carries, imagine if Ivern was meta. Man, that would be cool. We're going to go to a short break. When we come back, the deciding game number 3 in the space. We'll see you there.
던져. 거리. 야 미드 물렸다.
야 트리 너플
스타 잡았어. 세즈 필.
나 안 죽었어
잠깐만. 애매하다.
해버려 그냥. 야 포킹할게.
뚝배기
야 바우스 쪽 바우스.
끝낼만해.
미드 대포야. 야 3라인 끌고 와봐. 3라인.
나 텔 쓰고 올게
끝났어.
그거 할 거면 미드에 텔 타야 돼.
바람 먹고 있어
천천히.
할만하지? 이거 바람 바꾸려는 이거 저만 없어
좀 피해복 좀.
오케이 나 라인에 텔 찍을게 2개 바뀔 때 기다려
야 오른쪽 라인 끌지 마.
텔 찍었다
나 아래 거 먼저 칠게. 아래 거 먼저.
아래 거 먼저.
나 바우스 포킹 맞췄고. 못 맞췄다. 야 타워 칠게.
타워.
안 뺄게
타워. 세줘. 나이스.
나이스.
좋아.
나이스. 다음 판 하자.
Sure, it was heroic sacrificing myself for the team like that. But does that make me a hero? Maybe. Who can really say?
Yeah, for sure, man. So where is this legendary Max bot?
What's left of him is right over there. Nice catch, mate. He's a good little mimbot now. Do you like that?
Yeah, I get it.
Oh, come on, Gecko.
Hilarious.
Let the games begin.
Oh, it's filthy in it. KJ, Raze, what happened to your robo cleaner?
What? That's not important. Get to the bottle room. Now.
Yeah, I'm on my way. Damn, you couldn't even wait for me.
This should be fun. Greetings, agents. I am MaxBot, your host. Welcome to the Danger Dome. Choose your weapons and set your sights, agents.
I hit the ground running. Now look what I am becoming. I do not wait for the summons. Just happens all of a sudden. I got the eyes of a lion. I got the heart of a tiger. Stand at the height of a giant.
This is gonna hurt, agents, but remember, I am the effect, not a cause.
I hit the scene like a meteorite.
See ya.
Pass me the torch and I'm here to ignite. Believe in myself, I ain't leaving this fight. Sorry, bro. Ooh! I hit the ground running.
Embarrassing.
You had your fun, now it's my turn. I'm gonna watch you fight. I'm gonna watch you die.
You can't take what I got, and I ain't gonna stop.
Shall we go again?
Walk through the fire.
Walk through the fire. Into the night.
and welcome back to the space, everyone. DRX come back here in game 2, and we will have a third game right after this. But guys, let's take a look at the draft here, maybe to compare the approach, because picking the OP champions, no. Picking 3 AD carries in one comp, hell yeah. What do you think of this?
Yeah, so the Jax, I liked. One of the biggest counters into the Jax has been the Gragas, which obviously has been nerfed, so not quite as strong as before. And I don't have any big issues with the first half of the rotations of either team. Really, you could argue it really only comes down to Jhin. Because yes, Ashenheimer is a very frustrating lane to play into, I understand that. But Jhin was not the answer in putting what is a great engage and disengage support on an AD carry support that has been nerfed substantially as a role is not good.
You know what I wanted to see is I wanted to see the Sejuani go top and they just pick Ivern.
Yeah.
I don't know, just like try to fix something because there are certain ways to make it work. You don't want to really play a melee engage support in the bottom lane, so they tried to work something up real quick. They tried to cook something up and it didn't really work out. And I think if you really crush the lane and you get ahead, it won't matter too much. But as we all came out, the talk of the town ended up being that, well, they have 380 carries against Jax.
Again,
Maokai. You're going to get wrecked. And they did, so the game had to be won much earlier than that, I think, and that's weird to say with 380 carries. It was just not an easy draft to play, let's say.
I mean, that's the thing, like when I see teams from the bottom of the standings battling together, I want to see easier win conditions here because there's no opportunities of coming back otherwise. So let's roll the first replay and take a look at what happened in the Herald fight, Chronicler.
And this is basically a must-win fight, right? From the get-go, because if you don't win this, as mentioned, you're going to have a really tough time. And as it turns out, Jhin doesn't really do a whole lot. Being Jax into multiple AD carries feels great. And this is very anticlimactic because it's just them getting a bunch of kills. But from this point, it kind of felt like the game was over, right? Mid lane, from then it snowballed. Obviously, they're unable to contest a lot of the objectives going forward. And Wheeler also didn't look that good. I actually like Sejuani as a champion, but I don't think he was particularly great. And if Wheeler doesn't perform, the team in team fights just looks very lost.
Yeah, I absolutely think that Rascal kind of had a free game this time around because, you know, once you get ahead and you're already winning your lane, you can play for lane, or you could just play in team fights against the 380 carries and throw your counter-strike up. He eventually got Zhonya's as well, so he's just like, literally nobody can kill him. Like, not a single person. Maybe Cassante eventually, because he's Cassante, and we all know that he's got, you know, 201 MR or whatever. But, yeah, essentially you couldn't do anything against Jax and Maokai.
I mean, we saw the attempt from the Cassante to try and split push and actually make something happen on side lane, but it was not quite enough. When you have Ashe Arrow coming at you, Maokai ult, all these tools for engage and disengage as well. I don't see many opportunities for Lift Sandbox to come back here. So let's roll the second replay to witness a bit of this snowball on the side of DRX as we saw it here. They were trying something, but again, when you have all these tools, it's really hard to make something happen, Chronicler.
And I also want to highlight that the Tristana got off 2 autos in this fight. Closer, I like the Tristana priority, right? I think that as a champion it's great, but he doesn't look very good on it. And I also think that him foregoing the Shiv build is a big mistake, because it's one of the reasons why the champ really is very aggressive or oppressive right now to face. And yeah, that fight shows what happens when you get ahead with your Maokai and your Jax, and you can just jump on top of them and everyone dies.
Yeah.
Dunk on everyone.
I think especially if you're going to play this comp, you've got to play very safe and kind of front to back. You cannot get your one side caught by 2 ultimates. Like, that's just never going to work.
Who do we give the player of the game to here? Who did you guys pick?
I threw up my hands and voted for Nature's Grasp.
Yeah, that was it's a Maokai vote. I don't know, top side makes sense to me.
Yeah.
Any of those will do.
Let's reveal and see if the rest of the panel agrees with the space here. And let's take a look at the player of the game. No, I see you. No, you're not nodding. Do we have it? Yeah, Rascal. again, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Get ahead with the Jax and yeah, lots of tools to fight.
Rascal getting his first POG. It's been a rough split. This is a player that we know is capable of great things, and he really had a situation where he was able to both do great in his early laning phase and then take his lead and really push it a lot further than I think we've seen of a lot of our Jaxes.
Yeah, I mean, he was given free reign and he absolutely took it. There were multiple fantastic Counter-Strike engages and they really didn't have a great answer to it other than trying to put their big bodies in front of them, which they also kind of struggled with. And the votes tell you the story. I'm glad at least one other person voted for the Maokai.
Like Maokai as a champion is a little underwhelming because it just feels very obvious, but value of the picks and Juwan's early game were big in snowballing and getting them ahead.
Now moving into game 3, Live Sandbox, as they lose this game, picked the blue side going into this one. Again, same question as usual, but adaptations on the side of the draft here. And yeah, do you think it could be a one-sided game again? Ivern, yeah, no, but they don't like.
Remember that Ivern's really OP? Like, did they watch the first series or have they paid attention to the patch notes? I'm not sure because he's really strong, and both of these teams are currently totally ignoring him for seemingly no reason.
I'm not quite sure that teams are up to date with what is OP on the patch right now. Who do you see taking the series, Chronicler, based on what we've seen so far?
It's probably Sandbox, but it's a toss-up, right? After these games as well. Who knows? Maybe the team that picks the easiest draft will win.
All right, easy execution. That's what we want to see. Casters, back to you for game 3. We'll see you right after this one. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Astronauts. Phenomenal breakdown of a bit of a flub in the draft. Live Sandbox gave it their all. Wasn't quite enough in the end. I kind of agree with that take. And now moving to the red side, do you know what, Wolf? Now we'll have very different bands.
Yes, I hope so.
That is good.
One thing I'll say about the Ivern as we get into this third draft is I think Ivern, while being strong, is also a very
weird champ.
He's a weird champion, but he also requires great coordination and a draft that works well around him. And just having 80 carries alone doesn't make the pick strong. He works well when he has that, obviously, but I think neither of these teams have shown me with how the coordination of the draft is going in this best of 3 that they're ready to play an Ivern draft. And I think they both are kind of aware, like, this champ's fragile, needs a lot of coordination, could be very lopsided if we fall apart with these jungle players' performances thus far. The Maokai has reigned supreme, and I was going to say, I think that deserves a look. That one is going to be banned away. And now I think the Ivern priority can go up a little bit here if they're ready to make a draft that makes sense for it. Protect the 80 carry, have that shield up time, and then obviously play around top side in the early parts of the game. Yeah. Renekton gone, Nico's still banned. Some things haven't changed. The Jax is gone this time around.
The thing about the Ivern is that you do need to put in quite a few games to be confident playing it, just because it does play the jungle a lot differently. We've seen it from Canyon and Peanut, who've already played it in the past in other Ivern metas, as we've seen. And so it might be that Juhan and Willa just aren't confident in playing it. We'll see whether they do give it a shot here in this game, because, of course, it is very strong, but you need to be able to play it in order to make it actually work. As Sejuani going to be the first pick, even though Jax, Renekton, both of them banned away.
And Willer also having a rough game of it. I mean, I really didn't like the Sejuani in the comp. The desk really thought it was more about Willer's individual performance. He didn't play around topside, allowed Birdall to get bullied there by the Jax. I also think the Ivern just absolutely doesn't suit the playstyle of DRX, right? It's a little bit more subtle. The DRX, they don't do subtle. They don't do crafty. They don't do complexity. They do go in, kill champions, win game or lose game. And they will hover it. Is Juhan ready?
This is what I was talking about, right? Because what I wanted to say is that they've been picking Tristana over and over again, Live Sandbox, but then not being willing to play the tree. And the tree-Tristana combo, the tree-Stana combo, is really, really powerful. DRX are also going to say, we're going to pick something else. Oh, never mind. So the Ivern is going to be locked in. They didn't have to lock it away here unless they were scared of PTA Ivern top, which I've heard whispers of. Makes Daisy really strong, and I like that.
Yeah, it's just going to be the Ivern locked away. Then let's see what Live Sandbox is going to have in response here. Is I think the Ivern Tristana feels so much better when there's no Maokai to lock the Tristana down on the other side. You already know you're playing into the Sejuani. And with no Jax, no Renekton, those are two big threats for the Ivern too. Is very squishy. We'll see the Cassante locked in now here. Face up for Live Sandbox. And now DRX have a lot of different options about how they want to play this next step as Irelia.
Oh, Closer back to his old favorite. And this is like a way to get value.
Yeah, it's like, okay, you got no Jax, got no Renekton. I was like, all right, they're not going to play Camille. That's silly. That's not going to happen. Irelia, okay, all right. Irelia, Sejuani, a tale as old as time, you know?
And also, but it's like, it's the Closer champion, right?
But it's also the Birdall champion, too.
Oh, theoretically, yeah. But I think that this one's 100% going to Closer. He is just so good at Irelia. It was banned against him outside of Irelia metas. People are just scared of this guy on this champion. Aphelios going to be locked in for Paddock, but I think this looks already better for Live Sandbox. We'll see whether they can get around what is a difficult pick to navigate, which is the Ivern, to get this composition rounded out nicely.
Let's see what these bans are going to look like here as well for Live Sandbox. So they might give us a hint, you know, or confirmation about where this Irelia is going. Because, you know, there's still ways for DRX to try to put a Gwen into the top lane if they feel like the Cassante is going up there. You know, that's one of the answers you can have in this composition. It works very well with Ivern, despite the AP profile coming through. Let's see what the ban is going to be as Kaisa is taken away. Malphite actually is going to be, which can be a great answer to the Irelia, is taken away as well.
An interesting choice.
No Varus for Teddy.
Purple stuff in the bottom lane is banned. Interesting, Wolf, that we haven't seen any LeBlanc at all today.
Yeah, not in this,
like
in
we
this
saw
series.
Banned in both games in the last series, and then just completely forgotten about in this one.
That's just completely gone, at least for the time being. I don't think we're going to see Tristana top, so I do think it's just completely off the cards. And will it be a Gwen ban here? Do they want to take away something else? Braum. For the bottom lane here. It can be quite helpful into the Irelia, engages some of those additional resistances, help you survive long enough to do that Aphelios damage, get that Tristana burst through. Plus roots from Ivern can be really problematic when you have that Braum there too, to just stop the Irelia. Okay, all right.
Where is the Poppy going, ladies and gentlemen? Is it just going to follow
just
the Irelia?
Yeah. Well, I guess so, yeah, but it probably top, I'm thinking at this point. As it looks like it's going to be Isaiah and Rakan in the bottom lane here for Live Sandbox. So a lot of ways to avoid engages here, and it's an extremely low-range comp for Live Sandbox, but it's a death ball. It is very high-density damage.
Oh, Beryl. Oh, Beryl. What are we doing here?
Into Irelia, Sejuani, Cassante. I'm not feeling good about that. I feel much better about the Rel. I like the Rel. I like the Lulu as well a little bit, but you don't have a lot of great activations outside of the Poppy.
I also just think the Lulu's not very good right now.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of okay with this whole situation, as we do have some solo lane Yordles hitting the rift here.
And ultimately,
into Irelia sounds a little bit rough, though, to me.
Yeah, ultimately here with the Tristana into the Irelia, you know, with Sejuani's help, it is really tough, I think, for the Tristana to actually have any relevance here. My other concern is that Ivern has very little protection in the early game around early objective fights. He will just get blown up if he's caught by anything. He has to hit the root, but you only get to root one of these champions. Cassante gets on top of you, you root him. Then Irelia gets on top of you, you die. You get caught by the Flourish, or the duet, Flawless Duet, you're dead. Also, while Rel into Rakan is a matchup that can go both ways, Beryl versus Rakan, it has been not a good story so far. So I'm a little bit concerned, especially if he's going to play extremely aggressively, at what the counter engages could look like down there on the bottom lane. It's going to be a banger of a game, though. It is not going to be a quiet one. It is not going to be a slow one. It is absolutely going to be action-packed from start to finish. And on the side of Live Sandbox, it needs to be, to make this Irelia pick worth it.
I agree, but I'm very much looking forward to seeing Closer back on his favorite champion in the mid lane. This is going to be an absolute treat for so many, because we just haven't seen it in such a long time. We'll have to see whether he's actually going to enjoy himself. Of course, Tristana can be annoying in the early stages, but if you ever get caught by any of these stuns, you could just explode, especially if she does have that passive stacked up and available. So, DRX with the Ivern, they're going to try it. Let's see whether this tree is going to work out for Juhan as well as the last one. Ooh, DRX fans really making themselves known here. Feeling like they have won the fan champ battle. Now they're going to have to win the war.
Yeah.
Or at least this game of League of Legends.
It feels like a war, though.
It does.
Whoa. We highlighted, I see a spoiler for the desk. They're highlighting the Aurelia later on.
There we go.
They're going to be taking a closer look at that one.
I think we're probably going to have a look at Close's win rate and stuff like that, because I imagine this is a talking point.
Yeah, he had a few games where he fell flat on it back in 2021 when he was a sub for Faker, but he also had a lot of wins on it when it was meta for quite some time as well. I'm actually curious where his win rate is sitting on. I don't have the numbers in front of me right now, but I'm guessing it's probably somewhere between 60 and 70. As either a stat will pop up or Atlas will find it first because he's doing it right now.
Yeah, we'll see who's going to be able to win this this battle. As that's this year. He hasn't played it this year, so give me a sec. Just
the race against LCK Production.
Dun dun dun.
I don't have my tablet with me, so Alice has got it. He's on it.
Yeah, I'm on it. Don't you worry.
And
the number is 60%.
60. So I was on the lower end of the threshold of what I was thinking.
But hasn't actually played too many games because mostly
he was known for it in solo
is
queue.
Just banned.
Yeah.
Against him as well. So.
Banned against him a lot. He's known for it in solo queue. Played it a few times.
And yeah, I think he got away with it like a couple of games in a row, and then everyone's like, oh, yeah, no, this isn't.
Is that a 3-2 60%? Like straight up like a 3 out of 5? Okay.
Yep. It is just 5 games, which is kind of crazy. I actually thought that he played more games because he was very notorious on it very quickly. As Fate deciding to be a witch this time around, so really changing up the skin choices.
Yeah.
On this Tristana, decided that the elf, there were too many jokes about our previous game's conversation about your dentist friend.
Yeah, there was enough of that.
Just went full Sabrina after that. I guess that's fine. Juhan is just going to be wandering around, just making friends with the forest. And it looks like it's not going to be what we saw from Peanut, which was very aggressive counter jungling. Utilizing just Ivan and how weird he is. And instead, he's just going to head towards his own.
He's got a path up towards the top side here and to a very standard start. Nothing too exciting out of this Ivern early. Not going to be any kill pressure, obviously, in this top lane and this matchup with the Poppy versus Cassante. Could make a larger impact in mid, especially if Closer decides to go for an aggressive play and he's in waiting, and he does hit that root. That's where things can get disastrous for the Aurelia. And Sejuani, I think, really needs to make an impact here in this mid lane. Whether that's just getting a flash, I mean, that alone can be enough, but getting a kill is massive for the Aurelia because then she starts to snowball, she becomes a huge threat in the mid game and then in sides as well. But if she's just left sitting even against this Tristana, as it is right now, then eventually the Aurelia is going to start to fall off in a big way. As here comes Juhan, Closer makes that aggressive play, he's trying to make a play with Willer.
Willer will join, but we do have Trigger Seed there for Fate. Permafrost not going to be activated there by Willer, and so Fate is going to be absolutely fine. No flash required, no nothing, and in fact, no summoner spells from anyone. So we're just going to go about our business as jungle is on the same side of the rift. Some plants being planted, and now they're going to turn on to Juhan, who is going to have to flash. Permafrost comes in, they immediately turn their attention as Fate is going to rocket jump away. Closer taking a bit of damage here, but he does have his passive fully stacked up. He is a menace. As Rascal and Bertle are going to check out this top lane. They are doing battle. Poppy standing her own.
Firmly grasp it.
Oh, yeah.
Some grass procs, some Q3 knockups. But this is part of what I was talking about with the Ivern pick earlier is how fragile it is into something like an Aurelia, where if you get caught by that Sejuani, you're going to have to flash. He flashes instantly, Fate's in a little bit of trouble. He does recover quite well, and we'll lose a little bit of CS here, but it's going to, be overall fine. But it's a huge win here for the Aurelia. We'll have a free back for Closer. He's going to teleport back in, and they're going to look to do it again, where Juhan won't have that flash a second time. So, again, requires a lot of coordination. Very risky if you fall behind, and if you end up tussling into one of these early game powerhouses like an Aurelia, you're going to have problems. As Rascal pulled back, no 6 for Bertle.
Yeah, Rascal going to have to heroically charge a minion in order to get himself back towards the relative safety of his turret. Bertle, not a whole lot of mana at this stage, so might be alright, but nothing really costs very much because he's Cassante.
Ooh, Rascal respecting the level 6 hit like he knew he was close to it. If he gets Q3'd and pulled into that wall, he is going to have to flash it at least, and it's a big wall, so scary moment, but handles it well, backs off, hits his own 6, and now Liv Sandbox are going to be able to take this setup here on the Drake. Willer down on the bottom side. Teddy has cleared the wave and can come up here and join now. Yeah. This is a really tough time for Beryl because he obviously isn't level 6, and Aurelia has mid-prio, and Liv Sandbox playing this early game very nicely.
They're taking a little bit of damage. Juhan's going to turn up. Beryl just in position. So this dragon is just going to be taken. And DRX now in just a weird spot. Beryl finds himself a little bit of a stun there, and
Beryl, like, what are you exactly trying to do here, man?
Well, he's gonna have to flash. He's gonna bait out an Ignite Wolf. That's what he's doing. That's all I got.
Because, I mean, you've got Glacial Augment. You're a little bit safe. You can crash down over the wall, but, I mean, he's playing with fire, that permafrost. He gets caught trying to get over the wall with the crash down, and does have to flash, but there was not really much to be gained in that situation once the rest of his team moves away. His fate caught!
All right, yeah, there is that flawless duet, but not going to tussle with the turret. Takes a couple of turret shots and the explosive charge going to be there, but putting some fear into the heart of Fate here in the mid lane.
And you mentioned it early on as here comes that ult.
Yeah, we're going all out onto Rascal here. Let's see what he's going to be able to do about it as he does manage to channel the ulti. And everyone is just flying towards the base of Liv Sandbox, but Berto goes a whole lot further. Poppy just a bit stronger than Cassante as it turns out.
Yeah, just a little bit more arm strength.
Yeah, it's lifting that hammer all the time.
Yeah, I mean, look, hammer way heavier than those two Natofos.
Yeah.
Is that how you say that, by the way? I've no one ever has said that word out loud before. Like, I think I'm the first one to try it.
I think you might.
I'm pioneering it right now. I think it's Natofos. I think I've just discovered the pronunciation.
I'm like trying to remember back to like Soul Calibur 2 when I was playing the girl that also used those weapons, and I can't remember how
Someone's gonna tell me it's Tofos and the N is silent. I don't know.
Yeah.
Kyle?
Well, Beryl just gonna walk up, lance Kyle to the face.
Kyle is brave, man. Teddy is very far away. I mean, he is recon, so has an escape, but I was a little bit concerned. Yeah, the CS here, pretty big for closer. He has a pretty nice lead over Fate at the moment. That's what we're really zooming in on, this 0-kill game, but I mean, he's been putting the pressure on. He's going to do it again. Nice sidestep.
Yeah, really nice sidestep there from Fate, making sure that he's just barely out of range as explosive charge. Does a little bit of damage there, but not too much to closer as in goes Willa. They're looking for Juhan, and he is going to get the Buster Shot to help him out, but there's a Glacial Prison, and that is going to mean first blood, although closer in a little bit of trouble here. Flawless duet, just to make sure that Fate cannot chase.
And Juhan's flash was like 3 seconds away. He was so close to having it back up, but it's the same situation as we talked about the first time he lost it in this 2v2. You are just a fragile jungler. You've got a root and a shield, and that's all, and a prayer. You know, you're not going to be able to compete with this. The ultimate is so fantastic from Willer, and now closer with that Vamp Scepter already back at nearly full health, and he is just sitting pretty in this lane and wants to keep putting the pressure on this Tristana. You mentioned it at the outset, such a tough matchup for the Tristana, and with no help especially.
Yeah, W going to come through there as Beryl's Magnet Storming. Oh, that dodge from Teddy, absolutely fantastic. They're trying to avoid the feathers here. So ult for ult. And no quickness available for Kyle. So when they get level 6 for Kyle, then at least there's a 50% ult advantage for Liv Sandbox.
True. Definitely true.
Not really
Juhan, I mean, this Ivern.
Yeah, Juhan is going to have to flash again, but the Permafrost, once again, is going to be available. Still, he's just going to make friends with the forest. He'll be all right.
Yeah, those Raptors are going to console him.
Yep. That's how it is.
We get beat up a lot too.
Yeah.
That's our whole existence, just like you in this game against this Aurelia.
Yeah, and the big Raptor's name's Randall, because it's Ivan, right? So it's just the same camps that keep coming back over and over again, so we can name them. I'm going to name Big Raptor after my dad.
There you go.
Yeah, there we go. You can be Randall the Raptor.
Okay, Root's on cooldown now, Juhan. Careful.
Yeah, and Willer has been very aggressive, and rightly so far this game, as Beryl has a big old shield. He's feeling all right. Doesn't have his Magnet Storm available again, though, as the helicopter will strike. That does get rid of the jungler, and that means they're able to take this one. But speaking of abductions, Rascal is going to be taken into the entire enemy team, and he will be eradicated. Daisy not going to make it out alive either. So they do manage to get the Rift Herald.
And Beryl picks up the eye.
Get them some plates, and yeah, so the eye value going over to Beryl. You love
It's not exactly what you want, ideally, and but it is at least only Rascal goes down. You end up getting the local gold, and you will be able to get the Herald gold somewhere. So it's not the end of the world here, but big win for Liv Sandbox. As Bertol's not going to hard push this one for the plate. We'll just back as we're going to see some Trigger Seed clear attempt. Ivern sitting on just cooldown boots right now, not really having a great time, but hey, he did his best and got most of those.
Yeah, Trigger Seed's going to work out. Guess the explosions going to be absolutely fine.
You could just see how much bullying Liv Sandbox can do in this early game with the Aurelia into the Ivern. I think it's just such a fantastic pick. And while Ivern has a camp lead right now, it's what he's supposed to be doing in this matchup into the Sejuani. He's just not making the impact to keep Tristana in a happy place. Tristana is kind of in hell right now in terms of what she's dealing with here in the mid lane. It's going to be 2 Drakes the lead here for Liv Sandbox. And yes, DRX got the Herald, but at the cost of a lost team fight here. Aurelia already significantly ahead, and we'll watch this fight again, as it's really pretty much just straight up a 50-50 here as well. And the ult hits the Sejuani, and actually Sejuani is out, so I thought it was hitting somebody else, so it wasn't actually a 50-50, but Rascal getting caught here is the only casualty. They pick up the eye, and I mean, it's a lost team fight. They pick up the eye. Let's see if they can get anything with it here on the top side. They're trying to lane swap against this Cassante.
I like this. Make sure that you can get some plates, and it looks like they are going to be able to do so. The back is being channeled. Beryl not going to stop that. Does find the lance, but hits the air. And Daisy and Juhan going to come up and join Shelly as the menagerie of the top lane is going to result in the Duck getting a bunch of plates.
TP.
Yeah, Liv Sandbox are going to try and deny it. Bertle's going to make his way in, possibly a little bit early, because Fate is going to get there as well. Rascal turning up. Okay, Willer is going to dive on top of him. The Poppy has to flash. And now everyone has made it to safe distance. And DRX not really able to get too much more. They got the charge.
Oh, random all top.
Yeah, I guess so.
Everybody's coming up.
It's a rat.
Uh-oh, Beryl, got to be careful.
Yeah, that is the Magnet Storm. Is he being careful or is he just going in? It's the Beryl way. They lock down the Aurelia. Rocket jump to get Fate in even closer. And that's another one. The Poppy goes down. But I think Rascal was living his best life before he went down. Fate is going to try and do the same thing here as, oh, the sidestep. Gorgeous. Doesn't matter. He's Cassante. And that is going to be Bertle locking down 3 kills.
Yeah, just flashes forward, gets the kill here.
Have a look at the item.
Yeah, he's got the Sunfire. There you go. I mean, Beryl, he went in there and reacted so quickly and turned the Magnet Storm engage into an opportunity there for DRX. But at the same time, the fight isn't clean. It's very split up, and that's what Cassante is going to do for you. And I really think that the main reason why this went so well for the side of DRX at the beginning of the fight was because the most important part of Liv Sandbox's comp right now, the Aurelia, wasn't there. Notice that she doesn't have the teleport to match Closer, or sorry, excuse me, Fate, who comes in here, and then Permafrost hits, Beryl in a forward position here, and Rascal's forced to flash. It's all about Birdall, though, turning this one around. So we're going to go watch this whole thing.
Yeah, speed it up.
Now Beryl is like, he does actually have a ward in here, which I didn't realize at the time. So he goes in, sets up the ult, and they instantly blow up the Aurelia. Willer barely escapes, but this play here that then DRX over-index on ends up being massive. Birdall picking up 3 kills in this game off of this flash forward onto Fate.
Yeah, I thought that Aurelia was dead, but I guess Cassante is just kind of Aurelia. So there we go. DRX really excited and then not so excited. And I think we needed some beeps for that one as well. Didn't quite work. But still, I mean, both teams extraordinarily even. Nothing going too far in one direction or the other. And of course, Plate's helping out there. You can see fair bit of money going over towards Beryl and Paddock. At least a little bit.
I mean, Beryl on Rel, looking good.
Yeah.
I mean, his Rel has been quite nice this series, and it was one of our points of the match at the beginning of the series. Like, Beryl's been very good at Rel. That Beryl. But, you know, I was saying, well, he was on Damwon back then, and I think that was a major reason, but he's showing us that it's a little bit more than just the fact that he was on a world-class team. He is just straight up starting some of these fights off so well that DRX are doing well, but they over-index to the top side there. Rascal gets punished, and It's hard to really identify the exact game state we're in right now, but it's getting better, I think, for DRX all the time here as they start to come online. So we're going to watch a bit of a wet noodle down here.
Yeah, everyone dodging Qs. It's just dodge Q, dodge Q, dodge Q, dodge Q, dodge Q. That was the play-by-play for that whole situation.
Thanks.
Qs would dodge.
You keeping everybody on the edge of their seat with that one.
Yeah, that Q, not dodge. That Q missed.
And keeping everyone informed, of course.
Yeah. That Q missed.
Yep.
Q missed.
Oh, but
that Q hit.
Yeah.
There we go. We hit a Q. Auto attack also.
Buckler.
Oh, stepped on. Okay. Flattened. Flattened. Absolutely. I love that we're watching this over and over again because it is riveting gameplay. There's not a whole lot more that is happening on this map. You can see a bit of split pushing being done for Fate into the Aurelia, but he has to go home. He's going to be making his way out, and no adaptation, no static shiv. He is a bit stuck in his ways as Hextech
Soul is really important for both of these teams, and obviously the ability for Tristana to get back towards his top side of the map without teleport is nice, but no vision here. Look at the vision set up for Liv Sandbox. They have deep vision, and this Herald is definitely going their way. A lot of minions lost here for DRX on the top side as well, trying to commit to the denial, but actually not getting anything out of this. TPing mid now is Rascal.
They have to because they need to kill a Rift Herald and then try and take the Dragon or risk losing 2 turrets. And it looks like Liv Sandbox are going to go for the 2 turrets offer that is on the table because they're going to give up 1 Drake. Yeah, who cares? It's a fantastic trade here for Liv Sandbox.
Not only that, but they also got the teleport with it too. So this is so much map control they're going to gain. And DRX are so far away, as you mentioned, from getting that soul. The 1 Hextech Drake alone isn't going to bother them too much. They won't be able to actually fully get these 2 turrets either, but it's still significant damage done here and a lot of gold picked up. They're now 1,500 gold ahead. You can see plus 75 ability, haste, and attack speed. That's going to be significant for the Aphelios, for the Tristana. A lot of value there in an individual Drake, but I think Liv Sandbox are willing to take that trade, knowing that now you've lost teleport for your Poppy. Closer trying to hard push up here. Oh, ships in the night.
Yeah, swapping positions. Old situation here is, 1 Q lands, 1 Q misses. What does the story actually tell, though?
What did old Urgot think about that?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess the old switcheroo. It is occurring as, look at this, swapping position.
I don't want to watch it anymore.
Q's landing, Q's missing, Q's hitting minions. Duets being relatively flawless, but explosive charge, evening out the trade there quite nicely for Fate. As Basketball, not going to be caught there, playing some nice dodgeball here is Kyle. Willer turns up. Doesn't find any wrath from his Winter.
Don't you dare pan down. I know the observers are trying to keep it together. Don't look at that bot lane.
Strong. I want it.
No. Don't look down. Don't look down. Don't look down.
It's not that high up, Wolf. We're going to be fine.
Just don't want to look down.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Yes.
No.
All right, all out. We're really going for this one. As Rascal, steadfast in his presence in the bottom lane.
Ult wasted, Rascal says.
And Rascal,
useless.
Rascal, you should probably just press R for fun. You could do it. Like, if you just let it time out, it won't give you too much of a cooldown. It'll be fun. Never mind. We are going to see DRX move towards his topside. Kyle is caught backing. Oh dear, does manage to channel the quickness, as now Daisy's getting amongst it. We do have the ulti come through from Closer. Can he find more as Beryl gets the trigger C, but it's not going to work? And was it just a genius bait from Kyle? Or is the rest of his team just that ready to help out?
DRX just keep heavily overcommitting in these fights into skirmish power, which is this Aurelia, with the permafrost setup that Willer has for him. And it's just, it's not working out. And Rakan has a very wide escape radius, as you guys can see there, where he just is like, all right, I'm jumping to my teammate, I'm peacing out. And then they're chasing into a very powerful Aurelia, who now has Core Drinker online. So 2 items for the Soul Laners across the board here for Liv Sandbox. We'll watch it one more time. He's seen, he's rooted, but then gets blocked here as well. The ultimate is committed, but he's just got so much mobility. He's out. He's like, flash, jumping to my teammate, and then Closer here is like, oh, Aurelia and Sejuani Synergy, they were talking about in the draft. Let me just display the power. They even get plus 50 gold on Daisy.
Yeah.
Plus all those ults are down now.
Precisely. He gets put in the basketball ring at the end there, but able to grab the kill onto Beryl. So a little bit unfortunate. Man, Kyle with the presence of mind to immediately quickness and walk into the enemies as well. Probably wouldn't have been a decision that I would make if I was just trying to back and then all of a sudden there was everyone. But still, DRX Down 3,000 gold now. They stopped the soul point.
Yeah.
Certainly good news, but...
That was Pan bottom. Pan bottom. He's hitting the turret. He's hitting the turret.
All right, Cassante, can you do it? As Rascal's going to move in and realizes that he has a Thornmail and a Dream, and his turret is still going to go down.
Cassantes are killing too many turrets in this series.
Yeah,
it's actually just, it's not supposed to be like this.
He does have the Sheen proc available from his Iceborne Gauntlet, or Frostfire Gauntlet, or Frozen Fist.
Big, angry blue fist.
Yeah, the blue punchy thing that does a bit more damage.
Doesn't look very fiery, but apparently it is.
Yeah, there we go. And Beryl hanging out in this area, but it's just a basketball court and it's empty. Not any lines on it either. Is it even a basketball court? Not entirely sure. Is it just a nice bit of flooring?
Yeah,
Not entirely sure.
That was kind of weird there. The red buff also looked like it's part of the court, you know? It's just,
yeah.
He's like, this is my new gym. We play b-ball over here, but you guys aren't invited. And Beryl he's playing with fire here. As we're going to actually see a blue trinket deleted, and now Liv Sandbox can threaten a Baron at any time. And for Beryl here, he has to Hex Flash away. Now he doesn't have Hex Flash to get anywhere near this fight, and doesn't have Flash for the on-demand engage either. Really like the setup here on the side of Liv Sandbox, but it won't mean anything if they don't actually start to threaten sides.
Oh, Beryl has crashed down, and I don't know whether this is where he wanted to land, as Daisy is going to get involved. He's tanky, but not tanky enough. Does find a Magnet Storm, so there's a bit of value there, but Moonlight Vigil now going to fly forward. I think it just barely missed. As the Vanguard's Edge flying through, Juhan going to have to flash over that wall as Kyle threatening with the quickness. Does find the last section. The grand entrance is gorgeous, but it's just not good enough.
Not enough damage.
Oh, kind of baited by himself there. Found the angle, but DRX just found the kills.
Yeah, it's just such a low-range composition. There's not enough damage there, and he will just end up giving over his life alongside closers.
Oh, and that's another Drake going over to DRX as well, so once again able to deny.
We're starting to stack these up. I mean, they're grouped for this. I think they should be able to take it. I like Rascal's position here. Okay, that's...
yeah.
The observer's scaring
rocket
us.
jump.
But I like Rascal's position here because he can identify if Liv Sandbox are trying to rush over and try to trade this for Baron, and they just don't have the ability to do so. They don't have the damage right now. If they had a little bit more time, they could maybe, but the rest of DRX are just grouped on this, so it's just really difficult. And with the Aphelios' help, they can rush down this dragon fast enough. Liv Sandbox, yeah, you push Fate and Rascal away, but starting the Baron is another story. Now, with these backs coming through, they may be able to try to threaten this right now. They have enough vision control. They're just being a little bit indecisive about it. Standing on this ward here means DRX are not scared either.
I swear, like, Juhan it looked a little bit dicey on the Ivan play early, but I think he's just scaling towards, like, infinite trigger seeds and just infinite shield uptime.
I mean, as the AD carries get stronger,
I think that Rascal might be immortal this
So Beryl needs Life Alert, okay? Older champions, you know, League of Legends champions multi-time, you know, sometimes you get a little bit older. Sometimes you're like, help, I've crashed down and I can't get up. And, you know, wasn't here to save him this time around as he does try to get over the wall. Gets punished here. Teddy has to ult early in this fight, so this is getting a little bit dicey. And then Closer and Kyle, despite the AD carry evacuating the situation, they're like, well, we're going in. And unfortunately, this knock-up choice is not the right one.
Yeah.
Baited themselves.
It looked kind of cool, and then it really wasn't. As DRX, they know exactly what's going on here. Faking a move on over as Juhan going to be knocked back in. They have no interest in this Baron as Juhan takes a long time to root caller his way over. Fate is going to pick up a kill onto the Cassante, and now they're looking to try and pressure ever further forward. Puddock is just a monster, but he will get snared up by Teddy, who is now walking the wrong direction. You may have got a Baron, but you are not going to stay alive. That was so cute, getting the heroic charge from the other side of the wall. You love to see it from Rascal. That is a double kill for the Poppy.
Yeah, Puddock popping off in that fight too, doing so much damage. And even though he got caught by the pullback there from Teddy, he just is so healthy. And this is a composition that has front-to-back win conditions here. The Poppy is so tanky. You've got double AD carries with seeds to keep them alive. Then yes, Liv Sandbox will be able to rush down the Baron, as you say, but look at this block on Bertle. He can't get over the wall, and then Rascal is just on top of Teddy with Puddock here, and even with Kyle's amazing attempt here, was the best he could have asked for. It's still just, unfortunately, not enough, and they're running away on the wrong side of the rift. Nice attempt here with the Baron empowered. super close, but Rascal identifies this, flashes over, and it's so many kills going over to DRX here. So many Barons also deleted, and this is not going to be the big power play they were looking for.
Unless you're talking about DRX's Baron power play, because it might climb above this 500 mark that we're seeing at the top of our screen right now, with Sandbox's gold lead starting to evaporate. And two Drakes apiece now, so 2 minutes time, we have a battle for one of these teams will make it to Soul Point. And DRX, the quad Hextech Drake, like, we were talking about Fate needs to build a static Shiv. Well, I mean, just get a 4 Drake Hextech Drake.
Yeah.
Hextech Soul.
Shoot fast, get your abilities fast.
You know, you can have your Kraken Slayer and a static Shiv. It's fine. You get all of the things.
He's done a lot of damage this game, as it turns out.
Yeah.
He's sitting at 17,000. It's pretty big. And because we could see it here in the API, it's in fact factual.
Big and true, is
yes,
what you're saying?
that's what I'm getting at here.
So it's not if, it's an and.
No, yeah, big and true, in fact. So this is looking pretty tough for Live Sandbox here. I mean, they are 2,000 gold ahead, but the composition is failing because they're not actually properly set up with their front line and the engage with the Rakan. They're kind of coming in, trickling into these fights. They're not all on the same page. They're not together. And the targets obviously can be shielded by Juhan, which is a big problem, and he can actually add so much additional sustain for what is already a fairly tough-to-kill Aphelios, the Tristana's escapability. And Beryl is creating so much space as well here for DRX. I think Live Sandbox can win this. And like with the gold lead they have, they're in a good position to do so if they fight together, if this team is coordinated, because it has been the issue with Live Sandbox in these losses before. Is Rascal, is he caught? I think he's fine.
There is a Glacial Prison to come forward, but the Root Caller is going to say no to any sort of aggression there.
That's Sejuani ult down, but it's going to earn them prio for this Drake, but it's not spawning for 40 more seconds, so you know, it doesn't feel that great as DRX could just walk away for now.
They are going to. They will be able to lose. They will lose control of this river, and I think having this level of control is going to be really huge for Live Sandbox. If Kyle can find an angle, if they have all the information that they need in order to start a fight correctly, like you say, I think Live Sandbox can definitely win a fight.
And Willer, I mean, if they can delay this, he will get his ult back. I mean, he's already halfway done with that. He's level 13, so he's already got his second ult evolved. And I mean, right now for DRX here, just do not walk into a meat grinder. Do not walk into a big combo here with Kyle engaging for this Aurelia and the low-range Xayah. I mean, there's so many ways you can set up a wombo here with Cassante too. They're getting on top of this Drake now. Brush, obscuring vision.
Teleports flying forward as well as now Daisy's getting involved. The Drake outside of the pit. Probably going to be a 50-50 for the Soul Point. We'll see who's actually able to win this fight. It is going to be the Ivern picking it up. And look at this. You were talking about a meat grinder. My God, the damage. But the Rel is already taken out. Teddy doing so much work. He grabs another one. And there's Closer collecting a kill for himself also. And DRX, they flubbed that one. Weren't able to actually figure it out. And Juhan looking to escape the whole situation.
They went straight in. They just walked straight into it. Like absolutely face planted into it. By the way, Closer and Kyle weren't even there at the start of the fight. They come in and actually break up DRX's backline right afterwards. And it's a field day. At least Juhan is going to get out safe with his life here. As look at Kyle, he's on the long con flank here trying to avoid vision. Same, of course, of the Aurelia. And then Beryl decides, I'm going straight in. And they go right into the pullback here of Teddy. Where's the damage? Fate's on the wrong side of the fight. And then they just instantly delete the Aphelios there with that late engage from Closer and Kyle. It could not have been more disjointed. At least they get the Drake. 3 Hextechs and Soul Point. You'll take that as a win, but at the cost of so much money going into the pockets of Live Sandbox as the Baron spawns here in 50 seconds.
Yeah, and that, I'm worried about that because I feel like it might be yet another flip situation here, and we'll see whether DRX can catch Live Sandbox at an objective this time around. Because it feels like whoever is in control of the objective loses the fight.
Yeah, that just keeps happening.
That's how it's been working so far. But Teddy, being able to take so much control, has his Lord Doms completed as well, and so the Poppy not going to be as much of an issue. Like 3 items, Warden's Mail on top of that. Pascal's pretty big.
He's got Gravitum here. I'm guessing he's trying to get that Crescendum out. If he has red-white for this, it could be huge, but he needs to shoot a few more of these. Could use the Gravitum aggressively. Yeah, get into position. Super low range here, and there's so many threats. He does still have his flash, but no cleanse. And there's the white gun coming out. That's what I'm talking about. So he's got the right guns for this fight. Barrel's got the setup for the engage. He has flash. Let's see how good it is, DRX. Let's see that coordination. Kyle again on the flank.
He is wrapping around, looking for that opportunity to get in. Beryl wants to spot him out. Glacial Prison goes completely wide. The ulti comes forward from Rascal as now Teddy is going to be dove on top of the Moonlight Vigil. Comes on in there. It is going to be the secure of the Baron by Willa, but is it going to work out as already it's Closer being able to do so much work in this fight. The flawless duet comes out. It is red and white guns, but I guess we're happy to... Oh, never mind. Baron stays alive.
Red-white, man. He pushed that ammo through right before the fight, and it ends up being the defining factor in this. He's just barely able to get that crescendum out. He's got red-white. He lives through the fight, and that is going to be the win here for DRX in this team fight. Baron was secured, but deleted now as Willer is able to win the 50-50. As this is such a wild fight.
I was sure it was going to go.
I mean, I was also on the same page as you. I was like, it's done. They win this. As what they do not win is the smite fight here. As Juhan and Willer 50-50ing for this with Daisy in the pit. Birdall actually grabbing that kill here on the side, but he's gone for so long. And look at Pada, completely untouched for a majority of this, deleting most of that health bar for the Cassante. When he gets knocked up here, he goes so low, but it's a stun coming through from Barrel with the attract repel, I believe, that ultimately keeps him alive for one extra hit.
Nice!
Raphelios, nice! Get in there.
Rascal, it's good to see him fired up yet again. There's been too many games where it's been a subdued Rascal, and that's not what we like to see. And you saw that he picked Poppy in this game, and I'm sure some of you were like, oh, that's not what we want to see from Rascal. We loved it when he was playing Jax, playing aggressively. Well, looks to me like he's playing pretty aggressively on the Poppy, sitting at 6-3 and 4 right now.
You know what? I think we're going to have to see a clean version 5. Well, actually, honestly, game 4, the fourth game of the night was pretty clean. It was a pretty straightforward one. But maybe the clean version 4. Okay.
Clean version 4.
Clean version 4. I think we're going to have to see it regardless of that. So go ahead and cross out that 3. Put a 4 on there, Chronicle. We're looking forward to it. Because this one has definitely been messy. It's definitely been back and forth. We have seen these team fights be razor thin, the margins. As I mean, one crash down, or rather a attract repel, gives the extra auto space for Poduk to win that. That is potentially the game-losing situation if he dies there, as Liv Sandbox had the Baron buffs left and could push through, take out an inhibitor, and then have map control for the rest of the game. This fight is so important here. Liv Sandbox have so much control around this Drake. DRX at least have that additional buffer where now finally they can say, all right, well, we're ahead now, so you guys can have this one. We don't want to risk it. As Kyle has control of this choke point right now, no follow-up for Barrel. Hextech Gate can allow them to at least close the gap here pretty quickly. Looks like DRX say they want to force this fight. They don't have the positional advantage. They don't have any flanks. Barrel, Hex flash over the wall. You're crazy. Oh, you are crazy, man.
I mean, he's crazy. You're crazy. Or he's Barrel. I'm not entirely sure. He's going to once again be caught in the same crash down problem.
Now no ult. No ult, Atlas, he's done.
Yeah, what did he get out of? Nothing, not really. So he's going to split up the fight. Closer is now out of there. Maybe that was Barrel's master plan, as Teddy's also over the wall. I'm trying to explain it, not really getting there.
We're trying.
There's now potentially a team fight. I'm going to focus on that one instead. Barrel isn't going to have Magnet Storm for it, although it is on a very low cooldown. Daisy's going to pop out, looking for Birdall here as Teddy's going to very
Hextech
early on. And as Hextech Soul with 4 dragons is stacked up, but that's Raphelios inside the team fight. He's right in amongst everyone. The GA is being popped. He's going to come back up again, and the Blade Call is snapped through him. It's a double kill for Teddy, and do you know what happened? DRX started the objective.
Yep, and they got it. They got Hextech Soul, but it wasn't enough to turn the fight, as even with GA, you just cannot be there. He didn't have the right guns for the fight either, but they still hard forced it. And you know what? Barrel, he used his ultimate. He didn't have flash. He goes in anyways. They just forced it. They could have just walked away, but they lose the fight, and it looks like Liv Sandbox might just have enough to end this game. They're at least going to get this inhibitor here, and they're feeling the pressure of if we don't end this game soon, this Hextech Soul is going to be a huge problem for us. So at least the inhibitor will go down, but so much control in this game lost for DRX. Losing that GA is so critical. Some of these flashes still on cooldown. Juhan losing his in that last fight. But watch this again. I mean, look at the
How did he get there?
I mean, he is walking forward.
Birdall abducted him. Is that what happened?
Let's see. Because I was looking at the,
Charmed queued.
Charmed queued. I was looking at Rascal in this fight because he went super deep in early and he's very tanky. and lived for a long time, but there's just no help for the Aphelios, and obviously Beryl is just not going to be able to make the impact that he wants to without Magnet Storm here.
I mean, it's not clean, but man, is it entertaining. That's all I'm saying, and yep, I don't know.
That makes about as much sense as this game has. He's like, you know what? I'm ready to go home. He's like, I saw that last team fight. I'm looking, can I catch the last train? Because I'm ready to get out of here.
By the way, it's 10:20, and the trains are running. You're going to be fine.
He's listening to us, too, I'm pretty sure. So shout out to Guy on the watch.
Yeah. If there is something that you really need to do, that's okay. Just stand up and wave to us before you go.
This is the most ridiculous single day of LCK of all time.
That was the icing on the cake. I am actually at a loss for words.
I don't even know what to say. Cassante is being Cassante in this game. We're watching the Aphelios with no guns get popped. What's going to happen next? We're going to find out in 3.5 minutes. They're maybe on this Baron right away, actually. I didn't realize it was that close to spawning as DRX don't have prio.
Imagine if Liv Sandbox get another Baron and lose the game. That would be crazy.
But that would be according to the pattern of this game thus far.
And Paddock does have some pretty good guns for this one. Fate looking for an angle. Rascal going to deny Bertle any sort of entrance there with the steadfast presence, but man, there are some big health bars.
Beryl, he wants to do something.
He wants to hit Bertle, and look, he's going to do it. He'll crash down now as well as the grand exit comes on in, and an even grander exit for Teddy, as he is going to fly all the way back towards his base. It means Poppy's ult is now called up. A massive Q from Bertle is going to fly on in as the Ivan's going to be taken down. Moonlight Vigil, this time kind of massive though, as the Severum's trying to do some work. Closer goes golden. It is decent damage as Fate's trying to fight this one out. Can you actually guide this one? Oh man, I thought the rocket jump forward could have done it, but Teddy turns back up again, and Fate knows that he's not going to be able to get there. Liv Sandbox,
he's going to try. One more chance. He's got GA, but if he dies once, he dies completely, and that is going to be him trying to back here to clear the wave, as he is going to need full health. If he can get away with this back, get that health over, and come over, he picks up Kraken Slayer.
You need to kill these minions, and if he does, then it could be a problem. X-Tech Soul also going to be there, and yeah, Tristana pretty good at killing minions, as it turns out, even if there is a super version of one there, and he is with his trusty Hextech Soul.
I believe it was actually LDR he picked up there too, by the way. I said Kraken Slayer. He hasn't had that for a while, but oh boy. So Beryl has to crash down out here because he was aggressively positioning, looking for that Magnet Storm, which he does have available, by the way. This is a bug in the UI. He has Flash as well, but by the time he ends up using this after the ult comes through from Teddy, it just doesn't matter anymore. And Paddock here, watch this from Closer. He gets on top of Paddock and guarantees this fight in front-to-back fashion is going to be won. If Paddock lives and can do a few more autos to get that Severum healing going, I think this is a one fight for DRX and likely a one game, but Closer deletes him, makes sure he actually gets the kill this time. He loses his life for it, but well worth it, as we're back to square one now.
Yeah.
No GA for Paddock.
So, yeah, there really wasn't that much of a result, was there?
No.
From that whole situation. Kyle, I'm scared. I'm scared. On behalf of Kyle, I'm very scared. He is going to go towards an enemy ward. Oh, God. Kyle.
How quick is he with the quickness?
Well, he's inside the enemy base. That means that he's not going to be very close to this Baron. The Liv Sandbox are trying to sneak away as Fate is going to dive on top of him. That's a buster shot. He is going to get charmed over. Tristana and Rakan, both of them not here for this fight. Calibrum going to connect there. Fair bit of damage onto Teddy as Daisy's getting involved. Barrel flash, kind of massive, and the Glacial Prison does nothing. All out into the backline as Paddock's just standing his ground against Bertle. Gets a big old shield, and he'll be A-okay. Barrel's going to go down, but now the Cavalry has arrived, even though the Cavalry just fell down. Willa now trying to escape as the Rakan still alive somehow. The rest of his team have been decimated, and Wolf, I have a feeling that DRX may win the game.
It looks likely. 40 seconds to go on the Xayah, 45 on the Aurelia. Willer's taking a sip, man, because he knows that there is nothing to do but sit back and watch the fireworks. Kyle gonna look for a knock-up. He's got no ult. He's got no chance. Beryl finally gets the flash engage he's been waiting for so long, and it looks like DRX are gonna win their second series of the LCK tonight. Kyle just can watch on
He's going to try for it as these Nexus turrets not long for the world. You're looking cool there, Kyle, but your Nexus is looking like it's going to be destroyed by DRX in a 3-game series, and look at them lose their minds here because this is a punch up from this squad that were careening. They managed to pick up a win though against Nongshim Red Force. We thought to ourselves, maybe, just maybe, that's not going to be enough. But with a win here, I think this solidifies them as in contention for that last spot at playoffs. And you know what, Wolf? That's all they needed.
For a long time,
2022.
For a long time, I was watching this game feeling like there were hidden cameras. This was a fake broadcast. It wasn't real. I was actually about to get tricked. And
Ashton? Where are you, Ashton?
And I'm going to be honest, there were a lot of comical moments, but ultimately, Barrel finally found the engage that is going to win them the game. It's tough here in terms of votes. I think I'm actually going to go for the man in the mid lane, though, because he was able to do the most at the end to clean up those fights. Even though constantly Podok was getting caught, he was constantly getting killed. Juhan finally got to make the Ivern work. Another win on the board for the champion.
That's a very happy Juhan as well. That is extremely heartwarming.
Fate, man, he had a huge impact in the previous game on the Jace. You know, he's had a huge impact on Tristana. We're severing here, I guess.
think he might have been crescendoming. I think that was some chakrams.
Yeah, it could be.
Chakrams.
I guess it probably was, yeah. He was red or white in that moment, okay?
Yeah. I mean, if you are severaming often, you're also chakraming.
He was not gravitaming, okay?
No. Please, no more of that. Definitely not in the middle of a team fight as well. That's not what we want to see. But man, you can see like how much this means to this DRX as well, because they knew they were underdogs moving into this one. They'd only found one match win. Just absolutely huge for DRX, who, I mean, spring, not something that we want to remember, but summer. DRX have been pretty good in summer, or at least at the very, very end of summer. After summer, like
post LCK summer,
autumn.
Post LCK, like Worlds qualifiers and that Worlds tournament. They have done okay there, at least this year. Watch out, Gizmo, don't bump into Podok there. But it was not clean.
No,
but it was a win in the end, and sometimes that's all that matters. Right now, that's all that matters. When we go home and review the tape, will not be, unfortunately for the DRX players, all that matters in that moment, as will definitely be a lot of review and a lot of discussion here. But it is a really important one for them for this season, as you mentioned. It's their second, and the momentum has changed. And I really feel like Fate coming back on this team has once again reignited a different passion for DRX. They're drafting the way that they like to play. You know, Beryl, he didn't have a perfect game by any means, but he looks comfortable on the Rel. He knows what he wants to do.
He played Rel, Heimerdinger Rel, and that is what you want to see out of Beryl. Him, like, either being a horse and then just crash downing over walls for seemingly no reason, but then it actually kind of working out in the end. But you also want to see him on the Heimerdinger, swag walking around, missing rockets, but landing the ones that really matter.
Podok in this moment.
Yeah, this was just silly, man. Live Sandbox, it felt like they'd made themselves their composition, right? It had the Aurelia Sejuani combo. Closer was in that position to get things going, but just in the end wasn't enough.
Yeah, I want to watch that final fight as well. We'll get it in a minute here, but just absolutely wild, the amount of crazy combos that both of these teams have. And honestly, I think if Liv Sandbox wins this one, this is 100% a Teddy vote for me. I feel like he just did so much all the time, and it's either him or Closer, obviously, who did end up killing the 80 carry so many times. It's just absurdity we're watching here. And then in this fight, watch Barrel actually get the engage he's looking for finally as the Hextech Soul is coming in, and he actually gets on top of Willer and Teddy. Teddy can't do anything. He's trapped. And then once they kill the Xayah, which is everyone is calling for, Barrel actually makes the game-winning play after a lot of flubs.
Yeah, and actually following up on Rascal instead of just starting it himself, I think was the master stroke.
Yeah, it was the two of them.
Time around, and I think Rascal in the previous fight, though, I followed him purely in that one. My goodness, this guy's Poppy looked real good. Yeah, we were making some memes about hitting Qs in the bottom lane and stuff like that, but when push came to shove, look at that big grin on all of their faces as well. Podok is still looking business, but Rascal grinning from ear to ear. Juhan, we've seen a very somber Juhan in the past, but this is a very different look for this squad, and it is so great to see.
Yeah. There have been some miracle moments for this team. They really have, right? And they always feel special like this one, as you can see outside there. Like when Duckdom came out last season with the arm in cast, he was like, I am going to carry this team, right? DRX just has some magic about it, right? With their Worlds run to some of the crazy games they should not have won, but they did this season. They took a game off of D+ earlier this season. We were all like, wow, that was a little bit different. Podix showing some power here. Yehu as well, coming in as this academy rookie. He's subbed out now, but he's had his moments. There's just something about this team,
Yeah, I agree. Something about DRX, and that was one heck of a series. 3 games, pure back and forth. I don't think at any one position in any of those 3 games, outside of game number 2, which was pretty one-sided.
Any part of game 1 or game 3, we had no idea what was going to happen.
On game 3, no idea who was going to win. But in the end, it was DRX that came out on top, and what an incredible victory for this team. Elated faces, absolutely fantastic. And now it's time to head over to the space to break down whatever just happened.
DRX and making the greatest comebacks in League of Legends history. That's a story that's never gonna die. Chronicler, clean check on this third game. Is it ready? Is
the next iteration.
It's clean. V4.
Clean
we
V4.
made it.
Yeah, that was the theme of today. I'll let you elaborate on this one.
Really, really heartwarming to see, and I really want to focus in the response from DRX, right? And Ratsko in particular, this is a player that last year was on a KT that didn't look very good, and he was probably the best player to not make playoffs in spring individually, and then going to DRX, and obviously their spring being as bad as it was, such an important win for the team. Yeah. And not in the small part, thanks to Fade coming back and looking incredible after a pretty muted spring.
Yeah, no, he's had a great comeback. I think, he took some time off. We saw some Yehu play, which was interesting. I mean, he wasn't, whatever. And then Fate came in, and he looks much better. I think he's taken a good rest, and
see the difference.
Yeah, he's definitely making a big difference on the team. So shout out to Fate.
Yeah, second win scored here on the back of DRX. Let's take a look at the draft, because we were waiting for some implementation here, and it came in. The Ivern, finally, the pick we all wanted to see.
I'll let Veldis handle that one, because I'm very quickly...
2 Iverns here.
Yeah,
it's
obviously in between.
Yeah,
they banned one,
Iverns,
right? Wolf was talking about, they were both talking about it, actually. Okay, they banned the Maokai. Is this the time for the Ivern? Turns out that it is. They finally pick it up. They show the power of it. They draft a comp that a lot of teams on this patch have been playing, which is Ivern and 280 carries.
Yeah.
Now, the execution was one thing, but they eventually got across the line in the late game, as you would expect.
I still wasn't happy with this. I want to highlight this. The fact that, everyone in the LCK, new Chemtech Putrefier only works on your own damage. Don't build it anymore on enchanters. Double 80 carry. Go Ardent. Go Redemption. Go Mikhails. I don't care. There are a lot of items that I think for enchanters are great right now. This is not one of them. If you really want to run the risk of not having enough Grievous wounds, it's not like Mortal Reminder is in the worst of spots. The armor pen is back on it. It didn't matter.
We did see an Aurelia with Blade of the Rune King and Gore Drinker, and we still don't think it's a good idea. Yeah. So, this isn't even he's going up against no lifesteal or anything like that. There was some relevance there in the game, but at the same time, it's still Aurelia, which is not in the greatest of spots. It was one way they were trying to counter this double 80 carry comp, and it just did not work.
Didn't work so well, indeed. I want to take a look at the first highlight that came rather late in the game, 30 minutes into the game actually, as we're going to take a look at the Baron fight. And here, Paddock just being free to do whatever he wants here, but take a look at Fate maybe here.
Yeah, Fate, I think that ult might have been, there was a lot of game-deciding moments in this one where it feels like the game should have been over. That's one of them. Actually knocking Teddy back, because look how close this fight ends up being. Just a second, one extra auto, no exaggeration, could have tilted it. And what I think is really important, and that's something that DRX I think had been missing, and that actually was missing from Sandbox, is that Sandbox didn't seem to have the killer instinct, right? And in game number 2, obviously DRX did, and then which one was it? The one where they almost won, where they had the Nexus, and then
it was the first.
I don't remember.
Yeah,
I think it was the first one. This series has been a roller coaster. It was, but I think that is something that was really missing from Sandbox here. Like it felt like there were a lot of moments where it felt like, oh, they've won, and then they didn't do anything.
On the side of DRX, though, as we said, second game, a second series rather that they take here. Would you say that they're on the path of recovery, Valdez? As we're going to take a look at the second highlight, which was the winning fight for the team.
I would say definitely. Like, it was a close series, but Liv Sandbox, I mean, they're no easy team, right? This isn't, this isn't a Nongshim or a Bro at this point in time. Like, Liv Sandbox are a pretty decent team. They played it really hard as well. We see in this fight, again, it comes down to such a close fight, right? Where Fate, he's ending up able to basically take out Kyle before the fight begins, and then, it actually gets pretty close, but at the end of the day, the death timers are so long that they can just push in through mid, even though they didn't have that inhibitor turret, was still enough to win the game.
And in no small part due to them getting 4 Hextech Soul, right? It's something that with Ivern and double AD carry and Poppy, turns out it's pretty good. Yeah, I think it was the
Rel.
Yeah.
So they have some hard engage as well, like some extra frontline. It's just a great crafted comp. Like,
I think
so hard to beat.
the third Drake was the one where we were like, ooh, that might set them on the wrong. And then from that point on, felt like DRX got closer and closer.
I mean, Caster's mentioned it also, the fact that why would you build Static Shiv when you can actually pick the Hextech Soul? That's going to give you this the entirety of the team. I'm happy that Beryl got to play Rel. We know that he's really good on the champion, that he's impactful on the champion. And I think it's one of the champions that prevailed today and that set up DRX for success. What do we make of the next match for DRX here? They're going to play against Bro. We talked about this last week, the fact that this was the week for them to recover after beating Nongshim, beating Liv Sandbox today, which was supposed to be the hard matchup. I would be really positive going into this one if I was DRX.
Yeah, for sure.
All of us were Liv Sandbox believers today.
Yeah.
We were all wrong, so that's one, at least on the global side. I don't know about the Korean votes, but I actually voted for DRX against Bro, and now I have a little bit of extra. Oh, you too.
Me too.
I didn't, and I don't feel good about my prediction now. I think it's the one that I'm.
Well, DRX are having a big resurgence this week, so maybe that's part of the
keep it going.
Part of the thing. Bro looks pretty good as well, so you never know.
Yeah, we'll see about this one later this week in 2 days, I think actually. But then let's reveal the player of the game if it is ready. I'm wondering who's going to take this one. And it is Fate. We've talked about his Tristana and how clutch he was in these important fights. And for me, it makes sense that he would get it.
And it's also coming off the back of Closure looking rather underwhelming on the Tristana. Fate seemingly having a much better idea. And he did have Ivern, but so did Paddock. And Paddock, obviously being a bit shorter range, had a tough time staying alive. And it was Fate, his DPS. That this was the moment where I thought the game was over, right? Like we saw this and we're like, they can end, but no, Fate was able to keep it together, and the amount of damage output that he was able to find in these fights was pivotal.
Yeah, I mean, by the end of it, like we even showed the extra highlight, which is getting Teddy into the fight earlier on, before even these 2 highlights came through. So the guy was just incredibly solid under so much pressure, like in a game 3 where everything is wild, like it's all over the place. The fights aren't the most clean, but Tristana can really perform in those fights, and Fate absolutely did a great job there.
On the side of DRX as a whole, I think it's important to highlight how difficult it is to win a series like this. Back and forth games, 3 games, really long ones. And yeah, I just wanted to applaud the mental of this team, especially coming back after a disastrous start of Summer Split.
Yeah, and it's always going to be tough, but I think once they've, for a team like Nongshim, it's different because the players you're working with are very different caliber. But for DRX, it really did feel like it was the losing like Nongshim last year, and now that they've broken it, might turn out to be a possible contender for playoffs.
Brighter days maybe on the side of DRX, but the winners are ready on stage now. Dear, take it away for the translation.
Thank you very much. This is Dear for the POG interview translation. You're joined by Rascal and Fate on the side of DRX. Congratulations. Rascal, this is actually your first POG this summer, so how do you feel?
최근에 좀
lately, I feel like I haven't been playing too well in early games.
네, 좋습니다.
But I
페이트
feel like
선수,
today I played
오늘 굉장히
decently, so I got POG today.
소감이 어떠신가요?
And that was such an even 3-game series. So how do you
거의
feel, Faith?
처절한 게임을 3판을 한 것 같아서 좀 힘들긴 했는데
Feel like
그래도
we had
마지막에
such desperate
다 같이 웃을 수
3
있어서 되게 좋은
games.
것 같아요.
네,
But I'm so
좋습니다.
glad that we were able to smile at the very
많이
end.
했는데 또 이렇게 값진 승리 얻어 가셔서 다시 한번 축하드린다는 말씀 드리겠습니다. 페이트 선수 지난 경기 승리했기 때문일까요? 팀 분위기가 굉장히 좋아 보이더라고요.
Wait, is it because you guys won last match? The team atmosphere has improved. So how has it been lately?
성적이 좀 안 좋아서 어렵기는 했어도 저희끼리는 아직도
I feel like with
희망찬
our
생각으로 살고 있어서
outcome
좀 포기하지
this
않고
so
열심히
far
하다
this
보니까
season, it has been really
경기에서
difficult, but we have never given up. We make sure that we are keep trying.
좋습니다.
I feel like
기쁜 마음이
that
팬분들께도 저에게도
victory
잘
was so
전달이
worth
되고
it, and it
있는데요.
just kind of
라스칼
made up for
선수
everything. It was
1세트에
really,
상대 넥서스에
we were
갔다가
just
우리
really
넥서스에
grateful.
갔다가 이런 치열한 공방이 있었잖아요. 2세트에 임하는
And in
각오가
game
남달랐을 것
one,
같습니다.
there were
그렇게
some
아쉬운
regretful
1세트를
moments in the front of the
보냈기
Lexus where you guys went back and
가장
forth.
아쉬우셨고
So you must have
피드백이
had
오고
a
갔나요?
new mindset going to game 2. So what was your main feedback? Game 1,
좀 하고 그다음에 사실
I feel like there was more focus on early game feedback. And regarding the Nexus and the base race, I feel like there were a lot of luck involved. So our coaching staff told us not to worry about it, but I feel like as long as I stayed focused, it would have gone a little better. For game 2, we just said don't get ahead of yourself and just be focused and play well.
올려서 좋은 경기 펼칠 수 있으셨던 것 같습니다. 2세트에는 잭스를 블루 1픽으로 가지고
In game
가시더라고요.
2, you guys took Jax as your B1 pick. So did it occur to you that Jax would be the important pick for today?
할 때도 그렇고 저희가 준비할 때도 그렇고
Even for game 1 and while we prepare and practice, we never really thought of Jax as an important pick, but
먹길래 그렇게 레넥을 밴하고 잭스를 먹길래
we saw that
준비하는 것 같아서 저희도 그냥 잭스
the opponent was taking Renekton and then kind of denying Jax, so we just managed to plan something around Jax and try to utilize him.
바텀에서 애쉬딘과 바로스 진이 나왔습니다. 이거
And
굉장히
Fate,
작년부터 이번 스프링까지 유행했던
game 2,
또 베릴 선수의
bot lane had Ashheimer and against Bereshin, which are returning comps that trended from last season until the spring split. So thoughts on these comps in the current meta? So Beryl tends to play Rel really well, and Rel has been buffed. It's such a good strength for us right now. And since AD carry champions had gone through a lot of changes, I think we're starting to see these kind of comps. And when Closer picked Aurelia, what was your plan to deal with her? Personally, during the draft, it wasn't a pick that we were predicting or expecting. So I got a little flustered, but I try to trade less when I'm weak and try to stall. And I feel like my teammates actually played around that really well as well. And based on your comp, Rascal, your Poppy was in charge of denying the Aurelia. So were you pressured at all? Yeah, Poppy was supposed to deny Aurelia in our comp, but I don't think I was very wary of Aurelia because the overall discussion and the flow of the team was saying I need to focus on Xayah. So in game 3, it was so even until 30 minutes until the Baron fight. And let's take a look at the replay right here. So please walk us through this moment. So I don't remember who, but I sent one away, and then when Xayah was alone, I just focused on Xayah, and once her flash, I'm not sure if she either used flash with her ult. I'm not sure what exactly she used, but we made sure that we go in.
아니 라스칼 선수 이렇게 기뻐하시는 거 저는 좀 처음 보는 것 같아요.
Wow,
엄청 좋아하시더라고요.
I feel like this is the first time we saw you so happy, Rascal.
좋네요.
Yeah, but I'm always happy when I win, so.
화면은 안 나오지만 굉장히 좋아하셨죠?
And Fate, I'm sure you were really happy as well, although we didn't see you on the screen. Yeah, so I used my ult really well on Zaya, tried to stall it, but you know, I got kidnapped by Cassante and then made a mistake. So I was just praying that my team would do well after. Yeah, so Tristana actually knocked Zaya back right before dying.
폭탄 좀 2스킬 달아놓고 있었어가지고
Yeah, so
아무나 잡아주세요.
I was
던졌는데 바로 앞에 팀원들 있어서
I was just praying that it would just land on someone. I had my E saved and I used my ult, but it actually worked really well.
진짜 3세트가 다 치열했습니다. 끝날 듯 끝나지 않은 경기가 계속되면서 너무너무
So given it was a seemingly endless match, it must have been so exhausting. So how did you manage to stay focused? Like, even on a daily routine, we make sure that we exercise. And lately, I take around 1 to 2 hours just going on a walk. Not necessarily to increase my stamina or anything, but it actually does help. Fate, do you work out as well? Yes, when I go to work and get off from work. And with your consecutive victory, your next opponent will be OK Savings Brion. Let's hear your resolution. With this momentum, we'll make sure to put an effort to win against OK Savings Bank Brion. And our new sponsor is Shinhan Bank. We won against Kookmin Bank, so we'll make sure that we win against OK Savings Bank next time. And Fate?
어차피 일단 저희는 포기를 아직 안 해서 일단 풀업을 좀 무조건 가고 싶다고.
We haven't given up yet. We made sure that we definitely want to make it to playoffs, and this is just a process, and we'll make sure that we win against Brion next. There are so many fans who have so much faith in you guys. Do you want to say anything to your fans? Thank you very much. And Fate?
원래 또 힘들 때 곁에 있어주는 사람이 되게 좋은 사람이라는데 다들
You know, they say that whoever remains by your side when you're at the roughest spot, they're real. So thank you so much. And this will be the end of the interview with Rascal and Fate. Back to the space.
Thank you so much, dear. Wonderful translation as always, and super wholesome interview. I see Rascal happy. I'm happy, honestly. He deserves it, especially after the awkward year he had last year.
Yeah. On which team was that again?
We don't talk about this.
Well, how do you know?
KT's doing better, Rascal is doing better, and yeah, at the end of the day, that's what we want to see. Let's take a look at the standings, maybe to see where we left things off now, as DRX is slowly but surely moving away from the last place. And I do want to highlight that the coach said recently that they were doing better in scrims, and it's finally starting to show.
And it's really important because I think T1, D+, Homa, these teams are going to remain out of reach. Yeah. But it's basically a fight between Kwangdong, Sandbox, and DRX, between who gets the spot, right? Who gets that final playoff spot? And I have zero clue. I think Kwangdong look marginally better, but they've had some real big issues with actually closing out games. And if DRX can maintain this upswing, you could see them take it over the other two.
Yeah, 2 wins in a row, even, right? So they're coming on a little bit of a streak now. DRX actually winning games, very lovely to see.
Bro's next.
Yeah, and Bro's next, right? They've had a tough schedule that they've had before, so maybe now they can close out this half of the season with a decent score.
Yeah, they have the momentum now. I actually don't feel good about my Bro prediction, but that's the story for Saturday, because tomorrow we're gonna have KT Rolston facing off against Nongshim. Should be a one-sided game, but the one I'm really interested in is the second series.
Yeah, quick 2-0 for Nongshim as KT collapsed. T1 versus D+. No, obviously KT extreme favorites in that one.
Should be, yeah.
Even KT fans should be feeling secure with that one. But then T1 D+, both those teams have been pretty hot or cold.
Yeah, you and I are going to be casting
Yes.
that, and it's going to be one, probably Omega Stomp, is what I'm assuming.
One way or
because
another.
KT is so strong right now. I'm very excited for their chances. I keep saying that. Nonsen, we'll see what they have. As DK and T1, I don't really know what to expect from those two. Who's going to be better on the day, I think, is what it's going to come
I could
down.
also see that be a 2-0 either way.
Maybe.
Depending on the form of the teams, we'll see.
I hope it's going to be interesting, but that's the story for tomorrow, guys. Thank you so much, and best of luck on the cast tomorrow. And thank you all so much for following the LCK. Once again, have a good evening, good day, good night, wherever you're located around the world, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Standing on the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free. You break down the walls I build around me. It's a strange magic every time we touch. Standing on the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. Baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free. You break down the
오케이 전투의 코리어 일상 이 엄사령관의 통제 아래 코랍된 선수라든가 다들 활약을 잘했다 보니까 꺾이지 않는 DRX 전승 신고합니다. 선수들의 미소나 이런 웃음을 얼마 만에 보는지 기억이 안 날 정도예요. 여름의 서막이 드디어 열립니다. 오케이 우리 되네 회장아 오케이 브리오 오케이